But we're just getting our measurements done to make sure that the two Seans are appropriately spaced. So anyway, welcome to the meeting, the Infrastructure Committee meeting of 11 November 2021. I'd like you to stand to say the karakia. Whakataka taho ki te uru, whakataka taho ki te tonga, kia mā ki na kina, ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e ki ana atukura, hei tiho, hei huka, hei huhu, ti hei Mayoral. Thank you very much. Right, we've got a full program today. So we're going to race through as quickly as we can because people have got obligations towards the mid-afternoon. I'm going to accept Councillor Foon's apology. Is there any other apologies?
I will believe it.
Okay, noted. And Councillor Calvert, 3:15. Is the Mayor online? Okay. Yep.
Yes, and I've got the Regional Strategy Committee at 3:30. I think it is. Just check that. So.
Okay, so there might be apologies for early leaving. So for now, just accepting the apology from Councillor Foon. Do I have a seconder? Can please vote. Have we got the votes in, Heidi? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. Conflict of interest declarations. Anyone got conflicts? That should be declared. Oh, it's fun, isn't it? Okay, so I'd like to confirm the minutes that have been circulated for all to look at. I move the motion that the Infrastructure Committee approves the minutes of the meeting held 14 October. Have been circulated, they've been taken as read, confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Paul. I'll put the motion. Those in favour press 1 or do the Zoom thing. I don't have a picture of the people online. All right, I declare that that's been carried. There are no items not on the agenda. We've got public participation from Mr. Eugene Doyle and Peter Leslie. Are you there, Eugene? Yeah.
Can you hear me there okay?
Yeah, welcome, Eugene. Nice to see you again. I'm having to turn around. Okay, Eugene, you're here on behalf of the Whero Bay Residents Association. You've got 10 minutes to give us your thoughts on the Mayoral Taskforce report. And as you know, if you leave a bit of time, then there'll be some questions, I'm sure, from our colleagues.
I'll do my best. Thank you. So, kia ora koutou katoa, ka nui te mihi koutou. Hey, thanks very much to you, councillors and officers. I've had the chance to speak to several of you recently about these issues, and that is really appreciated. I have some serious criticisms to make today, but I do want to acknowledge the hard work and the really important work that all of you officers and councillors do for our city. So firstly, thanks very much. Now, the district's plan, as you know, is the rule book for the city, and now is the opportunity to reset the plan for the first time in 20 years. And as we know, the plan has very long-term effects, which is exactly why, A, it really matters, and B, why it found its way into the such a prominent place in the Mayoral Taskforce recommendations. Now, just to give you a bit of background, so for you who don't, those of you who don't know, I was one of the task force members. Late last year, nearing the end of the task force process, all the members were unhappy with the draft presented to us. We wanted something with a bit more backbone, a bit more steel in it, and that was said again and again. And more steel, more steel. So in the end, we, the task force members, wrote and delivered a report that one councillor said, if implemented, would change this city forever. This week, when I read the updates by the officers, I felt somebody had sort of snuck onto the building site and pinched all the steel and replaced it with blancmange. And I can only touch on a couple of things today very briefly, but it will give you a flavour. No roadmap. So Task Force recommendation number 19 said, task and fund Wellington Water to develop a roadmap for consideration in the 2024-34 long-term plan, which would see Wellington Water or a future entity funded to achieve compliance with the National Policy Statement on Fresh Water Management 2040. And what that's all about is actually restoring our streams and waterways and bays to good health. So the officer response to this a year later is Wellington Water has not been funded to develop a roadmap towards compliance with the NPSFM. It could be expected that the development of such a roadmap will form part of the requirements set out in changes to Greater Wellington's Natural Resource Plan. In other words, that's end quote, in other words, Wellington City Council's batting off responsibility for this problem to someone else. Greater Wellington Regional Council is supposed to be the adults in the room, and Wellington City Council just waits to do what it's told. Well, you know, I just don't think we should be sitting around awaiting orders either from central government or from the regional council to figure out how are we going to clear these catchments, catchment after catchment of human contamination. We have an environment that has suffered egregiously, existing legislation that has been flouted, hundreds of swimmers suffering mild to serious illness every summer, and other summers coming our way due to our contaminated beaches, and we're sitting on our hands. Recommendation 6 of the Task Force report outlines a comprehensive suite of regulatory and non-regulatory interventions to require property developments and roading infrastructure to adopt water-sensitive urban design. Recommendation 7, which, as with many of our recommendations, specifically cites the district plan, says the chosen intervention should be incorporated into the council's codes of practice and district planned and mandated for all new developments. Officer response: eventually, these will be considered for future iterations of the Regional Council's National Resource Plan and ultimately increasing requirements of resource consents and requirements of council planning. But this has not happened yet and is unlikely to occur in the short term, end quote. That's it. That's all they had to say about what was a clarion clear call to action from the task force, and very much endorsed by you councillors. I spent my career as a writer and then running a couple of businesses, and I can tell you the technical term for this is a word salad. It's full of sound and fury, but it actually signifies nothing much. It dodges responsibility for making pragmatic progress on the sensible suggestions contained in the recommendation. And I've spoken to a few people this week, and I've yet to meet the person who disagrees. A city can write its own rules, and those rules should be based on best practice, particularly in the challenging and changing world we live in. We do not need to wait for the semi-mythical Whaitua Committee to report or for Greater Wellington Regional Council to miraculously leap into action. There needs to be clear, unambiguous rules and methods to achieve those outcomes, and such as the use of water impact assessments, rainwater harvesting, constructive wetlands, green roofs, improved sump maintenance, strategic street sweeping, all those very practical recommendations contained in our report. So now, two other things regarding this officer update. Wellington City Council has recognised the multi-party working group on Ōwhero as a significant project for the city. It was created to be an exemplar of the very best the city and the region can do in resolving contamination issues and restoring one bay and one catchment to good health in rapid time to inform the roadmap towards meeting the MPSM. Wellington Water and Greater Wellington Regional Council have both had senior leaders attend every single sitting without fail. Regional Health and DOC have also routinely attended. In contrast, despite assurances from the Chief Infrastructure Officer that the city appreciates the significance of this project, and despite commitments contained within the Mayoral Taskforce report, Wellington City Council has not attended a single meeting of the multi-party working group on Ōwhero. Wellington City Council is the naughty schoolboy or girl, the truant, and that should change. The absence of a strong Wellington City Council presence at the working group has meant that virtually no progress has been made on two other recommendations in the Taskforce report, so warmly received by Wellington City Council, I'd add, namely the Lawa Baywatch Beach Monitoring Site Review, and the Water That Counts project for making water-related data accessible to communities. So I haven't had the opportunity to welcome Vaughan Proctor as the city's new Chief Infrastructure Officer, but I do so now, and I hope she will be a real agent for change and ensure that the city does participate meaningfully in this working group. And now finally, I'll wrap up now. I just want to say I recognise that the council officers have made some major steps in addressing the past failures in our Three Waters infrastructure, and I do want to acknowledge that sincerely. Thank you. But time is not on our side, and I think we have a collective responsibility to address these challenges with far greater alacrity. And a good place to start, I'd suggest, is actually we really do translate those excellent recommendations of the Mayoral Taskforce into the district plan. Ka nui te mihi kia koutou katoa. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. We do have some times of questions. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Thanks, Eugene. Two quick questions. The first one is, obviously you've got experience as a writer, a business person and a community volunteer. Can you just tell us your view on this kind of lack of progress and what the risks are? Secondly, do you think that the Mayoral Taskforce, given the expertise developed and the clear recommendations, should be reconvened and basically be a sort of standing committee of oversight? Do you think that's probably more likely to get the success that we need?
Oh, hey, thank you very much, Councillor. I'll start with that second one, actually. I think that's a really terrific idea, and I hope my fellow task force members, including Mayor Foster, hi Andy, endorse that sentiment. I think what would be really useful is to sort of have a slightly different composition of the task force members. Like I can see Peter Leslie sitting there. Peter's been one of those people who's been active right through, taken an interest from go to woe. As you know, I have too. And we've got our councillors, the Mayor, Sean and Jenny have all played really, really important roles. And I think what we could possibly do is just bring some fresh faces on to supplement that group. And I've noticed in other cities around the world, they actually do that. They have groups who actually, in the interest of the city, keep a close eye on these things and can be part of the collective intelligence that's brought to bear. So yeah, thoroughly endorse that. Your first question about as a business person and a bit of an activist, yeah, I got to say, look, this is really practical stuff. You know, it's the old cliche, you don't plan to fail, you fail to plan. And I think what we're seeing here is a failure to plan, you know, like not actually getting Wellington Water right now, and should have been years ago, developing plans to clear this catchment by catchment. That was the whole idea of the Ōwhero pilot. It wasn't just because grumpy old Eugene sort of got his way and had a bit of work done. It's the idea that you use a catchment to figure out how do you sort out a catchment and a bay, and then you roll that out across the city, because all our waterways are in a terrible state, and we are flouting the law by saying, oh, we can't even be bothered funding the water company to develop a plan. I can say, as a business person who always made a profit every year, you need to have good plans. You need to have timelines. You need to have critical paths, and actually figure out how you're going to get this done. So thank you for those two really great questions, Councillor.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Doyle. I'm afraid we're out of time. Mr. Leslie, thank you very much for coming in. You have, as an individual, 5 minutes to tell us what we haven't done right.
Kia ora, everybody, and I'll have to talk twice as fast as Eugene will. Yeah, I've got 5 minutes. I think councils have actually been hopefully been circulated what I was going to talk to today. Is that correct?
Can we table that? Or... Yeah. Yes, we've got that, Peter.
Okay.
And
so I'll just talk through this very quickly, and really I'm just reinforcing Eugene's point that there seems to have been a lack of action really on the task force's recommendations, and I appreciate, because I have worked for councils for quite a part of my life. In fact, I had, some years ago now, responsibility for the bulk water supply and for Wellington City's water. So, obviously I have worked in that environment, as well as working in the private sector and being a consultant and a contractor, and responsible for delivering water to, the South Taranaki district area. So water has been sort of a passion for me all my life. It's a very precious resource, and we certainly don't want to waste it. And I think that it seems to be what we're doing now in Wellington City is making it harder than we need to. And today I'm really just focusing on water meters. And it's the old story that we have got some really good examples. And I can remember 10 years ago now, whenever I mentioned water meters in certain contexts, a certain mayor said, look at my forehead, Peter, I've got no water meters tattooed on it. Can't you see it? But I think things have changed in the last 10 years. There's much greater acceptance of water meters as a sensible thing to manage this very precious resource. And so I caught up again with KCDC last week, because the task force was most impressed with what they had done. And I say here it's an excellent example of successful introduction of water meters. They had a very well thought out decision-making progress through the CRAG, which was all about really sorting out what sort of charging scheme they should have. Now, they had extensive consultation with stakeholders, and basically it has saved a lot of future capital expenditure on additional water sources. Like by implementing water meters, they don't need to actually spend more money on additional water sources for quite a few years. And it's interesting that they came up with a 50% fixed charge and a 50% volumetric charge. And I won't go into the pluses and minuses of charging systems, but that's just interesting when you compare it with Watercare, which has 100% volumetric charge. And I think, when I say achievements, environmental benefits, additional source has been deferred, and there's certainly a big reduction in water usage, much less wastage. And I was quite interested that basically the reduction in peak consumption with water meters is 26%, and that's an enormous amount of reduction in peak consumption. And I think in Wellington, and we don't know for sure, but in Wellington, with all our leaks at the present time, we're likely to get we'll get a larger reduction in consumption. And 21% reduction in the average consumption, but we really design our sort of water systems for the peak sort of periods. And the other point is there has been a considerable assistance to leak detection. Once you get water meters involved, it's much easier to find where the leaks are. And consumers with leaks, their consumption reduced by 70%. And I think that these figures are large, but they are actually true figures. And I think for me, one of the most significant items is that, and I checked this just with KCDC last week, was that 75% of ratepayers pay less for their water than if water meters hadn't been introduced. So And I know water meters are expensive. There's a 50 million estimate, but that's a very significant figure. And I think, well, what are we doing? We've got business cases, nothing's funded. It's going out to 24, 25. And I just think, help, we've got a very good example close by. Some of the same people are still around who are involved in that. And we should just get on with it, really. And I think the other important point, really important point for councillors, because was it, when they first talked about implementing water meters, 20% of the population or 20% of the ratepayers were absolutely adamant that we should demand the whole thing to stop. Whereas today in KCDC, it's just business as usual. And I think the important thing is
done, Peter, I'm afraid.
Okay. So basically, it also had targeted assistance for low-income families. So I think what I'm saying is the last 2 points, I think action is really necessary, and we can go a lot faster if we're serious about protecting the environment and also reducing costs to ratepayers. So
we can celebrate that, Peter. Thank you very much. And we really appreciate your time as well. We know it's valuable, and it's it's really gratifying to have people who really want to help Wellington with the level of expertise that you and, of course, Eugene as well, and others, Stu Ferrand, for example. So much obliged and appreciated. Just going to find move on to general business. Here we go. Item 2.1. And I think we're having, who's coming to speak to us? Fraser from Wellington Water? Or is it?
Right. Hi, Chair. So we've got this paper is around Wellington Water's update on community infrastructure resilience, the water network. We've got Lawrence Edwards from Wellington Water joining us. I think we're taking the presentation as read, but take direction from you on that, Chair. But I'll hand over back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Proctor. Colleagues, are you comfortable that the paper be taken as read? And questions? Councillor Day?
Thank you. It's a really good paper, and it's interesting to see where things are up to, particularly around the southern and eastern wards. My question is, Councillor Sparrow did an absolutely epic job with getting water tanks into the northern ward, and the numbers are pretty impressive up there. But it's not really up to councillors to be doing that. It is a big job, and I really feel that we should be doing a little bit more to make that more easily accessible. At the moment, you have to go to the southern landfill. We should be able to get them in our community centres and even markets and things. That's where we were selling a lot through markets, and people were often quite keen to do that there because it was in their weekend time, and they could organise having a car or whatever, because you have to have a car to pick it up. But yeah, just has there been any thinking about what we can do to really improve that? Because obviously for the eastern and southern wards, it's going to be a while before they've got other solutions.
Yeah, I think the answer there is that it really remains a bit of a challenge for us, getting that community buy-in and any ideas that councillors may have on that, would be well appreciated. I think one of the things people don't realise is just how much water we recommend that you do store. So 20 litres per person per day. So if that's a family of 4, for example, that's 560 litres, which is effectively 3 of those tanks that you're talking about. So it's a significant challenge, that's for sure.
Yeah, so I guess it might need some staffing resource, I don't know, but some people who can go around the city and actually target markets and be there and do those things would be. I've seen it work in the Northern Ward, and I think we might have to actually up some resource into that area. And I'm happy to give you more feedback if you need it.
Deputy Mayor.
Are we still offering, or is there still a deal where it's about $180, is it, or $200 for a 180 litre water tank? There was a sort of a bit of a deal at one point. Is that still available? Nobody knows.
Sorry, I'm not the best placed to answer that one.
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe it's something we do need to follow up, because I do agree with Councillor Day. It needs really a proactive approach, and Councillor Sparrow was to be very commended for what he did in the Northern Ward, and I think the rest of us probably need to try and pick up on it a little bit.
He's not coming back.
So, Sarah, so those are council, so we sell those, so we sell them from the landfill. I can find out what the deal on those are, so we still have special deal, but I think Jill was right, it requires some effort from council to actually promote those a bit more. So it's not in Wellington Water's remit.
Councillor Pennant.
It's good.
Thanks. Yeah, I've had some discussion with Councillor Sparrow about this in the past because we need a distribution method. So I'm just wondering, would it be possible for the council just to drive around in some trucks and drop them off to people, as was done when we got our recycling, and we'd pay for it, put it on our, like, it's just, it needs to be much, much bigger. The other thing too is, can you remind me what we've got in the district plan? Sorry, of the many issues I was looking at, that was one I did not pick up. Have we made it mandatory, or at least encourage everyone to have a water tank? Because otherwise we better no.
So we have John McSweeney from District Plan Team here. He can answer that.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, so we, through the consenting process, we have in the design guide a number of matters that developers will have to have regard to, and one of those is water conservation measures. And one way of doing that is to have on-site storage or collection of stormwater, and that is partly tied into achieving what we're just talking about here, but also other measures around stormwater neutrality. So yes, certainly incentivise in the district plan would be a matter for consideration.
So can we make that a rule, John? Because the design guide, as you know, you told me, is not as strong.
Sure, that's something we can, I mean, we have to report back to you, councillors, around positive stormwater attenuation. So you asked that as part of when we released the draft district plan, so we can also report back on that too if you wish.
That would be super helpful. And I guess the interesting thing too about the report was about where we will store water when people are living in apartments and if there isn't space. So do we need more community storage spaces?
Like the harbour, the river.
Well, that's certainly a possibility. I mean, we are, of course, as part of the district plan, promoting communal space as a way to manage those amenity impacts as well as private open space. So, I mean, that is something that could be brought into the negotiations we have with developers around storage.
And that's why you might.
So that's a matter we can come back to you on.
And that might be why you need a backyard to store them, and also to hang up your washing line, so you don't need the dryer all the time. Thank you.
Councillor Pennant, you don't have one. I can hook you up with one if you want. Don't worry.
Order. Councillor Pennant. Don't want to hear about your laundry, thank you. Okay, any Councillor Calvert, I think you've got a question.
Yeah, thank you. And I do have 2 tanks, but it is difficult getting them delivered or even connected up if you're not that way inclined. My question is, this paper, it's asking us to receive information. It's telling us that there's an issue of comms, but there's no advice on what we should be doing. So I'm just a bit confused about the purpose of this paper, because it's presenting us with a lot of problems. So I'm just wondering, what are you expecting from us? And this is to the officers.
So this paper was put up in response to a question, I believe, that came out of one of the previous committee meetings to have an update on Wellington Water's Community Infrastructure Resilience Programme. So that was what the intent of this paper is.
So are Wellington City Council officers doing anything with this information? What are you doing with this?
So at the moment, we will need to look at what part we can play in improving it. So as Jill raised the issue of water tanks and so forth, so we can take a look at that. But yeah, it was really meant as an update.
Can I perhaps maybe assist? If I recall rightly, it may have been me that suggested this because of the departure of Mr. Mendonça, whose name I've finally got right. And with a desire to really make sure the corporate knowledge was sort of preserved and that councillors were aware of the work that he had done with Wellington Water.
Yeah, okay, look, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Have we got any amendments? Well, don't. I need to introduce the paper. Yeah, it has to be moved. Yeah, sorry. Who wants to move the paper? Okay, I move the paper. I think I've pretty much just described why this paper is here. I think it's information only, but it is information that we need to understand. I would like us to do more in marketing this and getting people to understand, and this dovetails well with the other work being done in the Whaitua Committee, which is our connection with water and local community buy-in to all sorts of things, including resilience. So I move. Do I have a seconder? Oh, I do. Deputy Mayor Free, would you like to speak?
Just briefly, I think it was actually a good idea to put this in front of us so that we do have a record of what's been done. There has been a lot done, but there's clearly a lot more that needs to be done. And as an Eastern Ward councillor, I do support, the fact that the point that's been raised about the water tanks. I do have one myself. It's surprisingly easy to find a place to store some water. Mine isn't connected to the stormwater. I just fill it up with the hose. But I do want to see these rolled out in greater quantities, because I would hate to think that the people in my community don't have water when they need it. So thank you to anyone who's bringing an amendment, and thank you actually to Mr. Mendoza and to you, Mr. Rush, Councillor Rush.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, for bringing this to us today. Thank you.
Chair, I wonder whether could we just have an adjournment for a few minutes just while we flesh this amendment out, because the information that's come through from our own officers suggests that we do need to have some
2 minutes.
And that's Thank you.
Adjourn for 2 minutes.
Can I just request that you continue using microphones during the adjournment so that Liz, Rebecca, Simon and I can participate?
So we're reconvening the meeting of the Pūroro Waihanga Infrastructure Committee, and we were on item 2.1, the Infrastructure Resilience Report. I'd had introduced it, it's been seconded. We adjourned. Are there any amendments? No. Councillor Day?
Aye.
Sorry.
Thank you. So I'm going to move the amendment, which hopefully will come up on the screen. And this has really just come up as a result of reading the paper.
Rush,
Can you share it on this? That I think they'll.
Can we just get that emailed? Sorry.
Sounds like it's coming through.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill. Apologies.
And so this is to investigate the development of a proactive strategy for sale and possibly delivery of water tanks. So it's just sort of saying, can we please make sure that that we're getting water tanks out into the community, because we know that it's not easy for people to do it currently. If you have to go to the southern landfill, that's jumping in a car, which, as Councillor Fitzsimons has pointed out, we're trying to encourage people not to jump in their cars so much. So we need to think about how we can make this more accessible. And it is, I guess, the reason it's come up here is the paper really highlights the issues for the south and the east, which are going to take time to solve. And we want to make sure that we're doing whatever we can to make sure people are supported in the meanwhile in the case of an emergency. And I thank my colleagues for their support of this one. I think it's really practical, and I do again want to acknowledge the work that Councillor Sparrow did with this, because he actually showed that it is possible to do it, but you need to actually put some resourcing to it and make sure that that it's accessible all around the city. So hopefully people will support. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, look, I'll second it. I just wonder whether we can just add one other little word, which was a strategy for promotion, sale, because I think we need to promote the use of them, whatever the means of access, if everyone's comfortable with that word being added in.
I'm very comfortable with that, thank you.
For promotion, yeah. Yeah, so look, I'm very happy to support this. I think we can't be presented with a problem and then not actually have a solution to deal with it. And I think this, please, officers, note if you're giving us a paper with a problem, please have a solution to go with it. And so I think this goes some way to that. And yeah, so we'll find out what the, hope everybody supports it.
So Young?
I just have a question. So they're quite bulky. Are we going to expect people to put them on their bicycles, or are we going to encourage people to use their cars to...
I love your humour, Councillor Young, but we are busy today. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. Really happy to support this amendment, particularly given it impacts the east and neighbouring suburbs around here. So I just wanted to thank Councillor Day and Calvert for that. One point I will note is that currently there are very little incentives for renters to pick up some of these water tanks. I know that personally in my flat, the landlord still takes over all of the extra storage underneath the house and the garage that joins our two units together. So just noting the inaccessibility of that, and I hope that maybe through this process we might be able to look into more engagement with students and more people that fluctuate around the city, and how we encourage an investment into, you know, potentially $300 for a household of four, or so in terms of water tanks there for renters that would likely move in the next 6 months, etc. But yeah, just lastly, wanted to thank councillors for bringing this amendment.
Awesome. Any other speakers?
Yep. You there?
Go for it, Council.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I'll be supporting this too. I do wish to pass an acknowledgement to Councillor Sparrow. He was the resource. He did do the delivery, and he was the community
He's
hero.
not coming back.
Yeah, but we also have one in Karori. We have had a really good uptake in the west through Bryce McClure, and I just want to acknowledge that there is roles for our community and specific individuals to get involved and be a part of this. And it's with what Bryce did and what Malcolm did, it was quite exciting. It was more than just the water tanks. It was linking people up and community resilience. So I'd endorse this amendment.
Okay, any other speakers? Right, not to be done around election time though, eh? Okay, So
Right of reply.
Right of reply.
Right of reply. I do want to say that Councillor Young is quite right about the issues about people getting it to their place, and delivery is a very important part that we need to look into. And Malcolm Sparrow was very good at organising other people to deliver them to other people. So I think, what we need to do is to work with our community networks. There were groups in the community that were quite keen to do it for a small fee, and then it was a fundraising option. So, there are all sorts of things we can look at to make sure this is a real focus for us to increase our resilience. Thank you.
Good. I now put the motion that's been moved and seconded. Those in favour press 1, those against press 2, and the corollary on the Zoom. There's 3 buttons. 1, 2, 3. Right. Do I need to go back to the substantive? Yeah, okay. Right. So I've got does anyone, what do I do now? Does anyone want to speak to the substantive? No? Okay. My right of reply, I agree with the sentiment of the amendment. What I would like us to be looking at, though, is recognising the people of the East recognising the work that's been done and that we will build on, and that this work is actually publicised as it should be. So I now put the motion, which has been moved and seconded. Those in favour, press 1. Those against, press 2. I don't know, I have to push that in. Yeah, give it a go, eh? Okay, then that's carried. Right, just looking at time. What I'm going to do, folks, is go through the introduction of item 2.2 and get through to 10:30, and we will be adjourning then to go to Councillor Pannett's. And then back to... Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, let's do the forward program and the action program. What do I need to do to amend the agenda? Right, we're reordering the agenda, folks, to go to the 2.4 forward program, and if we can, 2.5 action tracking. So forward program, hope Ms. Proctor is around. Was able to introduce the report. Take as read.
Hi, sorry, apologies. We've lost visuals here, so we can't see you. Okay, so we're doing forward program.
Yep. Yeah, you're welcome to come in, Siobhan, or
yeah,
to my back.
It's easy. Nice. Yeah, got it.
You can't actually. Oh, the forward program is here.
On our screen. Right, forward program. So yes, just presenting the forward program. We have a meeting on the 9th of December where we have 4 papers to present. And also the 10th of February, there'll be another 3 papers, but potentially another paper in there around the waste, residual waste, but we're just developing the time frame for that.
Okay, any questions before we move on to debate? All right, well, okay, we'll move on to debate then. I will be happy to move this paper. Is there a seconder? Councillor Day. Any debate? Good. No, I won't bother with my right of reply. I put the motions now being moved and seconded. Those in favour press 1, and those against press 2. Okay. That's been carried, is it? So That's been carried. Thank you, team. Moving on to item 2.5, the action tracking. Again, Ms. Proctor, you're going to introduce the report.
Okay, so action tracking. So happy to take questions on this. The vast majority of actions are complete, and the rest, which largely relate to waste minimisation and the residual waste issues, are well in progress.
Yeah. Any questions for officers, team? Councillor? No questions, folks? Were you just scratching your nose? Okay. Okay. I'm happy to move this. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Condi. Awkward silence. Any debate? Okay, no reply from me, so motion's been moved and seconded. Those in favour press 1, those against press 2. Okay. Has that been carried? Right, thank you, everybody. We're due to reconvene the Planning and Environment Committee at 10:45. So we've got an extra 5 minutes there, folks. So we'll have 20 minutes, but we will be taking a short lunch break. So go buy a scone. Yeah. No. When we get to lunch, it'll be short. Yeah. So we'll be back adjourned for 20 minutes back here at 10:45, where the planning and so I need to adjourn this meeting, don't I? Adjourning to the conclusion of the Planning and Environment Committee meeting, which will commence at 10:45.
So I just want to say there's cake for morning tea because we have Mr. Swagger birthdays. So
colleagues for your patience. And I now look forward to debate. The Mayor is joining us. Welcome, Mayor Foster. And we're obviously just hoping that Liz Kelly and Councillor O'Neill will be on our screen soon too. Oh, kia ora, Liz. Thank you. And hopefully we'll see Councillor O'Neill very soon. Right, Councillor Condi, I now ask you to move the paper.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And Hattie, you're good to strike out 2B? Excellent. Thank you. Okay. I don't think anybody would hold up the whole island-based cycleway process as a gold standard that we would want to copy anywhere, and we might have wished that things had gone differently. But our job today is to deal with the situation we have in front of us and figure out a way to move forward. When we make mistakes, we need to own them and learn from them, and I wanted to specifically thank Mr. Hodgetts for his frank and thoughtful response yesterday about what we've learned as an organisation from this whole process. In 2017, Council made 2 decisions about the parade upgrade. The Council selected a design and set a $6 million budget. As the budget for the project increased to $14 million, staff were faced with the question about which of those 2 decisions should take precedence. Should the decision on the design take precedence and therefore be delivered regardless of the cost increases? Or should the $6 million budget take precedence and the design be scaled back to fit? Either would be valid, and it became clear that they needed a further decision from Council to find a way forward. The Tonkin and Taylor report was commissioned to inform us about what those 2 options looked like in greater detail. The report developed 3 different design options that were value engineered to come in under the original budget of $6 million, and those are options 1D, 2A and 2D. And it compared them with the original 2017 approved design with updated cost estimates, which is 6I. After that report was completed, it became clear that all 4 of the options for MRT under Let's Get Wellington Moving were all going to Island Bay. This means that within a decade, any improvements we make to the parade would likely be ripped out. Therefore, officers have recommended that the lowest cost option that adequately addresses the safety concerns identified in the Tonkin and Taylor report. And that's the motion that I'm moving today, which is 2A. Around this table,
see that, Madam Chair?
Ms. Mayoral, have you emailed the amendments to the people on? Right. Sorry, Liz Kelly, you're just asking about the amendments?
Yeah, we haven't got anything.
They were apparently emailed. This is the substantive, and the amendments were emailed to you yesterday from yourself, from Ms. Mayoral. So if you just have a look. Sorry, Councillor Connie.
In case it's not clear, maybe it's worth explaining that there were 2, there was either an A or a B option.
I can explain that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Liz Kelly, Councillor Connie will explain just what's happening.
So in the...
Could I just have it sent to my whānau centre email and then I'll get it and I know what you're doing.
Hattie's nodding, so I think that's about to happen. But this is just to clarify that the officer, in the officer recommendations, they offered us 2 options, 2A or 2B, and I am moving 2A onto the table today, which is that a safety improvements option integrated with the resurfacing works cost between $2 and $3 million until the Let's Get Wellington Moving MRT upgrade takes place.
Cool.
Around this table, we all hold different views about the best way forward, and this reflects the different views and preferences and priorities of different members of our community. I hope we'll all listen to each other with the same openness, consideration and patience we would show to any public participant, as we're all representing strongly held views of different parts of our community today. And I understand Councillor Paul is going to second the paper.
Kia ora, thank you for that. Councillor Fitzsimons, can I invite you to speak now? Thank you.
Yeah, to my amendment. Yeah, can we pop it up?
Just put that up. And colleagues on Zoom, this is now Councillor Fitzsimons' amendment. Have you got the wording? Thank you. Cool.
All right. Yeah, I just want to follow on from what Councillor Condi has said and acknowledge that today is hard for us all. I think it's hard for those who oppose this because they've been through this many, many times. In fact, I have all of the documents here. There are many, many papers that this council has considered in the lead up to today's decision. And I also think it's hard for us who have supported the extensive rollout, rapid rollout of cycleways all around Wellington because we don't all agree on what what to do here. And I guess I feel like I've aged more than usual since 2017, and the cycleway is part of the reason. But I did outline it in a piece which Stuff have published, which really does outline my position, and I don't want to go over that again. But I do want to refer to some comments made by Morrison Lowe when they did their review of the cycleways. They said one of the issues in Island Bay is that the council didn't take they said a community's trust can be quickly lost when expectations and promises are not met. It's important for any engagement process to set clear expectations for all parties and to ensure that promises that are made to the community are kept. Now, that was the first independent review of the Island Bay Cycleway, and that was back when, just before the council agreed to the 2017 decision. I also want to refer to the parking policy, which has a very clear provision around local area-based parking plans where there is an evidence-based need and community support. And it talks about introducing area-based parking plans to help with more holistic travel and transport planning that supports the best possible mix of active and public transport, off-street and on-street parking, and football and vehicle usage. And it talks about the process by which local area parking-based plans should be developed in consultation with the community, residents, key employers, service providers and business stakeholders. I found it astonishing yesterday that our council officers said they considered whether they needed to comply and develop a local area-based parking plan and decided they didn't. And as much as I appreciated the answers about the lessons that have been learnt, I think the failure to do a local area-based parking plan in this decision shows that some of those lessons haven't yet fully been learnt. So in terms of what's being proposed in this amendment, it really is back to the decision that was agreed at this table in 2017. It's parking back to the curb, it's raised buffers, it's consistent and improved visibility at intersections, it's space to safely exit vehicles and to exit and unload vehicles, it's a wider road for traffic, it's raised crossings and reduced speeds, better visibility, and it does have lower car park losses than other options. Obviously, there will need to be detailed design on this, and that can deal with other opportunities. The original cost, I accept, was estimated to be $6 million, and this is considerably more now. But I would note that the cost estimate in the Tonkin and Taylor report for this is between 9.4 and 17.1 million, and I'm confident that we can value engineer it to the 14 million that this council, like this current council, agreed would be allocated in the LTP. So this is completely consistent with decisions we've made in the LTP already in relation to Island Bay. I also want to point out the benefits table, and it's on page 44, and it talks about benefits from the change in cycle facility type. And those benefits are estimated to be $20.28 million. And those benefits come from user benefits from an improved facility, health benefits from added cycling, and crash cost savings. So the costs are 14 million, the benefits are 20 million. You know, maths is not my strong suit, but it seems to deliver pretty good value for money, I would have thought. It's a pretty simple calculation. So I really just want to repeat my plea. Please don't take the support of residents for cycleways for granted. We do need to keep building support among Wellingtonians for improved cycleway infrastructure. By deciding against an already agreed decision, we will give rise to a whole new grievance, and I really just ask councillors to think about whether it's worth it. For 2 elections, I've stood on the platform of this amendment, and I've been elected twice. I've consistently aimed to unite the community and not divide people, and I ask for your support to keep doing this. And I say to those people who are in favour of the ambitious cycleway plan we have, but against this, you're starting to make it too hard for us to support cycleways. I want to do the right thing on cycleways, I support them, but if you keep reneging on agreed decisions, you make it too difficult. So I really ask for your support for the council to keep its word, implement the 2017 decision, and let's move on. I will struggle to support lesser versions, and I'm sorry, I just can't defend them publicly. So I will be supporting this one. And I want to just end on a note of saying I will continue my commitment to trying to unite the community around improved cycling infrastructure in Wellington. We need better cycle infrastructure. It is a key thing. It is a key initiative to reducing our emissions. And I will still do that even if this amendment fails. But I won't be able to defend another decision because it's not consistent with the council's already agreed position. And I think there's going to be, from some indications I've had from councillors, fairly strong support for this. So I ask for those people who are on the edge, think about that. Let's not have another divisive vote on Island Bay. Let's just agree, get on with it, and start implementing the decision that the council made back in 2017. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Day, do you wish to speak now?
I might as well, because I don't need to say too much. I think Councillor Fitzsimons has articulated it all very well. And I guess I just want to reflect on what Alex said to us during public participation. He said, we just want a decisive way forward. And I feel that this amendment is doing that because it's actually staunchly standing by what we agreed to in 2017, and then what we supported through the long-term plan with putting the extra money in it. So we've been quite decisive along the way, and then this does feel like a little bit of a left field turn that it does send a confusing message to the community. We're saying, yep, oh, hold on. And you know, there's a lot of decision making that has to happen around what's been put forward in the substantive that will actually come to reality. And whilst I really hope that all those things do happen, I feel that we're actually opening ourselves up for many more decisions, many more challenges. And when you consider that this decision today is our 13th decision on Island Bay, I wasn't there for the early ones. I've said to people this started well before my time on council, and I'm really sad that it might take well beyond my time on council to be resolved. And I'd really love to see us be staunch, make some decisions, get this one sorted out, because actually Wellingtonians all around the city are really aware of the Island Bay Cycleway, and they do actually want to see it sorted out. And it's not just people that live in Island Bay. And I think we just need to show some confidence to the community that we can fix something. And yes, we're learning a lot more about cycleways and how we can put them in now. But I think we could all acknowledge that Island Bay has been taken well beyond the process that we are now following, like we did with Brooklyn. And I think it's just important to note that, you know, we do have sufficient resources for that. Officers told us that yesterday during question time, and we have budget. And I think I agree that, you know, we should, within that range, we should be able to value engineer to be able to make it work. I do vividly remember the 2017 meeting, and I hope that other people don't have to go through a process like we did through Love the Bay again, because it is really tough, and particularly tough on local councillors. And I want to acknowledge Councillor Fitzsimons for bravely coming in on an election which was essentially about the Island Bay Cycleway. And so I think, you know, we do need to listen to Councillor Fitzsimons, because she's actually the one that's had to listen to the community the most about this, and I think actually does have some really valid concerns, and you know, is actually trying to advocate strongly for the things that many of us around this table want to advocate for. And I think we need to be really thoughtful of how that flows. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there, but I hope people do support and we can move forward and do more cycleways. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Any speakers to the amendment? Councillor Rush.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons. And I do acknowledge that this is your community. What I'd like you to reflect on in your right of reply is a few things. So first of all, you've raised the 2017 decision, which was made at a particular point in time, snapshot with particular data that was available and with a particular budget. And I ask you to think, is this a safe decision, given now we know about the challenges of the stormwater system, the replumbing that we need to do for the network, and that has actually increased the budget in the way that now requires this uplift. I guess the second thing is also that it was made at a time when the budget for cycleways was a lot less than it currently is. And I voted for the extra $100 million so we could do fabulous cycleways, dedicated ones that don't carve up the road space, ones that might investigate looking at Wakefield Park as an exit, the town belt as a route, those sorts of places which people will really want to ride, but will not necessarily take space away from other road users. I am concerned that a lot of and you may respond to this as well, yeah, that $100 million extra, so $14 million, 14%, maths not being my strong point either, but I'm pretty confident that's right. A lot of that, or most of that, will be effectively destroyed and eliminated if the Let's Get Wellington Moving program delivers a mass rapid option down through Island Bay. And I just think that as a consequence, it's premature. I mean, I don't know when that's going to be delivered. I don't know what the decision time frame or when spades will go on the ground. But nevertheless, it does seem to me to be a little bit reckless to be sanctioning a $14 million project, which is likely to be overtaken by a project that will eliminate that value. So that's my challenge to you, Councillor Fitzsimons. If you'd like to respond to those in your right to reply, I'd be very grateful.
Kia ora, Mayor Foster.
Yeah, look, thanks, Councillor Fitzsimons, for the introduction. I'm going to go down the same track that Councillor Rush was going. Excuse me. And I thought, actually, Councillor Conde, you put it very well when you introduced it. Essentially, we've got the conflict between the option that we chose and the cost of that option. I think sometimes, councillors, we do have to look at things and say, we started down a track, we thought it was going to cost a certain amount. When the amount changes dramatically, what you have to do is actually think about whether that option was a good option in the first place, or whether you actually change your mind. And I think with this one, $14 million is a very significant sum of money. I don't think it has community support. I don't know about the wider community, but I know that we will get a lot of people giving us pushback on the value for money on that. But I think the thing that is really clear is also now, and this is something that Tonkin and Taylor didn't know, they couldn't know, but they did have some thoughts about it, and they did say quite clearly in their report that if mass rapid transit were to go down the parade, you should do some thinking again. And now every single one of the options that we've got in front of us, which we released a couple of weeks ago, which is why this paper is here now, not before Let's Get Wellington Moving came out, every single one of those options goes down the parade. I was asked to talk to David Dunlop about that. His advice was pretty clear, which was minimise the amount you spend on this, because the chances are we will go through and we will have to tear it all up again. I can tell you that while the timeframes for Let's Get Wellington Moving, if there's anything that's coming out of the Let's Get Wellington Moving conversation at the moment, it is, can you do it faster? And absolutely, there is a political will, certainly between myself, Chair Darren Ponter, and I think Minister Wood, to try and do everything we can to speed this up. So what will happen is that if we do the 14 million, and I think you had that pretty clear advice from officers, if we go down that track, we'll be doing the sort of design process around this at the same time as Let's Get Wellington Moving is starting looking at the design process for changing this. It's not going to look very clever. So I think for me, this would not be responsible use of ratepayers' money. And it's a time when we do actually need to show a little bit of fiscal prudence. So I'm not going to support the 14 million.
Kia ora, Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, colleagues. It won't be a surprise that I'm going to support this amendment. First of all, I'd like to take up a point that Councillor Rush made. Cycleways are going to take up road space. They are, and it'll be the very rare one that doesn't take space away from other road users. And yes, we've learned about how to do that, but that is going to be the nature of changes that we're going to make. They are going to take up space. I think that this decision has to be made in the context of the history, and if things were different, things would be different. If there hadn't been so much pain in this community, so much division, we might have more options, and saving money might be able to be a bigger consideration for me. And, the possibility of, and I'm a strong supporter of mass rapid transit, when that comes, I would be more amenable to changing our plans on that basis. But we are not in a fortunate position here. We are in an extremely unfortunate position where our community has been divided for many years by the actions of this council. And so I believe that the most important factor is honouring the commitments that we have made. And I note still that 2017 decision is the most rigorous one of any that we've been through. There was an extensive public consultation process. It's been tested in court. All of those things have happened. And that's why I'm going to continue to support it. I just want to acknowledge, and especially to Councillor Fitzsimons, but other people in Island Bay, how painful this has been. And I think that many people have acted in ways that they cannot be proud of, and some of it in the name of the community. And that makes me sad. But to me, that means it's even more important that we go ahead, we do the things we say we're going to do. And so that's why I'm supporting this option. And I think a lot about Regan Dooley and his, I mean, he should have almost been on a full-time salary by council for all of the work that he has put into this process and how much help he has given us. And so, you know, his framing is that basically by not doing this, by not doing the full option at this point, we are just opening ourselves up to a whole lot more risk. And I really don't want to do that. What I want to do is close the can of worms by honouring our commitment, not open many other cans of worms. Thank you.
Kia ora, Deputy Mayor Free.
Yes, thank you. And I have been, you know, I do remember all the decisions we've made about Island Bay and how difficult a process it has been. We started with good faith and we wanted to build really our first protected cycleway through Wellington. And I sometimes think that wherever we did it, it would have been difficult because there was a lot of learning that took place. We had to rebuild confidence and trust in the community. And when I was charged with rolling out a cycleway program in the eastern suburbs, I really had to focus on winning the trust and confidence of my community in the east. And I did that by assuring them that we had indeed learned some lessons from Island Bay. But I think in some ways, whatever we started, we would have been learning a lot of lessons. And we learned some lessons in the eastern suburbs too. But I think we're in a place now where we do have the trust and confidence of our communities to keep building cycleways, and we know that because we are confident enough to put a lot of money into building a connected network. And so for me, I am just speaking to this $14 million option. I have real reservations about this $14 million option on a number of levels. Firstly, the reason that we did decide on that option was largely because we thought it would be the compromise option that would actually put this matter to rest. We thought it would be the option that would be acceptable to IBRA and to others and would be worth spending that kind of money for that reason, but it proved not to be the case. That was when it was a $6 million option, which seemed expensive enough at the time, but was worth it if it had actually been the compromise that would have kept the community happy. However, what I feel now is that this is actually a lot of money with a lot of uncertainty. And I know this because doing the Miramar cutting, which is only a short section, we've done a similar raised solution. And it's taken months longer. And probably I haven't actually dared inquire about the cost, but I'm sure it's cost more. And that's just a little short section. This would be a commitment to 1.7 kilometres of a really complex solution involving drainage and 2 years of construction. And I don't see that that's necessarily consistent with our desire to actually connect and build a whole cycleway through Wellington. I just think that where the cycleway is located, it's not like going around the bays where you can justify a big cost because of all the, you know, the tourism benefits and the part of being the Great Harbour Way. I think we can do a really acceptable solution for a lot less, and we can get the safety benefits a lot faster. I think there's a lot of risk in this $14 million option. And what I hear from the community is they actually want us to keep going and connect it. And that's more important than spending $14 million. I think there is a way that if we're positive about what we do, we can still build bridges and mend the community and keep building that trust and confidence, but I don't think it's actually through this particular solution. So I look forward to seeing some other amendments, which I think might be coming. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. I just briefly wanted to speak about how critical and how important it is that we do make the right decision today, and to lay out that the consistent advice within the 2017 consultation, within the long-term plan budget, within the Tonkin and Taylor report, within the 17 million in benefits, and many of the other papers today, and many of the other discussions that we've had with community, is to support the 14 million. I am firmly in belief that this is the best value engineered cycleway option that we have on our table. The irony is that rushing in a short-term solution is not the fullest long-term solution, and we will probably become more pain. And something that I took from Liam's answers yesterday was that compromising and getting short-term wins and doing it fast is actually what has kind of held us back in the deliverability of this cycleway. And so that's why I support this amendment primarily today, and that option. I wanted to acknowledge both the ward councillors, Fitzsimons and Foon, for both of your advocacy and a lot of the difficult conversations. I was up and around and involved in listening to the Island Bay Cycleway community back when we had Councillor Paul Eagle and Councillor Lee in the area as well. And this debate, as many have acknowledged, is not just about today, but it's about many, many years of growing pains for our community. Deputy Mayor Free, to your point, I don't believe that this is uncertainty. I think we have worked through the option, and I do think that this big cost is necessary for a safe and connected community, as well as the other connections in this ward. I wanted to reflect, I guess, on some of the very ugly comments that have been put out in the media and on social media, and not just today, but in previous years, and to take a positive spin on this, which was, I'm sure we've all seen that Julianne Genter has had really awful stuff. But I guess, yeah, her statement that she put out yesterday, I'll just read that now. To quote, "How deranged is it that our transport system, when the idea of changing it inspires such violent reactions towards people simply for not using a car? Using less resource, creating less traffic and no pollution, taking fewer car parks, making less noise is bad." And so she's taken like a very courageous approach to this. And I know other councillors have faced ugly comments like the ones directed at her over the last few days. But I just wanted to really ground us in the point that this is an opportunity to make good on our promise with the community in 2017. We have already budgeted for it. This is not a cost blowout. This is not a new cost. We have consulted really thoroughly on these options, as we have with other amendments that might be passed. Foreshadowing today, they have also been consulted on and not come out on top. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And yeah, lastly, to thank Councillor Foon and Councillor Simons for really sticking through this. Every single line in the budget, every single health and safety report, they have interrogated things. I can assure the community that they have been on top of the ball with this one. But yeah, kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I guess I think that if circumstances change, we need to be willing to change too. And circumstances have changed a lot since we made this decision in 2017. Now, I've heard this arguments about the judicial review, and I think, and I even checked with our Chief Counsel before I said this, but the judicial review found that the process leading up to the 2017 decision was lawful, but it didn't legally bind this council to any specific course of action. It doesn't prevent us from making a different decision today. I also just want to address this idea that only this option will deliver on the Love the Bay consultation. All of the options that were developed in the Tonkin and Taylor report, Tonkin and Taylor were hired because they worked on Love the Bay. They were specifically hired because they had already been working on that piece of work, and they evaluated all of the different options against those same objectives that came out of Love the Bay. So I think it's really important to realise that this is not the only option that considers the Love the Bay objectives and tries to deliver on those for the community. I guess I think what we've really heard is, what I think, and we heard from Ibra yesterday, was don't dig up the road more often than you need to. And we hear that when I first got the transport portfolio, you hear that all the time from people in the community. Why did they come through and dig up to put that pipe when you just resealed the road? You know, don't dig it up more than once. And this $14 million option is a massive construction project. It's complex. The estimate for the construction time is 350 days. We wouldn't be able to start. It would take us at least a year before we would even be able to start. It's massive. $8 million worth of the budget essentially just goes to the moving the curb and changing the stormwater drainage that's required. And it does save up to 25 parking spaces. But for $8 million, I'd like to get more than moving the curb, changing the stormwater, and 25 parking spaces. I also think that $8 million is simply too high a cost for us to justify in terms of avoiding changing our minds. As much as I hear from councillors that we need to follow through on our promises to the community, you know, it can't be at any cost. This project has more than doubled in costs. A little bit extra, maybe, but at this level, we're really talking about significant issues. I also just want to highlight that $14 million spent here on this project would actually deliver $28 million worth of cycleways elsewhere in the city, because NZTA will not match this project. But if we were to be delivering cycleways elsewhere in the city, connecting this cycleway to the city, connecting other parts of the city to our cycleway network, we could deliver $28 million worth of cycleways for the same budget. So for me, I just can't support this. I can't see it delivering good value for money, particularly in light of Let's Get Wellington moving and MRT coming to that street within a decade, if I can make that happen. Finally, I just wanted to address the issue of the parking policy, because I worked closely on that. That officers gave us advice that an area-based parking plan was not needed under the parking policy. All of these options have been prepared in compliance with the parking policy. We could request a local parking plan, but I think that would significantly delay the project further. So a project we can only start within a year would probably have to add on to that as well. We've never done an area-based parking plan before. They're new, and they're actually a significant amount of work. And I think perhaps councillors might be underestimating how much work might be involved in that. So I will be voting against that option as well. Thank you.
Kia ora, any other speakers? Councillor Fitzsimons.
Look, I would usually say just briefly, but a number of people have asked me to respond, so look, I will. And I'm going to do an Andy Foster and just go through some people. So another thing we have in common. Yes. My learned friend, Councillor Rush. If you are looking for the safest option, vote for this amendment. And you also raised concerns around budget. I know you didn't approve of this in the LTP, but the budget is there to do this. You also raised concerns about it being premature. I don't think it's...
A point of order there, Councillor. I did approve the big budget for the...
I think... No, I think that's unhelpful. Councillor Fitzsimons, feel free to continue.
Oh, well, we'll have you. It's good. I'm happy to be pulled up on that. It was all over Twitter, I was told. You know, come over, join us. All good. And I really don't think it's fair to say it's premature. This has been around for a long time. And I think, you know, and it's picking up on the Mayor's comments as well, in Wellington, we have a long history of finding reasons to not do something when it comes to changes to transport infrastructure. And Wellington suffered from this for over 40 years. So, yeah, I mean, I appreciate that those people who I respectfully describe as more on the right of this council probably aren't going to support this because they didn't support the appropriation in the LTP to enable this. But for those who don't fit respectfully in that way, The money is there in the LTP. We agreed this. It's completely consistent with it. It's the easiest thing in the world to vote for this. Councillor Matthews, yes, you are right. It is going to be difficult to put in cycleways. We are going to take out car parking across Wellington. The Brooklyn Hill felt good. It was easy. There was 2 lanes of traffic going up a hill. Like, of course it was easy. This has been painful in Island Bay. There has been genuine division and dissent in the community. You're right, Councillor Matthews. I've had somebody texting my personal phone during yesterday's meeting saying, oh, you're just asking the questions that Regan Dooley tells you should ask, and stop pandering to cycling fanatics who won't tell me who they are. I'm like, sorry, who is this? I've got no idea who they are and how they've got my personal phone number. But that's a tiny comment compared with the many things, many instances of this community being divided. And Deputy Mayor Free, I really struggle with your position on this. I do not understand it. I've many times acknowledged you for the pragmatic work you've done in communities. You've mentioned it today, which it does seem to be quite located in your ward, the examples you gave, and I hope that's not the reason that you're not supporting this. And you commented that we thought this would be the end of it in 2017, and that since then there's been uproar and division. By not agreeing to stand by the decision, you are telling those opponents, here is how you oppose it. Here is how you get your own way.
Please, through the chair, thanks.
So please don't. I would urge the Deputy Mayor not to talk about what she hears from the community. That is anecdote. We have the Love the Bay process that involved the community, it listened to them, and it came up with an option that was endorsed by councillors. I really struggle with why Green councillors are opposed to this. I really can't grasp it. The original argument seemed to be that there wasn't sufficient resource to do this as well as the bigger scheme. But when the officer advice came back saying from Paul Barker yesterday that there is sufficient resource, they've found other reasons to oppose it. I really don't understand it. It's appropriated money in the LTP. I really just don't understand the opposition. We are giving staunch opponents of cycleways the blueprint for opposing them. And I spoke to Julianne Genter last night about those horrific comments that were made against her. Exactly the kind of comments that we are enabling and endorsing if we keep going back on our word when it comes to cycleways. We need to stand up to that. We need to stand true to cycleway infrastructure.
I find that, to be honest, quite offensive, because I don't think any decision of this council enables or encourages any kind of threats to anybody.
I second that.
I find that...
I didn't mean to impose that. What I'm saying is, if you give staunch opponents of cycleways, and these are people who hate cyclists, a platform for opposing cycleways, which I say you do by voting against this amendment. And I accept that you disagree. Of course you disagree. Of course you do. But I am saying you reduce this council's credibility and you hand them a win. I'm not worried about the legal risk that people have raised. The Love the Bay options, if we start using Love the Bay options as the basis of our next decision on this, we get into option E, which is what the community, the Residents Association put forward, which is basically the paint it back option, which is not acceptable at all. It is a step backwards. But if we open up the Love the Bay process in a way against the endorsed approach, that is what we are doing. So I really ask you to support this amendment as consistent with decisions made around this table by our predecessors. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just going to ask that this we take a division without being divisive. And also I'm just going to ask these are taken separately because I'm going to support one and not the other. So if that could just be done. So if we could just go with... So we, councillors on Zoom, we're going to the vote now, and we're going to record a division, and we're going to take them separately. And we're going to start with 2A. So 2A, so councillors on Zoom, you've got the wording in front of you. And Liz Kelly, are you there as well?
I am. Is that the substantive motion, or
no.
Is this the Condi Panic one, or
I'm
Or
sorry,
is it
Liz
the
Kelly. We have a
Fitzsimons
number.
Day or the Rush Wolf one?
No, it's the Fitzsimons Day one we are now voting on.
Can't buy.
14 million.
Which is to spend 14 million.
Councillor Wolf, do you want to say something?
Yeah, it's very, very difficult for us on Zoom.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Just
That's why I'm trying
putting
to.
it out there.
Councillor Wolf, that's why I'm trying to explain to you. So,
thank
2A
you.
is the Fitzsimons Day amendment. The 2A is basically agreeing to the $14 million. The 2-1 is the local parking plan. So we're just voting on 2A, which is to progress with combination 6-1. Sorry,
Can I just clarify that 2A is actually agreeing to the option? You keep using $14 million, but it's not actually even said in the amendment. So
Okay,
maybe
yep.
just try and get it right.
Right, 6I. Okay,
Yeah,
so are you all clear?
It's the
councillors
one
on
with the
Zoom?
20.28 million.
Yep.
Of benefit.
Okay, so is everyone clear which option we're voting on?
Yes, thank
6-1.
you.
Okay, thank you. So if people can vote, please. So that is lost with 9 councillors in opposition and 5 in favour. Kia ora, councillors. And now we're going to do 2-1, request officers to undertake a local parking plan. Are we all clear that that's what we're voting on now? The local parking plan. Sure.
Because didn't Councillor Simons say that the officer said we didn't need to do that?
Yeah, but that's their opinion. We're voting on it. Today it's our decision whether we... Yeah, you can, under our parking policy. Right, okay, councillors, if we can vote now on this and again taking a division. Right, so that passes with 3 opposing. Thank you very much. Right, okay, so there you go. Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons, for your constructive contribution. Right, now I'm going to invite
Chairperson, sorry. Just for the people online, could you say who opposed?
Oh, I can. I tried not
so
to.
That was carried 2-I with Mayor Foster, Councillor Condi and Liz Kelly against.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Okay. So Councillor Rush and Councillor Wolf amendment now. So we're on to the second one.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And there might be a slight tweak given that there is some dispute around whether there used to be a northern cycleway. So I'm just reading the evidence from the High Court judgment where one of the witnesses for the Resident Association claims that there was a northern cycleway which was then sealed over, but our officer's advice was, or evidence was, that there wasn't. I guess I will take officers' advice if in priority, and will look to adjust the language. Instead of including the northern extension, let's just say with the just include adding a northern extension. Yeah. So yeah.
Councillor Rush, would you be able to read out your full amendment for us? Just if you're making
Councillor
a change.
O'Neill will spend 3 years. I don't know. Certainly. So the amendment will be that the council directs that we agree to reinstate the cycleway to its original configuration, adding the northern extension with such safety improvements as the CEO considers appropriate to a maximum of $3 million as a temporary measure pending decisions around LGWM. Is that what I sent you, Sean?
Yes, you can.
So, I'm clear about this. When you say the cycleway to its original configuration, I mean, in some areas there wasn't one. Do you actually mean the parade? What you do mean, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, it's basically curbside parking.
Yeah, so, I mean, wouldn't it be better to say the parade? It's a capital T, by the way.
Sure. Are people, is that clearer for people?
May I respectfully suggest, Councillor Rush, that you put extending the traffic side cycleway up to D Street. Is that what you mean? D Street's where the little roundabout is.
Well, it's based on what was there previously, right? So that
there wasn't anything north of the shopping centre.
So northern extension to the cycleway to D Street. My original thinking was to the Basin Reserve actually, but do I get people on side? Do I bring people together?
Okay, so is that clear to everyone now?
Yeah. So shall I?
So now you need to read it out again for the people on Zoom, just to make sure they're clear what you've put.
Is it not being emailed to our colleagues? It will be.
But just
okay, folks. So it's to agree to reinstate the parade to its original configuration, adding the northern extension to the cycleway up to D Street. With such safety improvements, the CEO considers appropriate to a maximum of $3 million as a temporary measure, pending decisions around Let's Get Wellington Moving.
So can I ask a question of clarification? I find this very confusing. So if you don't like a cycleway, what safety measures? We've got a very comprehensive report. So what safety measures? So no cycleway.
So just reading
intersections or.
So reading the High Court judgment, there was evidence that suggested that the old cycleway wasn't safe, and that there were specific NZTA guidelines that could be adopted to improve those. And that's a technical analysis which is better left to officers to figure out.
Okay.
Are the safety improvements the ones that officers talked about?
Sorry, we can't just quite hear you. Can you just speak up a little bit?
Are the safety improvements, Sean, the ones that the officers were talking about yesterday that required?
No, I mean, the safety improvements that have been talked about are in the context of a configuration where the cycleway is on the curb. And so they are slightly different because you have, for example, cars can't park as close to the intersectional driveways when they are parked sort of in the middle of the road, and therefore one of the safety improvements is to remove car parks to make more space for visibility. Whereas if they are actually parked on the curb, then you don't need as much space because you're able to see cars and pedestrians a lot more easily. So it was just unclear from. I asked officers for advice on what the safety improvements were, but I didn't get an answer. So, I've fudged it to the CEO to.
Right. So, Vida, are you there? Just so we can ask some questions. I'm not sure if Barbara's. Yeah, Vida, are you able to come through again? I know it might feel a bit tricky, but it's just easier to talk.
Oh, I think we're okay here. Thanks, Madam Chair. It's much easier for us to caucus a response when we're trying to respond to this particular NOM. It came over late, and I understand Brad gave some advice to Councillor Rush regarding the constructability of this condition, but I think we do need to answer some questions around whether it's implementable or not.
Okay, just that caucusing is generally left to elected members, so we're just wanting some quotes.
Yeah, sorry, the use of that word. It's just we do. It's because they are late amendments, and we do need to get advice to you, and it needs to be accurate. So
yes, please. All right. Okay. So, Councillor Condi, you've got a question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So. My understanding of this amendment is that Councillor Rush and Wolf want to bring the cycleway, want to put the cars parking back at the curb and bring the cycleways between the cars and the traffic lane. And then my question is, what, if any, safety improvements could be made to that design to make it safer?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. The bike network plan sets out how we would allocate space for bike lanes throughout Wellington. And so in this case, if we were to have bikes adjacent to the traffic lanes, we would then be left to moderate the speed of those vehicles. So an absolute lower speed limit. So speed and volume would have to come right down in order to safely have bikes adjacent to that through traffic.
I've got a follow-up question then. Would the parade meet, the full length of the parade, meet the current NZTA guidelines for lower speeds? Because I know that Mr. Brad Singh had gotten some advice from NZTA about other streets in our network. We'd been interested in lowering the speed, and NZTA had said, no, you can't lower the speed on that street, it doesn't meet our requirements. Do we know whether the parade would even be eligible to lower the speed there under the current rules?
No, look, as an arterial road or principal road in our network, we wouldn't be looking to lower speeds except through the town centre and if it was around schools. So if there was particular activities, they would meet that criteria, but generally it wouldn't support that. And we would certainly have to physically change the speed limit itself. Just I imagine wouldn't get those operating speeds as low as we'd need them to be.
Any other questions? Councillor Calvert and then Mayor Foster.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And it's just following on from that. So in terms of, whilst you may not be able to lower the speed limit, I did travel down there the other day and I noticed there's a few sort of, I don't even call them speed humps or bumps, given that they allow buses to go over them. Could you not, is that a mechanism to help slow speeds down?
Yep. So through the town centre, we are looking to change the speed cushions to speed humps. So the cushions that allow the buses to straddle are there now. The recommendation that came out of the Tom and Taylor report was to change those to speed humps. So through the town centre, where the officer's recommendation for the safety improvement scheme was not to put it in the cycleway through the town centre and rely upon getting speeds further reduced by using speed humps.
But do you not currently have some there that aren't in the town centre, that they are outside of the town centre on the parade?
Yeah, on the approach to the town centre, so they signal that area where the bikes are coming out to start to share the traffic lanes as they come through. So it's not just in the town centre; it's both the approach too.
Okay, so you could move those all the way down the parade. Is that an option?
Are we designing? What is designing? Can we just
2-6, we're just.
If you can't answer, that's fine. I just wondered was there anything stopping them actually being put all the way down the parade? You're obviously caucusing.
Yeah, we're just conferring quickly, Councillor, but I think we're getting into the realms of designing on the run here.
Okay,
and I think it's
thank you.
Mayor Foster.
Look, could you give us some advice also on the implications for the number one bus service of doing something which slowed the bus service down through the 1.7 kilometres length of the parade? And whether there's been any engagement whatsoever with Greater Wellington?
Through you, Madam Chair. No, look, at this stage, we haven't engaged with Greater Wellington on the options for the parade. The options that were on the table were looking at options of improving the existing layout, not drastically altering it. So we haven't found reason to talk with Greater Wellington.
So my question was, what sort of impact would it have on the bus service to do this?
Well, further traffic calming along the full length of the parade would have a significant impact, I would have thought, on the operation of the buses through there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Sorry.
Okay, do you? I'm sorry, we missed that, Madam Chair. Were you asking a question?
No.
Siobhan Proctor, the Chief Infrastructure Officer, just joined us. Yeah.
Oh, hello. So I've just been following this online. Just in terms of this amendment, it would be very difficult to support it because it requires a full design and we'd have to design it out and cost it out as well. So having this amendment with a capital limit, or capex limit, is really problematic. from our perspective in terms of delivering it.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Yeah.
Councillor Rush.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't know the very extensive range of traffic calming measures, but one of the suggestions the submitter had was a much more colourful street, town centre, which really sung to the pedestrians and mixed use, and really did sort of provide an incentive, I suppose, for drivers to reduce their speed. Is that the sort of thing that we could do in this town centre?
Through you, Madam Chair, we haven't got to that design stage yet. One of the things that we are looking at is the vibrancy of that and helping create some spaces there, but we will get to that in the next stage of designing that town centre upgrade where funding was set aside in the LTP.
Okay, and just one other to pick up on Siobhan's point about design. So this is what I understand is described as a mixed. Actually, the High Court put it a lot better. What do we call it? Cycleway solutions vary from low cost, low tech, which is what I guess what I'm proposing is, through to the more elaborate, including options for cycleways located between footpath and curb. So I'm just wondering, Ms. Proctor, is this really a design, complication of significance to reinstate the lines as they were, but obviously with, 21st century safety improvements?
Yeah, so Tiffany.
Yeah, I think we'll tag team on this one, Councillor. We'll start with Paul, just in terms of the bus infrastructure then.
Yes, certainly. A question was asked yesterday, and I responded that by swapping the parking in the cycleway would require us to rebuild all of the bus stop bypasses, the pedestrian crossings where we also have bypasses, the intersections would all need to be redesigned and reconfigured, and that is moving concrete. So there is some considerable cost in making those alterations to return it to the original configuration.
And I think as well, it's just really important as well to say that the guidance which Waka Kotahi puts out around cycleways on a route like this, which is one of our main streets and a key route into the city, it is not recommended, and best practice guidance doesn't say supports having it curbside.
Well, no, and I can add that, we can't really design options on the fly, so any change you make to any road corridor requires design in order to achieve the safety outcomes that we're looking for. So my point is that, if we just tabling an option and putting a capital CapEx limit on it doesn't work, because we actually need to go and do that work before we can establish what is achievable.
Okay, I think you've had the answer. Thank you. Any last questions? Right. Councillor Rush, would you like to introduce it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, the High Court judgment actually made a number of salient points, and I do accept Councillor Condi's point that although this being a judicial review, which was lost, does not bind this council, nor does it suggest at all that the proponents for this judicial review were in any way out of order for bringing it. People should be able to do so, and they certainly felt they had some merit. One of the interesting things, paragraph 10, was that the cycle program has increased from $65,000 in 2008 to $20 million in 2018. 2021, I did approve, I think, up to $350 million. Was that the cycleway budget LTP that we've just approved with the extra $100 million? Yeah. I thought it was 250, and okay. But we've gone, so that's 1,000% since 2018, right? Does that mean does that mean that we can do something a little bit more special than simply the type of cycleway that's there at the moment? What
are we going to keep going with this? Because this is
so.
But just remember, Ms. Proctor's advice.
This is an opportunity to actually respond to the community. Folks around the table here have talked about this being really divisive, and there's a good reason for that, because 80% of the people didn't want it. The NZTA guidelines are blunt. They apply all over New Zealand to all types of roads. We've heard from the community, we've heard from the businesses the most affected. We've seen the data that shows that actually the prior configuration was in fact safer than at least the current one. We all agree it's not safe. We all agree something needs to be done. Bikes riding on the inside of cars is inherently dangerous, particularly where there are multiple suburban driveways. Then the danger is exacerbated. A lot of the parade is suburban driveways. The TNT report proceeds solely on the basis of a configuration that we have today, guided, I think, by the previous mayor, but also the counterbalance or the counterfactual would be to select their own option that they suggested back in 2017. Neither one of these account for the actual accident data, nor does it account for the bigger budgets, and nor does it account for the community wishes and the experience of the community. The Love the Bay consultation was really well done from what I can gather, except at the last minute it didn't include the option that the majority of residents in Island Bay wanted. It was included eventually as option E, which was the revert option, which I don't support. I support revert, but with added safety improvements. To be frank, and this will upset a few folks in the Residents Association, or at least the previous configuration of that association, I think there was some frustration and a lack of flexibility actually to accommodate Wellington's cycling aspirations. And option E did not meet those criteria. I think option A may have been closer and perhaps could have accommodated a lot more folks. Nevertheless, we are where we are, and we've certainly heard a strong desire for that parade, which is described as extremely wide, very safe, no accidents of any note, I suppose, to be returned. And we do know that this is simply an interim option until we really understand what the mass rapid transit system is going to do and how pedestrians, motor vehicles, buses, and of course cycles will be accommodated. I've heard some cries that Green Party politics demands this, and I just want to say that I am also disgusted at the comments levelled at my friend Julianne Genter as well. They do not represent people who simply want to get around Wellington in the traditional way at all. I totally reject that. If you are thinking to your Green Party politics, think about the social housing, the Granville flats that we heard about. Those tenants that came to see us, desperate because they can't afford rent, but we're putting in a cycleway on Brooklyn Hill. They live at the bottom of Brooklyn Hill. How about sludge? How about the use of the landfill? What's going to happen? We've got to debate this later this morning, but I'll tell you this for free. If the Crown infrastructure partners do not fund the sludge upgrade, we're going to have to fund it from somewhere. So there's always trade-offs in any of these large decisions. And colleagues, some of my colleagues have said we need to live by decisions that have been made and give certainty. I don't think that's right. Sometimes you have to own up that you got it wrong. People will forgive you when you get it wrong and you own up and you rectify it. What they find unforgivable is when you don't own up. When you say there's actually no problem, it's not my fault, and then you moved and exacerbate it. It's human to make mistakes, but leaders learn from mistakes, accept the consequences with humility, and move to rectify them expeditiously.
Councillor Wolfe, do you wish to speak now?
Sure do. Thank you very much. Because I'm the person that is responsible for you all being in the room at the moment debating this. I'm also the person that is responsible for the millions and millions of dollars, in excess of 14 million that was mentioned earlier, that has been spent on the island-based cycleway. And as Councillor Young will testify, I was the person that was the 8th vote in ensuring that the design aspect of the island-based cycleway proceeded. It was also the biggest mistake that I have ever made in my council career, and it weighs heavy on me. And Councillor Matthews, just to give you some context, the island-based cycleway started off as a $1.4 million project. Within 6 months, Councillor Young, Eagle and myself had found that we had already overspent it by $2 million. By 2017, the millions of dollars and time, and I'm going to place a very strong emphasis on time, because council and councillors and a lot of people don't put a dollar value on time. The dollar value on the time that we have spent and including ratepayers' funds on the Island Bay cycleway has been it should be called unsustainable, and it's been abhorrent, and I don't use those terms lightly. The Mayor's compromise in 2017 was my proudest moment. I voted against what was being proposed. It was a project, it was a compromise that was done on the hoof without a hell of a lot of engineering behind it. Yeah, to say that I'm concerned at what's been going on in the intervening years, and the absolute divisiveness that this has caused is an understatement. So, I believe that we should have a cycleway in and out of Island Bay. I also believe that it should not just be for commuters; it should be for recreational cyclists as well. But we've actually proven in the model that we've got at the moment that it hasn't worked. There hasn't been the take up since it was put in 2018 or whenever it was. There hasn't been a lot of extra cyclists on the cycleway, and actually, it's been the largest piece of infrastructure that has caused us the most reputational damage of anything that I've seen on council, believe it or not. And it's a cycleway, and it should be safe, and it should be something that people are proud of. We've handled this right from the very start really, really poorly. And when Councillor Rush put this amendment, I was hesitant to support it, but I think that by putting it back and placing additional safety measures into the equation, and also including placemaking and education around it, and we abandoned that promise. The cycleway as it exists has no placemaking. It has destroyed the character of the Island Bay Parade, and it's been a blight. Trust and confidence has been eroded right across, and we now have some cyclists that were for the cycleway previously in this form who certainly aren't now. We've been written to in that respect, and people have told us that. the cycleway as it stands is tainted, and unless we make good, we're not going to be able to go forward with other cycleways that are difficult. The cycleways that we have backed, like Oriental Bay and Evans Bay, they haven't been difficult. They've been, and they're fantastic, and been well supported. And I think that we've got to turn Island something that is like that, and that people can be proud of. Putting it back to what it was, and then waiting for the Let's Get Wellington Moving project to take place. And the mayor's just told us that they're looking to fast track it. Fingers crossed. Hopefully, I'm still positive that we can have a really good cycleway, and a commuter cycleway that's joined through to the city and back out of Let's Get Wellington Moving. 1.7 kilometres of road space, and we have spent, I would say, already far in excess of $15 to $20 million based on time, consultancy, and all that sort of stuff. I put a little plan together that incorporated peak clearways. I decided that it wasn't the right thing to do in the end. I talked to people in Island Bay; they loved it. In the main, it was a very good compromise. It had the ability to reduce speeds, and I had really good feedback that residents were quite prepared to move their cars at peak times. That was a show of goodwill. I thought that something that we could look at. Officers have said that might be difficult. So I'm backing Councillor Rush's amendment. I think that it's sensible and it's pragmatic. It learns from our mistakes, and it should be fiscally prudent, because the fiscal prudence around the Island Bay Cycleway to date has been negligible. And I just would ask you in the future to weigh up the value of time, people's time, energy, and expertise. It's not just about concrete and putting down infrastructure. It's the time is where we have spent an inordinate amount of funds. So what we should be looking for now is value for money, and in the interim, prior to Let's Get Welly Moving coming along and sorting out our mass rapid transport issues. So let's move on from this. Let's do something that 80% plus of the community believe in. And I've listened. I'm hopeful that you will listen as well. This community is not saying that they don't want a safe cycleway. They absolutely want a safe cycleway. What we've given them to date hasn't been anywhere near safe, and we should be all absolutely ashamed of what we've done to date. I'm not holding my breath. I just want you guys. I'm winding it up. But we've got to restore trust and confidence in a pragmatic way.
Kia ora. Liz Kelly and then Councillor Fitzsimons.
Kia ora. Well, I've enjoyed listening to the debate, and I guess my comments will be really coming from someone who doesn't know all the historical background, and when I hear some of the things that's gone down, I think that's a blessing actually. But for me, I think good governance is about being fiscally prudent as well as knowing your communities, knowing what your people need. And for me, what I know about this project is that it started with a small budget, and then it blew out, and you didn't even get what you needed. We have 14 million that's been set aside for this. For the purposes of the cycleway, but with the Let's Get Wellington Moving design coming through, what I understood from hearing the officers yesterday is that potentially whatever you did right now could be a waste of time and just get it all ripped up again. So that's just a total waste of money for me. So for me, I'm going to support this amendment because I like the idea. I support cycleways, and I believe that you need to do something. There seems to be that there are safety improvements that need to be addressed, and I believe that you need to do something. And I particularly like that there's been a cap put on how much money that you're going to spend. I don't accept what the officers are saying, that, this is unworkable, the design would have to go back to the design board, and you putting a cap on this is going to make it difficult. I don't accept that. I believe that good governance is making a clear direction to the officers of what's required. And we're saying in this amendment that you've got $3 million to spend on bringing this up to where it needs to be, and include in it safety improvements, whatever that may be. And I really like what Sean Rush has put in this amendment around the improvements to go to the CEO to consider what's appropriate. I like that, because what that does, it takes all the politics out of what I'm hearing around the table and what councillors are hearing from the people that they represent. But councillors, I just want to remind you that while you represent the people who elected you in your areas, you're there representing the whole of Wellington City. And so whatever needs to happen needs to be for the benefit of Wellington. And I think the sort of money that is being banned about to spend on cycleways, when Wellington City has such a huge housing crisis, and you've got these people that have been coming in and telling you all about the conditions that they're living in, that is not acceptable. I cannot agree to any sort of huge budgets being spent on a cycleway when you've got that hanging over us. It's got to be about people. Well, we want to have a city that's moving and have really good amendments, and I support cycleways. I love it that people are out and about, and particularly our tamariki and our rangatahi and kaumātua as well, that they're getting out there, our 60 plus was, that they're getting out and riding bikes. I think that's all really good. And I particularly love it when there's an actual designated cycleway, so that when I'm driving, I don't have to argue about who's taking over the road. So I support cycleways, but I don't support spending the sort of money that you're talking about. I'm going to support this amendment, and I do like the 3A as well, to develop this option and progress with the formal traffic resolution. So my key points is put it back to the officers to make sure that what you're asking them to do happens, because we need to do something. You can't just leave it as it is. And it's capped though. You can't spend any more than $3 million. So you can't blow the budget out anymore. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, look, just very briefly, I won't be supporting this. This council simply cannot go backwards on cycleways, and by even putting this forward, it gives me no pleasure to say it, but Councillor Rush is proving the very point that I made, which is that we've opened this whole thing up again. And I just, as a final point, want to say that a day of reckoning is coming on the Island Bay Cycleway. I anticipate in the future that this council will make a formal apology to the people of Island Bay and the residents and the businesses, and that there will then be desperate attempts to rebuild credibility so that we can get on with more cycleways around Wellington.
Thank you, Councillor Young.
I will also speak briefly. I'm very disappointed at this muddled amendment, especially from someone who's a lawyer, but I do support the sentiments. I'm not, Councillor Fitzsimon talked about being on the edge about the Island Bay Cycleway. I'm not on the edge. I'm absolutely over it. This debacle has been a disaster from the start, right back to 2014 when, as a new councillor, I moved 2 notices of motion in an attempt to stop this crazy, divisive and incredibly expensive scheme. The cycleway to nowhere, 1.78 kilometres, has ruined Island Bay's parade, possibly Wellington's only boulevard, and split the community. And really none of these options solve that issue. The parade has been brutalised by the Wellington City Council. Millions of dollars have been squandered, money that could have been spent on so many other important projects, as Liz Kelly has just pointed out. I have decided not to remind you which councillor supported the original scheme, but I will say I commend Councillor Wolfe for his bravery in fronting up over the fact he switched his vote on the second notice of motion, which allowed this cycleway to proceed, which may explain why he decided to speak at length about his feelings on it. So look, I don't think this is the greatest amendment, but I do support the sentiments, and so I will support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Condie.
Thank you. I'm going to get a bit technical and talk safety. So having had traffic resolutions for 2 years, I'm not a traffic engineer, but I've learned a lot about that. And I think my biggest concern with this is while the proposal that you're making to have the cycleway between parked cars and traffic is completely legal, NZTA guidelines allow for it and it's common around the country, so I accept all of those points. The professional expert advice we've had from our transport planners and our traffic engineers is that it's not recommended for a principal road such as the Parade with high traffic volumes and heavy vehicles, that it doesn't provide an adequately safe treatment for people to use it. And my understanding is that that is what the judicial review also found and stated that they accepted that this type of layout was not a practicable option because of the safety concerns. I would like to then just talk about the idea that what these safety improvements might be, and we asked officers about that, and it's pretty clear that there's very limited scope for any kind of safety improvements with this type of layout. We talked about lower speed, but I have doubts that we could actually legally lower the speed on the Parade under the current NZTA guidelines, except for outside of shops and schools. So I think that makes it a challenge. Having been on doing traffic resolutions and regs, I know that there are only sort of narrow circumstances where speed cushions and speed humps can be installed, and there are lots of circumstances where they can't be installed, and I don't know whether those apply here or not. I also think that the comments that the officers have made about putting a cap of $3 million on this is a bit of a nonsense. Officer Mr. Barker was telling us that this project, trying to put the original configuration back, would require us to move concrete curbs around bus stops and intersections. And moving the curb is almost always the most expensive part of any traffic project that you undertake. I can... Not being an expert, but I would put my name on the line, say that you would not be able to put this back and make those changes to the concrete curbs for $3 million. You would just simply not be able to deliver this for that budget. So for all of those reasons, because it's strongly against officer advice, which I accept and think we need to be guided by our traffic engineers on this, I will be voting against it. But I would like to say that I actually thank Councillors Rush and Wolfe for bringing it, because this is a view that's strongly held in the community. It's legitimate to bring it to us. People continue to want this option. The reality, however, is it continues to not be practicable because our professional advice is that it does not provide adequate safety.
Kia ora, Councillor Day, then Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora. I will not be supporting these amendments for many reasons. I do want to also echo the sentiments of Councillor Fitzsimons that I hadn't quite expected us to hear all of those arguments so quickly, that the cycling lobby will be very disappointed to be hearing aired so fast. I also want to speak to the comments that Councillor Wolfe said around the cycleway not being used particularly well, that we're not seeing the uptake. And I think that the arguments are fairly clear as to why that's been the case. It's not connected and it's not very good. There's gaps. it's just not good. So people, of course, are going to not jump on that cycleway as it is at the moment. And the people who do are brave, and I hope they keep doing it, but I hope that they can stay safe. And I do want to say, where we do connect it up, we do see uptake quite dramatically changing, and we've seen that on the Hutt Road. Every time a connection has happened, we're seeing more and more people. In fact, in the mornings, it's pretty busy, which is exciting, and we can do this here, but this is definitely not the option to go with. And I have to say, I refute Councillor Wolf's comment that this is the most sensible approach. To me, this has safety issues all over it, and if I was the CEO, I'd be pretty concerned about being directed to achieve the demands of trying to create this cycleway and make sure that it's safe. I would be not very happy about that for only $3 million. Given all of the things we know about the history of this and how hard it is to achieve that, I think this is crazy. Thanks, bye.
Kia ora, Councillor O'Neill.
Just to reiterate, the council officers have said we cannot deliver this amendment in the capped budget possible. I also I'm not a traffic engineer, but I do trust the advice of our very experienced officers in this area. Having sat and looked at a whole bunch of traffic resolutions as well, I know that doesn't qualify me in any way possible, but this proposal does put lives at risk. Let's be clear. We have Wellington City Council staff that cycle the cycle lane and come into work and tell us about their day. Quite a few times, Councillor Foon has come to council, and I hope she wouldn't mind me sharing this, but she has been very emotionally open about the near-death misses. You would have been sitting across from the table of somebody who cycles this cycleway yesterday that has had several near-death misses on this road. We will be seeing coroner reports if this is the way forward for the cycleway. I've cycled there once in my life, and I feared for my life, and it's just bloody awful. And now I just don't even cycle at all during the day. I only go out at night. Officers have restated this as feasible, and Councillor Rush, Granville Flats are not at Brooklyn, but they're in Berhampore. And I work with a lot of them, and a lot of them have received support through an e-bike scheme. And a lot of them, I can assure you, use wheels, assisted transport, buses or bikes to get where they want to go. They do not use cars. If you want to be able to support people in our flats, then I would encourage you to support the Free Fares campaign going up in this area. But at this point, I'm just in a bit of a disarray around this amendment. I take your point, Councillor Wolf, that you feel a mistake has been made on your part. But at this point, yeah, I see no sense in this because we will be receiving coroner's reports.
Thank you. And I just want to make one point, which is, Councillor Rush, I did politely ask many of you that we do not become traffic engineers over this process. And so that Councillor Fitzsimon's brought one that had been, engineered in the Tonkin and Taylor report. This one is not. And I just respectfully ask that we think about that this is not our job. We're here to make some governance decisions around what's the best course forward. Right, any final speakers? Otherwise, right of reply, Councillor Calvert.
It's been an interesting debate, and I just sort of think that, look, what we approved back in 2017, in September 2017, and I was very involved with it, with both groups, to be honest, heard both sides, and I think the four options that were originally presented by officers, we were expecting something slightly different. I think one of the challenges that we had when those four options were placed before us, and as it turned out subsequently with the Mayor's amended solution, was even some of the prep work that we thought would have been done by officers hadn't been about the drainage issues. So all those prices were out of kilter. So whilst I can appreciate relying on officers' advice, we actually still haven't got anywhere close to what could be suitable even now. Look, they've had 4 years since we approved that $6 million budget, and still we're arguing about it. So I think we don't, it's a currently, I think a few people have commented, It's a cycleway that goes nowhere. We can't get NZTA funding because it's not connected to anything in particular. And I think the community has really just had enough. And we agreed 6 million, and that was a push back in 2017 to try and make up for the pain they've been through in the previous 3 to 4 years. And then we still had another 4 years of uncertainty. And there's always a reason why we can't do more. So look, I just think we've got to put it back. And I acknowledge Councillor Rush, enabling some funding for whatever safety improvements, because we're not traffic engineers. But I'm really surprised that, and we're in this position as well for what officers are provided to us. I mean, we weren't expecting this to come in out of the blue, and everyone's had very little time to sort of come to terms with this. So, and understand the papers in front of us. So I will be supporting this amendment.
Kia ora, Councillor Rush, right of reply, if necessary.
Thank you, colleagues, and I really appreciate the respectful and informative debate. I'm going to do a Mayor Foster too, but I suppose I wanted to start with something that Councillor Fitzsimons said about going back, and it seems to be this kind of, make one decision, there's a winner, make another decision, there's a loser. I'm not interested in that garbage, okay? This idea that that we can only do binary decisions and that will mean some side wins and some side loses has just got to go, right? My amendment puts back a cycleway, right? There is a cycleway that was, I understand, easily used and was safely used prior to the intervention starting in 2013. So there's a win for cyclists, okay? But it's also a win for the people that live in Island Bay and utilise, whether it be parking space, whether it be the businesses. There needs to be balance. We need to stop these binary positions, colleagues. And the anger, oh my goodness. And I guess when I put the amendment up, the $3 million is a cap. It's not a target, I should add. And really why this debate's come about is because the parade's been resealed. It creates an opportunity to have a rethink about what's happened and about what we want to do for the future. We know the future is actually quite limited in where we can see, because we've got Let's Get Wellington moving on the radar, and what we do is likely to be temporary in nature anyway. But nevertheless, there is a discussion, I've heard discussion about we're not traffic engineers. No, but I have been the water portfolio lead for 2 years. I know my stormwater. Our traffic engineers seem like they didn't, which is a major oversight from our consultants. But nevertheless, what I'm asking or proposing we do is not re-engineer anything, not start from scratch, but do what commonly happens, which is take the learnings, take the designs, take the profiles of what we had before, take the information and reformat that into a new project, which will be, it simplifies things considerably. It simplifies things considerably. I appreciate the officer advice, I hear that, and the safety concerns, but I look at Oriental Parade and I look at Evans Bay Parade and I see lots of cyclists cycling around there, not on the yet to be completed cycleway. And there are risks which are significantly more, and yet that's allowed to happen. And colleagues, we talk about respecting officer advice, but where was that respect when officer advice was don't approve the big enlarged cycleway program? We've got doubts about how we can deliver it. Where was that concern and respect then? The network connection, I think, is a very valid point. But as I say, this is an interim measure. We know that the network connection through into town, which at one point was going to also be part of my amendment until I was warned off it, that network connection is going to be built over the next 10 years, and we will have decisions on Let's Get Wellington moving by then, and we will be able to do an integrated project. And that's what actually the consultants, is it MG, I'm not sure, but they said, look, do an integrated transport solution that brings in Let's Get Wellington moving and what you want to do with the cycleway. And I think that's what we should be doing. Councillor O'Neill, well, I've dealt with it, sorry. I'm doing things all over the place, I always do. So, I mean, look, I guess I go back to my first point, and the point that I raised when I opened this about, firstly, let's not take a binary approach. There's no winners or losers in this debate. There's simply outcomes that will be implemented. Some will be happy and some will not be. But we should not be encouraging a polarised Team A, Team B amongst our community. It's just not good for us. And so that sort of rhetoric around this presents a win because I didn't get what I want just needs to go, right? I go back, I suppose, to also honouring the folks in Island Bay. I mean, they're not my constituents. I also go back to what I envisaged when I approved the enlarged budget, which was an all singing, all dancing cycleway that we could all be proud of that really took it to another level. I think for now, we should go back to where we were, understand what Let's Get Wellington Moving is going to do, and then, you know, as we will need to do, revisit what that all singing, all dancing solution is going to look like.
Thank you. Right, colleagues, we're now going to vote, and I think really it makes sense to take them together rather than one logically follows the other. So, colleagues on Zoom, have you got the Rushworth amendment in front of you, 2A and 3A? Kia ora. Right, okay, so again, if we can take a division on this, colleagues, please vote. Thank you.
Assume we're taking a division.
Yes, we are. Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Right, so that does not succeed. Councillor Calvert, Councillor Rush, Councillor Wolfe, Councillor Young and Liz Kelly in favour. Right, kia ora, colleagues. Do we take lunch now, or would you like to just box on and finish this debate?
Finish this one.
Oh, I hope I'm not talking. I'm talking for 3 minutes. Yeah. Okay. So you need to break. Okay. So can colleagues. So 15 minutes, and then bring the food back to the table, just so we can keep going and people can go for a bathroom break. Okay. Thank you. So back at 20. Right, good. Okay, we've just got Rebecca. Good.
I'm
Right,
here. I'm going to put my camera back on off though.
Councillor Matthews, always on time. Thank you. Right. Okay, so we have got quorum, and I did say 22. We certainly do need to crack on. As the former councillor Coughlin used to say, let's crack on. Right. Kia ora koutou. Right. Okay, we're going to start again because we've still got some significant business to get through. I'm going to be brief. Councillor Young and Councillor Calvert, I'm sure you'd like to leave soon. So, councillors, I am not known for my pragmatism or my ability to compromise, but today that is what I'm going to suggest we try and do. It was clear from some initial discussions that there was a wide variety of views, perfectly legitimate views, but a wide variety, and we do need to come to a decision and a clear way forward. I'd like to acknowledge all my colleagues for their hard work and for the constructive approaches to debate. I'd like to particularly acknowledge Deputy Mayor Free, and Councillor Fitzsimons and Councillor Foon for their work on this, and of course former mayors Wade Brown and Lester. This has been difficult, and I'm very sorry that it has been so difficult for the community. We know that cycleways are divisive often right throughout the world in every city, but nevertheless some things that we could have done a little bit differently. So I do think we need a very pragmatic way forward that will address some quite serious issues whilst we sort out Let's Get Welling Moving. And I do acknowledge your point, Councillor Fitzsimons, about the way we re-debate transport decisions over many, many times. We actually should have got light rail built by now, but it's taken up a great deal of time to actually even get there because we had to stop the flyover first. Well, unfortunately, some of us got in the way on that one. So look, we have a mandate from the community to build cycleways, a complete network, not ones with big holes in it. And I don't believe that we, as a general principle, should vote on whether cyclists are safe or not. We need to do as much as possible. So I'm going to move this approach and just talk to this very briefly. This is an engineered option. This is the wording suggested by officers, but it is one of the engineered options from the Tonkin and Taylor report. I did not want to be an engineer. What it will do is that it will quickly give us some safety benefits and get some progress on this problematic part of the road while we sort out what's happening with Let's Get Welling Moving. And in conversations with cyclists, what they were really clear is that it gave two big benefits. One, that there would be some separation between cars and bikes, and two, that it would complete the network. And I was just given some advice from Mr. Barker about, the compromises that were made in 2013 just to keep so much parking. We need to have a complete network. I appreciate there are very confident cyclists, but I'm talking about all the cyclists, and particularly the small ones. There are many children on Island Bay, and they deserve a complete network, right from the parade right through town, of course, but we do need to fill that gap in the village from my perspective. The car parking issue, I'm sure, will be debated at length, but just remember that we do have some guidelines from NZTA from 2020 about the setbacks that we need. So whatever parking arrangement was agreed in 2017 probably wouldn't stand now. So you've basically, just to explain it, you've got the option of 1D. I just refer page 70 on Diligent is where you'll find these options. We have got also the options of doing more to support safety at intersections, which I'm actually passionate about and I would love to do. But people have the choice whether to vote for 1, 2, 1 or 2, 2. And then the third one is about just trying to give the business community some assurance that we will try and resolve the parking issues for them, and this would sit alongside, of course, Councillor Fitzsimons' successful amendment. I was very concerned about the placemaking. The budget is very, very skinny, just over $1 million, so I want some further advice on that, because it is always a good thing to improve a village while we can. And of course, we know it's a very helpful point from the chair of the IBRA about how they're thinking about how more people can work from home to deal with the climate problem. I felt that very helpful. And just to be also very, very clear that the $14 million remains under this option. It's still in the budget, and I'm more than happy to spend it if that's what we need. But given it was unlikely to get full support today, it's just to acknowledge it's there and we can do more. And in fact, when a mass rapid transit system goes through there, then we need to make good to do as much as we can to make sure that that cycleway works. So I appreciate that people had strong views on the other two amendments, but can I just make a plea to those who do want safe cycleways? This gives immediate benefits by filling in that gap, by giving that separation. The cost is lowish at 2.5 to 4.4 for those who are concerned about those things, and we will possibly dig it up twice. Once we need to do some work here, and then when mass rapid transit comes through. So immediate benefits. If the substantive stays, we do not have a connected network through Island Bay, and that is my absolute number one priority. Thank you. So Deputy Mayor Free, would you like to speak now? Yes, sorry, page 70, sorry.
Can I just ask you a question about the motion just before? And it's just if what you've got there, the number is wrong at the top. If you put all those things in, you need to change that number. Otherwise, you will constrain what you're trying to do.
Yeah. Yes.
Which I think is 2.5 to 4 point.
Yeah. Sorry. We've been
4.3
round and round. So sorry. Yeah. Now that has been moved. Yeah. No. Thank you for that. Are there any questions of clarity around this?
Yes. You mentioned page 70 of the report.
Yep. Page 70 on your diligent. It's page 44 on your hard copy papers, Councillor. For those who like the low-tech option.
And what part of this table am I looking at? Combo what?
Councillor, I know you're a good reader. So 1D.
Good listener too.
I guess it's, well, it just says until formal decisions are made on mass rapid transit. Oh. Sorry, what? Yeah. That's right. Yep.
Can I just be clear then? So the car park loss for residential is 43 to 56%, and for businesses 18 to 27%. Is that the proposal?
Yep. But just remember that would be, that's still got to actually be designed, so there will be some flexibility in there.
Yeah, right.
But yes, we will. But that was always, we've always having to, because of the traffic resolutions, we would have had to under every option. Sherry's got her hand up. Okay, Councillor O'Neill, sorry.
And that's okay. I found a life hack if you go on the YouTube stream, we can see what our colleagues are looking at on the screen. I just wanted to ask a question of officers on the advice of the number between 2.5 and 4.3 million. Are we confident that we will be able to deliver what is set out in the amendment there?
Yeah.
Hey, Councillor O'Neill, we've just deleted that brackets that had the cost in it, because depending on whether 2A1 and 2A2 go through, you end up with different options, which then lands you with different budgets, which are then set out in the Tonkin and Taylor report. So the amendment, we've changed it to not have a costing there, because depending on which options are carried, the costs will change.
We will be able to deliver what is...
We could ask...
I see. You read my mind. Cool.
Liz Kelly.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I'm confused here. Are we doing 1, 2, 3, 4 and then the amendment by Councillor Pennant and Condi, 2A, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5.
So this essentially, Liz, replaces the substantive that's been moved to talk about the option of 1D.
Yeah.
Can we
so in
yeah, sure.
So in
Yep, that's fine.
2A, there is no. The only amount of money is the 14 million at 5. Is that right?
So sorry. So there's the substantive at the moment, and. Oh, sorry. Of course, they can't see. So the substantive is basically the safety improvements between $2 and $3 million until the Let's Get Welly moving upgrade, which is probably a bit problematic in terms of the wording. This option says, not this option, 1D, 2.5 to 4.4 million to particularly focus on the town centre to make it safe.
Can I explain a little bit? Liz?
Yeah. You do the resurfacing.
With the leave of the chair.
If you could just send it by email, then I can see.
We have done that, Liz. Sorry, from Haiti.
Terry said there's a workaround too, that if you actually log on through the website.
No, that's to watch this live. It's a bit
but it puts up, but it does put up
Okay. Anyway, let's just make sure that all of our colleagues understand what it is we're debating.
Yeah.
Which email did you send it to? Is it to my whānau centre one?
And then Mr. Barker, we've got some questions. You're available?
Can I just try and explain to Liz what we're trying to do as a seconder? So Liz, the officer advised one of their options was to reseal the parade and put in some safety improvements. And what we've done is we've done plus some work through the town centre, because their amendment didn't mention trying to improve the town centre. Plus there's some options, if people want to vote for them, to actually put in some raised crossings across the intersection, which lifts the cyclists and the pedestrians up and does also add to the safety. And none of this would have to necessarily be undone with MRT, except perhaps some of the things through the town centre might have to be adjusted.
Okay, so it's just 2A, is that right? It's not, one has received the information and then it's 2A.
Yes.
But we're doing a new 2A. Sorry, this is what I was trying to explain to you, and I sent you the amendment again last night, is just that this is a new 2A to do 1D, the option 1D.
It's 2A has got some additions.
And you've just removed the numbers.
Heidi, I've got it. It's no point in saying you sent it last night. I get flinging emails from everybody, and I can't follow what the heck yous are doing.
Okay, I'm sorry, but just as discussed, I did send you.
I've got it now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Lovely. All right, we've got some questions of Officer Councillor Fitzsimons, Mayor Foster. Questions?
Look, just one question. It's just. Well, we've got an option 1D and then we've got the aspects of 2D. Can you give us a rough order of magnitude cost of the aspect of 2D on top of the 1D? 1D is quite clearly explained, but that aspect of 2D is not sort of pulled out.
Yeah, what's 2D?
Can you hear us, Madam Chair?
Yes, that's great. Thank you, Liam.
You can, great. We just lost your image, but we'll crack on. So the question was the rough order cost of 2D, Your Worship, was it?
It's the aspect of 2D which has been pulled out. So if we agree to all of these, we've got the cost of 1D, which is 2.5 to 4 and a bit, and then the table bit of 2D, which I'm interested in knowing how much that is. I know there's drainage work which is required, etc. So if you could just give us a handle. Yeah, but it's putting bit of it. If you point me to the page on Diligent, then that'll do me as well.
So I've just recirculated the email that I sent last night that Vita responded to, that sets out what happens if you vote for 2A1 and 2A2 and which of them get carried or lost, and then which option that would then lead us to. So if you've got page 70 of your Diligent or your papers open, so table 4.12. So 2A1, if that is carried, and 2 is lost, that takes you to combo 1D. And the cost for that is at the bottom of...
Yes, that one's fine.
If 2A1 is lost and 2A2 passes, that takes you to combo 2A, the cost of which is at the bottom of the table. Yeah, I'm coming to that.
Yep. She's working through it.
I'm working my way through the table.
Yep, we are. But
if
Councillor Conley has helped with us.
2A1 and 2A2 both pass, then that takes you to combo 2D in the table, the cost of which is at the bottom of that column.
But we're not talking about 2A, we're talking about 2D.
We really need this from the officers
I'd
because
like
it's
officers
aspects.
to explain this, please.
It is aspects. Okay, so Mr. Barker now.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
So we do not have the single elements broken down into the element costs, but it is correct that if AI is voted through, then the total cost would be between 2.5 and 4.4 million.
Yep.
If A2 or double I is voted through, the cost would be between 2.6 and 4.7 million. And if both 1 and 2, A1 and A2 were voted through, then the cost would be between 1.5 and 9.1 million with our indicative cost estimates.
So you said 1.5, you mean 5.1?
Oh, 5.1, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Reading it backwards.
Yeah, okay. Right, okay. So that's cool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Sorry, I didn't quite grasp that. For this amendment, which cost figure are officers working from? Or do we not know?
No, you're just looking at.
I'm looking at the table, but now I'm asking for officer advice on the amendment. So it has aspects of 2D as well as 1D. So what is the cost figure that officers are giving us as officer advice for this amendment?
So if this amendment went through with all of the points being agreed to,
yeah. Sorry, I can't hear. Just wait a minute, Vida.
The time, please. Yep.
So yes, Vida.
So if all of these were passed, the cost would be between 5.1 and 9.1 million.
So, and then
great,
Vida.
Thank you. My next question is, I want to be very, very clear about the officer advice on this, because in 2017 I feel like perhaps that wasn't the case, and I suspect that this debate will be poured over in the future, and I want to really understand in clear terms what the officer advice is. Is the officer advice that it is practical and desirable to cherry pick options like this? Is it okay? Is it practical? Is it desirable?
So in the report from Tonkin and Taylor, there is a spectrum of solutions, starting from least the minimum viable option in terms of the safety improvements through to the full scheme. By this amendment allows to reach in between, anywhere in between the least improvement and the most improvement on that spectrum, and all of that meets the objectives of the Love the Bay consultation, meets the objectives of our site plan.
You know, I know that's what. Oh, sorry, Kerry.
Oh, so yes, any of those solutions are within the scheme of what we would be comfortable doing.
Cool. And are there any problems or concerns with this approach from officers?
So what we have come to you with is two options we took at each end of the spectrum. One was the minimum viable we could recommend as officers in terms of the safety improvements, and the other end was the full scheme as per the LTP funding allocation. In between there, we have 14 million in the LTP allocated towards this, so deciding to do more than the two options is fine.
So just to be clear, there's no problems or concerns with this approach in terms of for officer advice for implementing it?
If this is what councillors choose to vote through, we will follow that instruction and implement this.
Sorry, I am just going to repeat it, and sorry, it might be for Liam.
Yeah, Councillor Fitzsimons, can you just...
Are you fine with it?
Yeah, we are. I just need to understand sort of the angle of your question. I mean, it's quite clear to us what you're asking, but is it a deliverability question you're asking? Are you concerned about bandwidth of industry?
I don't know what the possible answers are, because you're the experts. What I want to know, because I think this debate will be poured over in the future, and I think we probably didn't ask as many probing questions as we should have in 2017. I wasn't at the table. But I want to know if there are, from officers' perspective, any problems or concerns with this approach. Now, I don't want to outline the basis of what those problems or concerns will be, because I'm asking you a straight question. It's coming, he's coming.
Yep, good.
Thanks, Councillor. So Paul's going to just attempt to answer how we envisage the phasing of, if this is successful, the phasing of these, this option.
So depending on which option along that spectrum that was selected would require a level of design. At the lower end, the safety improvement scheme, we're confident that we could have a design ready for a traffic resolution to go out early in the new year. And we've also said that the other extreme, a full scheme, the full improvement scheme, wouldn't be ready by then, and it would be later in 2022 before we could first go out with the traffic resolution. So again, on that spectrum, the more we put into this design, the longer it would take for us to get that design ready and get back to the community. We may miss the opportunity for the resurfacing to get it all in place for that. The closer we are to the safety improvement scheme, the more likely we are to get a resolution in place. We've committed to being able to deliver this within this LTP period, and that's the full scheme, the full 14 million. And so our advice to you is that yes, we could still deliver anything up to 14 within the 3 years.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I just want to be clear. Officers, so you've said there will need to be a new level of design. You're confident we can get the traffic resolutions for the minor, interim, what was in the original paper, through by early next year, but we may miss the opportunity for resurfacing. Can you just explain that? Because a lot have been made of that up until this point. Can you just explain exactly what that means and how that might play out, and what any cost implications and timing implications there are?
Yeah, so the options that have been presented includes platforms or tables across side roads. They're going to require curb extensions at intersections. So through there, the road will be resurfaced in that third week of March. We won't have been able to design those intersections and have them implemented before then. So that work will have to happen after the road's resurfaced. And so it will require a small amount of rework because we won't have had that design ready. But those tables across the side roads will follow within 12 months or so of that resurfacing.
And we will be able to get the town centre traffic resolutions bundled into the March traffic resolution.
Yeah, so that's we will push hard to ensure that we have sufficient designs so when we go out with that consultation in that last week of January, that they will include everything for the traffic resolution, for the safety improvement scheme with the town centre. It's whether or not we can reflect in those plans what the tables at side roads would look like, but we can certainly allude to those.
And can you just explain in language I can understand what happens to town centre parking under this option, or is it subject to further design? Yeah, I just want to know exactly what it is so I can explain it to the community.
The design that was in the Tonkin and Taylor proposal and the options there had the southbound cycle lane against the curb, so the parallel parking that exists there now would be pulled out from the curb like the rest of the grade. On the western side,
what page that is, Paul? Sorry, it's got pictures, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've got Daniel looking for that.
Is that
but
right?
On the opposite side, where the angle parking is, we would have to change the angle parking to parallel parking, and again have that offset from the curb to allow cycling to go down the inside of that. So the cross sections, Daniel, what page are they?
It is there. I just want to be really clear what people are asking us to
options are on page 30, and so the business zone is the letters. So you've got A through I there? So you're referring to
Page 30, table 4.2, long-term upgrades, business zone options.
Yeah, thank you. And which one is it again? Sorry, I do find it quite hard to keep this all in my head, to be honest.
I think we all do.
You've got A and D.
Yeah.
So which one is this amendment got in it?
So it could be either. So it's either A or D. A is the substantive with the safety improvement scheme. Adding the town centre then changes to D.
And by changing from angle parking to parallel parking, there would be a reduction in parking spaces, and that's alluded to in the report. That's the difference between the full scheme and the safety improvement scheme.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
I noticed this Tonkin and Taylor report the first draft was February this year. How reliable are the figures in this table? Given, and I say that because of the way the construction market is moved along, this year. So, we're looking at costs here, but how accurate do we think those costs are? Presumably, they would have gone up somewhat, even from it's in here.
Yeah, so page 35's got the cost estimates, councillor, and the team are just looking at the contingency that was placed to those costs, which I understand is substantial, but we'll get that.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at the table on, page 44, which is what we're referring to, and just understanding what costs, because this proposal looks like it's, it could cost us up to $9.1 million plus, and then we just voted down $14 million because we thought that was, and it's not that, 9 to 14.
Yeah, I understand, councillor, but I think the point is that the cost estimates uncertainties have been built into the range of the ranges that we've just discussed. So
yeah, but this report was first drafted in February this year, and I really just wanted to get an understanding of, today.
On page 36, table 4.7, you can see the cost estimate uncertainties.
Yes, so the consultants have built the uncertainty in that you're talking about, councillor.
Yeah, I know, but this report was written in February, and I just want to understand I know they built in uncertainties at that point with what they knew, but given that was February, and since then we've had another lockdown and some other capacity issues have come to the fore, and even like some materials and all of that, which we've got a report coming to us next week. So I really want to understand put it this way, have officers asked Tonkin and Taylor to review their estimates since February?
Yeah, look, as part of this project, we commissioned a qualified quantity surveyor that was volunteering to go out and estimate these. And then it's been increased up to today's cost. So I think that's probably the best estimate that we can have at this time.
Yeah.
So it is the best estimate we have at the time, Diane. But you're right to raise it. So we won't have cost certainty until we get a cost back from the contractor on this. So there is still that uncertainty there. We've got a big range. We've approached this in a way that we would normally, but taking point at the current conditions of the construction market, there may be increased cost over here, but we won't know that until we go out to market.
Okay, so and chances are it won't have gone down, will it?
Unlikely.
Yeah.
But it may still be in the range that Tonkin Taylor gave in terms of cost uncertainty.
So if we went to $9 million then, or it turned out to be $12 million, is that taking it out of the 14 million budget allocated?
Yeah. Just remembering that could be true of any project. Right, Councillor Young.
Others who have their very ungreen printed papers. I'm just interested, is it the City Council's management fee, 20% for the City Council's management costs? I'm just wondering, I've never seen that in something before, and I do quite like footnotes. So what does that mean? It's a lot of money, 20%.
That's staff and community engagement comms expertise that builds into the internal team to run the project.
Wow, 20% is a lot.
13 decisions, Councillor Young. Right.
Well, you know what I think of this whole thing. You know, I could have
Right.
stopped it for you in 2014.
Right. Okay, thank you. Is that all the question? Right, Deputy Mayor Free. And then you're next, Councillor Condi.
I'm actually going to reserve my right.
No, we've got some questions. Actually, I think Liz has got her hand up.
Councillor Wolf, just wait. I've got a list, so I'll put you on.
Okay,
That's fine.
thank you.
Right. So you don't want to ask a question? Yeah.
Well, my question really was about the raised tables, I guess, and whether if they came last, you would prioritise them in the order in which A, they wouldn't be dug up with any Let's Get Welly Moving project, and B, where they were most needed, or perhaps the other way round. Would there be some flexibility if we were hitting high budget numbers, I guess is the question.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Look, we would work through our design of the parade upgrade, would then work closely with the Let's Get Wellington Moving team to understand where we would get our greatest return on our investment. So to your point, Councillor Deputy Mayor Free, yeah, we would do exactly that. We would prioritise the ones that are least likely to be removed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Condi, then Liz Kelly.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the comment you made, Mr. Barker. You said the more that we add, we may miss the resealing. But then later on you said that that the traffic resolution for paint and including the town centre would go out for consultation in March, and then we might need a second traffic resolution for the raised tables later. Could we get, I just want clarity that if both of these were to go through, or if the intersection improvements go through, that the standard traffic resolution will still go out in March. It just means that there might be a second one, not that we wouldn't be able to do one in March. If that makes sense.
So again, through you, Madam Chair, just clarifying that there would be one traffic resolution. We believe we're able to get that out at the end of January for consultation. It would come to this committee again on like the 9th of March for approval. But the implementation of that traffic resolution, some of it would be implemented with resurfacing and others would follow throughout the duration of the construction period.
Thank you. And then another question, just probably for Ms. Proctor. How are we going to procure this work? Are we already using our existing resurfacing and maintenance crews, or are we going to have to go out to market to tender for this?
We will be using our maintenance crews for it. Anything additional, depending on that value and complexity of that, we would need to work out how we would procure that, because we don't. Okay, there's a limit on how much our maintenance crews can do.
Right, we just missed the first part of that answer. Could you repeat it yourself?
Oh, sorry. So for the minimum option, we would be using our maintenance crews to do that work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz Kelly.
My question's been answered. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Foster.
Yeah, just one question. Paul, when we talked this morning, I tried to ring Liam as well, just on the triggers that you'd usually use for putting a separated cycle facility in, and I can recall many of the presentations that you've given us that it's about the volume and the speed of traffic. Are you comfortable that the volume and the speed of the traffic through the town centre as it's currently designed, or as it would be designed with the basic safety improvements with full width speed humps, is that adequate in terms of meeting those safety requirements?
Well, yes, that is consistent with the advice that we've got from Tonkin and Taylor, and it's consistent with the advice I gave to the committee yesterday during the questions of us.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Yes, I just want to get a little bit more on the 20% management fee for the consultation and comms. My understanding was that there wouldn't be any further consultation with this up until the traffic regulations. So that, you know, is that correct? You know, it's the traffic resolutions that are the only time that this would be able to be consulted on with the community. And then I have another question.
Again, through you, Madam Chair, the management fee in the cost estimate is exactly that, an estimate. If it is not spent, it will be returned as savings. It's not a direct fee. There will be quite a bit of work involved in the traffic resolution, the advertising of that and the like, and then throughout the construction, the communications with the community in Island Bay, depending on how we want to expedite it. There is some thought that we may have to detour traffic into side roads so we can close a block. That would enable us to be able to work a lot quicker through there without having to restrict our hours of work. And again, all of the communications around that would be included in that 20% management fee, as well as all our officer time that we timesheet to the project.
Do you agree that this the information that we're getting now, we should have had quite a lot earlier?
Oh, Councillor Wolf, I don't think that's particularly helpful. You've heard the report.
Also,
and so the information you're receiving now has been in the report that you've received. It's in the Tonkin Taylor report, and it's broken down in there.
Okay, and finally, this came to us as a result of resealing the southern end of Island Bay Parade. There's an apparent need for resealing. Is that right? This all came to us as a result of there being a need for resealing.
It came as a result through the LTP, and it was resolved in the LTP to bring forward up to 14 million for the parade upgrade. But it also was instructions on coming back with costs and design options to committee. So that is what we're acting on and coming back with this. In February, we highlighted for you that there was a need to reseal the parade and that there were opportunities to align this work.
And just finally, I just want to confirm absolutely 100% that this is not coming through the Regulatory Processes Committee, that it will come to full council. Yes. For the traffic resolution.
You're referring to, that's the traffic resolutions?
Yep, correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So it does
Major
not come...
traffic resolutions return to planning and environment.
Yeah, so the responsibility is on the whole of council to make those decisions when they come to us, not the Regulatory Processes Committee.
Yeah, on the Planning and Environment Committee it returns to.
Fuel.
Thank you. Councillor Day, then Councillor O'Neill.
I'm still trying to grapple with if we agree to this, what it's going to mean timing-wise, because obviously you've raised the issue around the resealing, and if this is actually going to end up pushing that out, when will each of these things be achieved?
So, yeah, basically 1D and 2D, if you just for absolute clarity, officers, if you just...
And can the resealing go ahead, or is this going to make it tricky? Because then we've just completely stuffed it up.
Again,
look, depending on which option is selected, we will work through a design and an implementation plan. Off the top of my head, my expectations would be that the road would be resurfaced in the third week of March. We would get in, as part of that resurfacing, paint in the new scheme with the new road markings, the setbacks from driveways, the setbacks from the intersections. So they would all be painted in immediately following resurfacing. The section to the north of the shops that's not been resurfaced immediately would follow with an asphalt resurfacing within 4 to 6 weeks of the southern section. And again, the road markings we placed on that as soon as the road was resurfaced. Our maintenance crew would then come through with the separators. And again, we haven't designed which separators those are, but we would install them after the road had been marked. Our designers would be working in parallel to that to be designing the tables, the curb extensions to accommodate these side roads. And again, that would be, as Ms Proctor has talked about, we would look at who would then deliver those tables and curb extensions that we needed. The town centre upgrade, that will require quite significant curb change, certainly on the western side of the town centre. And again, that would probably go to somebody other than our maintenance contractor, but we'd have to look at availability, and that's going to need some specific design. We'd also like to try and tie that construction in with any construction that may come out of that town centre upgrade it's also scheduled to happen in 2022. So there's that's off the top of my head, but we would need to actually understand what's approved and how we can pull all that together.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. You've kind of just already answered my question, but just to clarify, are you, come on, I can hear you laughing. Do you feel this amendment is clear enough to delegate to the project team to go out and do this work? And are we satisfied that with the passing or potential passing of this amendment, that you're confident we can get the resealing done in an appropriate amount of time?
Yes.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just want to follow up just one last question. The comment that Paul Barker just made around the timing, has the advice he just delivered around timing taken into account my successful amendment that a local area-based parking plan be undertaken? Because if this passes, it sits with that. Has that been taken into account in terms of the timing?
Well, yeah, I mean, sorry, Councillor, we're just still conferring, but it would happen after the TR process. So we'll begin the process, of course, but the actual plan will be delivered sometime after the traffic resolution will be to Council.
Sorry, so you're saying that the way that you would approach it is to develop the design prior to going through the discussion with the local community and residents, key employers, service providers and business stakeholders to consider local issues and ensure collaboration with others to resolve problems, which is what the parking policy says local area-based parking plans do.
Look, that's correct. So the parking that's on the parade will be as a result of the traffic, the outcome of the traffic resolution that you receive in March, and that will determine what car parks would remain on the parade. We would then develop a parking management plan, or a parking management plan developed in parallel to that would then look at how or if any restrictions are placed on those remaining car parks, and if any restrictions were placed on the parking and the side roads that were within that parking precinct plan that we developed.
But I don't understand.
So that would require a further traffic resolution that would be brought back to this committee, mid or later in 2022.
But how can the community have any faith in a local area-based parking plan process if you're going to predetermine that by issuing traffic resolutions and then start doing the work and try and consult at the same time? Like, I just don't get it. It feels, and it's not a parking management plan. The parking policy is very different now.
With respect, I think Paul gave some evidence yesterday that we didn't believe a parking management plan was required. And that was an assessment based on the earlier work, of course, but also just from the professional expertise of the traffic engineers in terms of the availability of on-street parking in and around the area. Mm-hmm. That answer was given yesterday, but Siobhan might want to also add.
Yeah, so I just want to remind everyone that the traffic resolution process allows for that consultation as well. So that is our means for consulting with the community on the proposed changes. So it's not like we're not consulting with the community.
But hang on, I just want to be clear. Like, I know the officer advice was we gave thought to doing a local area-based parking plan and decided against it. And I appreciate that was the advice that you gave us and that the paper was developed on. This morning I got an amendment successfully passed saying we want you to do a local area-based parking plan. Now, I don't think when we approved the parking policy that we thought a local area-based parking plan with its description was a traffic resolution process. So I just want to know the timing, the advice that you've given around timing needs to take into account my amendment, which has been successfully passed, which I hope will be successfully into the substantive. And I just want to understand how you propose to do those together. And we can have a short adjournment if that helps, but it doesn't feel like, and I can understand why you wouldn't have. It's very hard to develop this on the fly.
So the way that...
Just bear with us, Councillor Fitzsimons. We'll be back within a minute.
Okay, thank you. So,
Chair, I'd like to move a procedural motion, and I've had officers' advice that I can do that now, subject to your determination.
Well, you can move a procedural motion at any time and there's no debate, remember?
Yeah. So I'd like to move a procedural motion that this matter is laid on the table until the next Planning and Environmental Committee on the 24th of this month. We are becoming traffic engineers, and I'm feeling very uncomfortable about this.
Yeah, okay. No, you've moved the procedural motion. Okay. So, no talk.
Oh, I think you can't because you've already moved one. Councillor Young is going to second.
Yeah, no, you can't, Councillor Rush. So that's a 50% majority. So
I thought it's 75, isn't it?
75 for closure.
Oh, it's 50. Oh.
Where's Deputy Mayor Free? Oh. It's not particularly helpful. Anyway, we've got a vote. Oh, right, you bet just as well, right. You might want to have a say on this. So Councillor Calvert's just moved a procedural motion that we lay this on the table to the 24th, which is the next Pūroro Āmua committee. Right, so it's a 50% vote. Those on Zoom, are you understanding what's going on? There's a procedural motion.
Madam Chair.
Oh, no, sorry, Mr Hodgetts, there's actually been a procedural motion called, so that's what we're going to deal with first. Councillors on Zoom, are you clear what's going on? I need to hear from you that you understand. Okay,
I understand.
Sorry, I can only see the voting screen. Thank you.
I've voted as well.
2022, nearly.
That's fine, but we
yeah, by 2030. Deputy Mayor Free, quickly vote. Yeah.
Sorry.
Agree it should be laid on the table. Green, if you don't, right? Well, okay, that's fine. Just vote.
Sorry, just to raise a point of order on the procedural motion for DEM services. 25.3, voting on procedural motions, closure, which only can be carried by a vote of not less than 75% of the members present at voting. Can I just
through you, Madam Chair, this is not a closure motion. This is 25.2A.
Aha.
We'll see.
Yes, Ms Mueller knows what she's doing. Right.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Just give me a second because I don't like to be difficult. I was trying to help you, colleagues, right through the week. Yeah. So I'm going to stay with it. We keep going today. Thank you. Got a lot of housing to do on the 24th. Right. Okay. So. We had, Mr Hodgetts, sorry for interrupting you, but we did have to follow that procedure. You were coming back with an answer to, sorry, whose question is it now? Councillor Fitzsimon's question. Or was it Councillor Calvert's? Councillor Fitzsimon's question.
Was the vote lost?
Yes. Sorry, Liz. So that lost on my casting vote. Right. Okay. So can we let's just try and be efficient. Okay. I get where the mood of the meeting is. So can we have a response from all officers?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, answering the question of how we will incorporate the parking management plan amendment that was passed earlier in this meeting into the process which we're proposing, and acknowledging that this is, we haven't had a lot of time to think to make sure that this is the right way. But I think we need to remember here that the parking policy clearly states that on these routes we need to be ensuring that there's cycleways and good walking paths and buses before parking. And if the safety improvement option now passes, that also is something we'll be dealing with. So the parking management plan will not be dealing with if not we should have parking on the parade, but instead how we deal with that displacement and how that works in the side streets and on the remaining parks. So it's really important to, if we can do the traffic resolution and continue with this without having to delay that for the parking management plan, because the parking management plan is about displacement.
Can I just be clear that officers are working on the most recent parking policy and are aware that my language is the local area-based parking plan, not a parking management plan, which I understand is the language of the previous policy.
So we do parking management plans around local parking plan, area plans.
Which is
It's the same thing.
Can I ask a question about Combo 1D, which talks about cycle lanes through the town centre? And why do we, isn't that what 2.1 says?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, the proposed amendment 2.1 talks about safety improvements and cycle facilities through town centre in the safety improvements option 1D. Option 1D says retain short-term safety improvements and cycle lanes through the town centre. So I'm just trying to understand, isn't 2.1 just option 1D?
Daniel.
I'm looking at page 44, there's a table 4.12.
Yeah, so Combo 2D, it's got a bit of a summary at the top there of exactly what that includes. So it includes the intersection, the bus stop improvements, the cycle lanes through the town centre as well.
Yeah. And it's really a question that the language of the amendment 2A1 seems to suggest that the safety improvements and cycle facilities are in addition to option 1D. Whereas, am I misreading this, Jenny? So 2A1 is really just 1D.
Oh, yes, A1 is 1D.
Thanks. It's been bugging me for about 45 minutes.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Calvert, did you still have any questions to ask? Okay, and sorry, Councillor Freed, did you have another question?
No, I think I've gone well past wanting to ask anything more.
Right, colleagues, I think it'll be good to start debate now. It's yes, we do, and it is 1:33. So, if we could be as succinct as possible, and I will not be replying to everyone in my right of reply. Right, Deputy Mayor Freed, do you want to speak?
I was going to reserve my right, but if there's nobody else that wants to speak, I will.
Look, thank you. I'll take this as the thank you. I'll take this as the opportunity to speak to the substantive as well, so I only have to speak once, although it seems like a long time ago that I did say that I wasn't keen on the 14 million option. That was a bit briefer. Look, first of all, I wanted to just pick up, Sean or Councillor Rush, you invited us to contemplate that we recognise that we have done something wrong with this, and clearly there is, it's the putting right that counts. The question we've got in front of us is what do we do to put it right? I've got to say that this cycleway has, I was going to say this before we got to today, but it's done it in spades. It's occupied a disproportionate amount of time, resource, emotional baggage that's gone with it, and that's not just around the council table, that's in the community as well. I think we know that we need to do something. What we've got in front of us at the moment is a cycleway which actually was never completed. The ghost markings that are there should never have stayed there. We've got a road layout that's confused by those ghost markings, and it would be fair to say it's a fairly novel arrangement, which people have taken some time to get used to it, and I think actually people have done magnificently actually getting used to it because it is novel. I think that whatever we do today, there are going to be some people who are going to be unhappy. That's the blunt reality of it. We've just got to try and make the best that we can of the situation. When we started this journey, we thought that the Island Bay Cycleway would be easy. It was a wide, flat, everybody had off-street parking, and by crikey, we were wrong. It became immensely politicised, very painful, and I think the reality is in doing that, it compromised our ability not only to finish the job, but to be able to make amendments to the job. And we've never actually, even to the extent of finishing the sealing of the road became so difficult because we got a hostile reaction from even the suggestion that we might do that. And what that means is it's never been properly finished. The other thing is that it also means it's remained disconnected, because we have never connected it through the Newtown community to the central city. We actually started the engagement on that. In fact, we had a community working group, and we did some really good work on that. And it died because the process in Island Bay just got so painful. And so we abandoned that process. It's compromised our ability to be able to go further north in the road to the central city. And then, of course, the Transport Agency has said, when we did try several times, the Transport Agency has said they don't want to fund it as a disconnected piece of cycling infrastructure. I do want to pick up one thing that's been said in debate, and that's around safety in coroners. And look, there's always going to be risk in any roading environment. Our job is to try and reasonably minimise that risk, but I don't think we should over-dramatise it. I mean, in terms of safety on our cycling network, is this worse than anywhere else? I suspect the answer will be no. Whichever arrangement we come up with, it's probably not less safe than many other parts of our cycling network. However, we do have to do something with what we've got in front of us. I think the change which we probably should have made right up front, but we weren't allowed to do that because of the difficulty of the process, was probably to take some of the parking out in the first instance to improve the visibility, and that's essentially exactly what the substantive is asking us to look at. And I'm very comfortable with the substantive as Councillor Condie moved it. I think there's a very well laid out table which shows what it will deliver us. It gives us much better visibility to all the intersections. It gives us much better visibility to all of the driveways, which are two of the key issues. And it also provides that critical thing of a decent curbside, effectively, a broken curbside, effectively, for cars to park up against. And I think that's one of the issues, is at the moment they sit out kind of in the middle of nowhere, and it just feels weird. So I think in all of those, it's a very significant advance forward. The question that we've got really is how far we go, and I think that's probably enough. And I think the information that officers have given us is probably enough. The amendment we've got in front of us suggests that we go further than that, up to potentially $9 million. $9 million to fix something which, look, we've had some fairly flamboyant numbers thrown around as to how much it's cost us to get to this point, but in CapEx terms, I still think it's sub $3 million that we've spent. So $9 million to fix a $3 million project seems slightly excessive in my books. Do we change what goes through the centre of the Island Bay Village? Well, clearly you've got some adverse reaction to the loss of some of the car parking. But I think for me the issue there is that the clear advice we've had over many years is that if you provide good traffic calming and a lower speed environment, which we've got both of through the town centre, actually you don't need to separate the cycleway. You separate the cycleway when you have a high volume of traffic and high speed. And we deal with both of those through the engineering that's already there and the engineering improvements, which are in the basic $2 and a bit to $3 million proposition. So I don't think we need to do that. The other bit which says we shouldn't do that is that Let's Get Wellington Moving, I'm going to say, will come along. There will be a mass transit route, that we will get that done as quickly as we possibly can, and it will tear whatever we do in the Island Bay Town Centre up and start it all over again. So any money that we spend there will be wasted within, I hope, a relatively short period of time. You are a pessimist par excellence, Councillor. Well, yeah, you are a bit of a pessimist, and we'll make sure we prove you wrong on that one. So look, for me, I just think this is. It's nice to spend this extra money, but I don't think we need to get the main outcomes we need to get. And the other bit is, can I just make the plea, while we put the $14 million in the budget, it was an up to $14 million on the basis that kept our options open. We don't have to keep that there forever and a day. And I think sometimes it would be actually really good to say, okay, because we know there's going to be plenty of other things in our budget. In fact, we've got a fairly large item on Councillor Rush's paper, which is inviting us to spend an extra $36 million. So sometimes we've got to save some money somewhere so that we can spend it somewhere else. So I think we ought to be trying to show some fiscal prudence in this particular area. So on that basis, I am not going to support any of this part of the amendment, and my preference is that we stick with the substantive as moved by Councillor Condie.
Day.
Oh, kia ora. So I am going to support this because I don't want to leave the community where they are at the moment. But it comes with a caution. I feel that Councillors Pena and Free, you've played chicken with cyclists today. We had an option there, which was the full option, and we could have had that. And we've lost the benefits of $20 million that we can see that was in the paper there. And I think it's a pretty rugged road to take people down when it's probably going to save a few $1 million. Probably, we don't really know, but we're embarking on a pathway which isn't as clear as it could have been. But I will not vote against it because there's no way that I want to compromise cycling infrastructure for cyclists. But I would urge you in the future to try and really stick and stay the course, because I think sometimes trying to be clever and look like you're saving money, and I'm not quite sure what else, can end up backfiring, and I really don't know what's going to happen in the outcome of this debate, and I feel that it was something that we really didn't need to go through. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly won't be supporting your amendment, unfortunately. The Mayor has said putting it right. This is not putting it right. We heard from Pat Vanaccia as to, in public participation yesterday, as to the effect on businesses. He was quite succinct and I thought more than reasonable. I just think that we're buying ourselves further grief. I think that there's the likelihood that Island Bay will get together with Thorndon Quay. I think that people are going to continue to be unhappy. There is continual pain. The ad hoc nature of what we've tried to put together today hasn't enhanced or improved the situation. We've seen compromises in the past, and finally, the Mayor was really good in respect of mentioning the coroner and safety. Safety is paramount. It absolutely is. I can tell you that I've been to more coroner's inquests than probably most people through aviation, and most of that situation causes a lot of mental trauma. I explained that the situation to our council previously, that we're doing this and at a time when we've got an inflamed population anyhow, an inflamed community who have been dealing with COVID over an 18-month period. We have businesses who are really, really struggling. They don't need this at Christmas. I'm very disappointed that we didn't lay this on the table, but even laying it on the table wouldn't, to the 24th wouldn't have done a hell of a lot of good. We're putting people through a situation that is completely unnecessary. And I don't even think that the paper on the basis of resealing should have come to us at this time. I'm really, really disappointed. So I'm going to leave it there, but I'm going to leave you with putting it right. And is this putting it right? I don't think so.
Thank you, Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I'm just reflecting on what Alex said when he came here yesterday to talk to us from Cycle Wellington. He said that he wanted us to be decisive and to agree to do something. And I'm going to be supporting these amendments because that is what this is going to do. He also said that if we have to go in stages, then that's fine. And we've heard from the officers that we might have stages where we might have the work done on resealing and the new parking scheme and the separators installed, and then we might come back later with raised tables. But the Cycle Wellington said, do all the safety upgrades, bring us all the safety upgrades that you can, and that their bottom line was they wanted a separated lane through the town centre so that there's a continuous cycleway all the way through the suburb. By voting for these, for 2AI and 2A2, we are meeting those requests from Cycle Wellington. And I understand that this is disappointing, but for me, for people who wanted the larger option, but for me this actually strikes a balance and some middle ground between delivering cycling benefits quickly in the short term against the coming MRT, which we know would then require us to rework all of this. That said, I just want to particularly draw everyone's attention to 2A3, that even if you were thinking about voting against this, that particularly those of you who are concerned about the impacts on businesses, you might want to consider supporting 2A3. What this basically says to officers is that when they prepare the traffic resolution, if you've got a dairy and you've got a P10 park in front of your dairy, and that park gets taken away by the traffic resolution, we will make sure that you get the nearest park to you will become a P10 park, so that you will continue to have the time-limited parking that you already have for your business. Now, that may be a slightly further walk from where it is right now, but it guarantees those businesses that any time-limited parking they have, P10, P30, P60, P120, anything that's there that currently exists, we will find the closest place to where it is and we'll put it there. So it does give some assurance to businesses about this, and it does sit alongside, therefore, Councillor Fitzsimon's amendment requesting a parking management plan. So even if you're going to vote against all the other stuff, if you're concerned about making sure that businesses continue to have their time-limited parking, I would encourage you to support 2A3. This is the exact same approach that we took when we did the Hataitai roundabout, where we said, okay, we're taking out some of these P10s and we're giving you the next nearest park. So I'd just like to encourage people to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou. I will be supporting these amendments, but to be honest, I do so with some level of discomfort. They feel like a pick and mix option to me, rather than actually doing all the things that we can to fix this now. And I just want to know, I want to echo what Councillor Day said, because actually I found it quite I felt quite stirred by it, because, you know, I just want to say to the mover and seconder of this amendment that in an attempt to be pragmatic and seek a consensus, you will be depending to get that over the line, from what I hear in this debate, on only the people who voted to support the full option. So this is not consensus. You've still got a block of councillors who will do anything they can to try and stop cycleways, and we are making a compromise that is not necessary and, in my view, is unwise. But that's the way it's fallen.
Look, I've just got a sense of deja vu here. We have a late night amendment. We have an attempt to lay it on the table for 2 weeks to get some more advice, which was voted down by the mover and seconder. We had officers who on 3 occasions needed to be asked whether they've got any discomfort or problems with it, and obviously not certain in being able to say that, and I don't blame them. It is difficult. It feels like this council has learned nothing from the past on this issue. Councillors are continuing to act like they know better than the Love the Bay process. I really, I spoke to probably about 2,000 people on the phone in the last local body election, and nearly as many in the by-election that brought me in. And on many occasions I have said, and in many public meetings, I will support the 2017 option. I don't feel great about voting against this, but I just think if politicians can't be true to their word, then you've got nothing left. So I will vote against this, and I'll tell you what I hope happens. I hope that it's voted down, and then I hope that my Green colleagues will see sense and support the 2017 option, and I hope that we can then move on. And that might be naive or overly optimistic, but I don't like the politics that are going on here. I don't think you've put officers in a fair position. I don't get any sense that there's an ability to actually advance this amendment consistently with doing a local area-based parking plan which takes the time needed to support the discussion. And so, yeah, I'm sorry. I want to try and be constructive, but this has become too hard.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Deputy Mayor Free.
Hey, thank you. Look, it has been quite a good and robust debate, and I do have no desire to politicise this either. So I think it has got quite political, and that was not my intent. My intent was to make what I thought was absolutely the right decision going forward. And I thank Councillor Condi for being really detailed and clear in her laying out of this issue. What we've got is a situation that has actually changed, and knowing what we know now about cycleways, we've learned some lessons. And what I do know is when you dig up drains, it gets very, very complicated, very, very easily. And Councillor Calvert, if you were talking about cost blowouts for some of these simpler options, boy, could we have a cost blowout on that more complicated option. And not a cost blowout, that's not even the biggest problem. It's actually tying up the parade with construction. And I saw 18 months to 2 years, and I believe it would be every single bit of that, and that's the one and only way in and out of the parade. And if we're going to tie it up for something, I want it tied up for mass transit. That is for something that's really worth doing, that can't be delivered any other way, whereas I think there are other really good options here. I've cycled today down the Rongotai Road cycleway. It was great. It would have been even better with raised platforms, so I'd feel just that little bit more secure going across the intersections. You know, the town centre, we do need a solution there, but the one we've chosen might not even need too much in the way of curb adjustments. So I'm after getting a really good solution that can be delivered in a realistic time frame. If we're lucky, we will get to actually cut a ribbon on this cycleway and actually celebrate it. Because despite all its faults and not being so perfect, there are people who really like it. And I do think the people that have stuck with this and defended it, and the people who have said, despite the fact that it's not as elegant as some other cycleways, it's maybe wasn't our finest bit of work, it's still a cycleway, and there are people using it. I want to just reassure you that Laurie, even though she's not here, has thought deeply about this problem and actually given me something to read to you all. She wants to thank officers for all the work done on this. She wants to acknowledge Regan from Island Bay Healthy Streets for his work in this. She wants to acknowledge the Island Bay community and the challenging situation everyone there has been through. And she says that actually she would be supporting Iona and I in all of our votes today. We had a chance to discuss this and we had a chance to canvass it. So when you say playing chicken, we had done our homework and we did know roughly where the votes would lie for this. And I thank you for those people who are prepared to support it, because we will end up with, well, you know, that's up to you, Councillor, but, you know, if the worst possible case that can happen here is we end up with an officer recommendation to do the resealing and the safety improvements, which they are actually quite comfortable recommending to us. I don't feel that it's the best solution. I want to do more. I want the safety plus, but they are actually comfortable. So, you know, and also their recommendation would reserve the 14 million for a later spend. And so, you know, that would in a way delay things, and that's not ideal when we know we have got safety issues, but it's not like what we have been through today to try and get what we think is a good solution would actually be at that much jeopardy. So, no, there have been some things said too that I think have been incorrect. You know, claims have been made, figures have been used and claims have been made. We can all dispute them. But I just also want to say the benefits of 20 million for the $14 million solution actually are accrued over a 40-year period. And this, if we do believe at all that Let's Get Welly Moving has legs and is a reality, we would only be looking at probably a 10-year max for this, which does bring those benefits right down, whereas I believe that everything we do today can actually survive and be compatible with Let's Get Welly Moving, or at the very least, we're not putting a lot of investment at risk. If things have to be moved later, we haven't actually put a lot of extra investment into it for quite a big benefit in safety. I will vote. I have thought about the area-based plan, and that was against officer advice, so but I will continue to support it because Councillor Fitzsimons, I know that you're coming from the really best place and trying to make sure we can accommodate the parking needs in the community. But what is obvious is when you do a safety option, what you prioritise is where those car parks actually are. You can't magic them up. You then decide how you're going to make the best use of those car parks. That's what the plan's about, and how you manage any of the overflow into side streets. And we've just demonstrated with the High Taito roundabout that it's actually possible to do that in a way that is quite acceptable to the community. So what we did was we've replaced all the 30-minute car parks that were right outside the shops with 30-minute car parks that are maybe just a little bit further away, but they do work. And then around the corner, we've got some of our 60-minute car parking, and then we've got the pressures that flow back, but they can be spread out over a much bigger area. And I'm sure our officers will be very cognizant of the need to try and accommodate parking, including at the Empire. And I accept that that hasn't happened as fast as it should have, and there's been, probably a little bit of more delay than we'd ideally want in trying to find a solution for that particular place. I think it is time to move on. We have got something here that I believe will work. It's a modest amount compared to the 14 million, but it will, any of these improvements that you vote for will be worth it in terms of adding safety. So I will stop there and and leave it at that, but I look forward to Iona's right of reply and to anybody else who's got anything further to say.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. Look, costs go up every day we delay this project. Costs go up every time we decide to maybe lay it on the table or string another community decision along or go against something that we decided in 2017. I am really disappointed that the 2017 decision that came through the Morrison Law Review and Love the Bay, and which was also defended in court as currently as last in June, and we've got cold feet. Having said that, I'm still a bit uncomfortable, but I will be supporting the package of amendments that are right in front of us here. This is a safety improvement option. It is a bit of a hodgepodge of ideas, but I do appreciate Councillor Pannett's and Councillor Free and Councillor Foon's ambitions to try and pull people together on this one. Just because there are other traffic and safety concerns elsewhere, Mayor Foster, does not mean we have to match it with this project. I do think, just because we've got other traffic concerns, it does not mean that we cannot at least try and do right by this community. It's been a very painful process. I'm going to surprise people here and address this comment to Councillor Simons and Councillor Wolf. You both said that you wanted to fix a mistake for our community, and both of us, our original amendments that we really wanted to see passed did not get through, but I asked you today to just consider that some progress, even though it's not the progress that you want, is really helpful at this one point. I think we can learn a lot from bridging through, but yeah, in conclusion, I just wanted to mahi to people that have tried to form a consensus and would like to encourage maybe some people who are still on the fence about this to consider the long journey that our community's been through, and that we just need a decision today. I can't go back to the substantive unchanged.
Indeed. Councillor Calvert.
Can I just ask everyone to think about it? This was your household budget, and you had the choice of doing what was needed as opposed to what you would like to see, and would you be putting your discretionary money into this? And as a city, you've got to think about all our pressures. We heard earlier on today that staff didn't even on the water resilience paper, didn't have resources just to be able to promote water tanks or any conservation aspects. There wasn't any, there wasn't resources there. I know we talk about the parking management plan. I just want to note that Wadestown has been waiting a year since the policy was put in, and they were meant to be the first cab off the rank in terms of that, so they're still waiting. So I'm not sure when the Island Bay one will be done. A modest potentially 9.1 plus is modest. You can't say that. It's not modest. There's been a lot of talk about this 2017 decision. Well, I was actually there, and I know there's been comments from people who weren't there and weren't involved in the conversations. And one of the lessons that we learned from that is when we as a council, and I know I was with the mayor and the deputy mayor on this one, when you try and design something without the technical expertise, it doesn't work. And so, as somebody said, this is a hodgepodge. And look, we had two options in front of us in the paper from officers. Presumably, they had done their due diligence. One was go with the 2.3 million one, or one was the 14 million. We debated the 14 million and said, nope, that's not on the cards. It's going to be reworked. But all I can say is, if you've ever managed a budget, is this what will you be spending $9.1 million or potentially even more? Probably you can add 20% to that, given what we know has been happening out in the construction market. So this is now the time, rather than emotive speeches, is actually to put on your governance hats and think about the financial prudence that you need to show as governors. So you need to vote with your head, not your heart, on this one.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Right. All right, sorry, somebody else does want to?
Oh, yeah, I will.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Rush.
I just want to acknowledge that the work done in Tai has been well received, and so that there are ways of mitigating car park loss. But I guess from my perspective, we talk about this divide in the Island Bay community, but from what I could gather, the Love the Bay overwhelmingly said keep it as it was, or with some improvements, right? That was the overwhelming 80%, I think it was. We've got a revamped Island Bay Residents Association, which was opened up for cyclists, and there was some, I understand, energy around getting a cycle lobby onto that, and with some success. But only one of that committee of eight voted to not support the go back option. So that's 1.25%. The division really was caused by loss of car parks and effect on business, and I see this as just making that worse. I don't see this as solving it. It's really just, I guess, demonstrating a level of, inability to respond to the needs of the community. And I think throwing more money at it is not good. I think that it is less safe than it should be. People need to make their own decisions. I wouldn't cycle on that cycleway. I'd cycle on the road, but that's just me. Anyway, I won't be supporting.
Thank you. Anyone else? People are still alive. Right, just so I will be brief. Look, Mayor Foster, I think you make some valid points about whatever we do, people will be happy, and that's clear. We had a number of different options. The community came back with some different feedback. The cycling community came back. So I think we're in a difficult position. And I do very much regret that it's been politicised, and I'm glad that a PhD student will be looking at it, because actually I think there was some references made to difficult behaviour, and I think it is a shame, because what we were just trying to do is something good, which in time will seem to be the right thing to do. It has never been connected, it's never been fixed. So those who really love cycleways, I would just ask you to vote for it today, because this is about fixing an important gap. We couldn't even have a conversation with the community back in 2013, 2014 about changing the parking. And so I do believe that's what we need to do. I think your point about spending $9 million to fix what was under $3 million is fair enough. Councillor Day, I don't feel ashamed of my record on sustainable transport. I've stayed the difference when it's been hard, and I haven't played chicken with cyclists. I've been in touch with them every day since we've had this paper to get advice and to get feedback and to discuss. And I think where I'm at is that we are trying to make some progress. I'm not opposed to spending more money at all, but I am strongly opposed to spending money when we know we are going to be doing some much bigger work there. And part of being an environmentalist is also about thinking about how your resources are used, and that includes money. And even it's like the cheaper version of buying second-hand clothes. You just be careful about where your money goes. Councillor Wolf, I'm glad that you said that safety is paramount, so I look forward to your support on this, because this is the problem. This is not a vote on whether cyclists get to live or die or be injured. We have to do the right thing to make sure that people are safe. Councillor Matthews, this is not a pick and mix option. It is one of the options there. It is a viable option, and I don't agree that it was a compromise. It wasn't necessary. There was not enough votes to get people across the line, and because everyone had such different views and had different ideas about. Councillor Fitzsimons, I just will respond to you. This was not a late night amendment. It had actually come through a number of times. I had talked to officer advice. I don't think we have learned nothing at all. All I've learned is that cycling is difficult, and if this is any signal of what is to come when we go through Newtown and Berrimpool, which will be far more difficult, I think we're just going to have to put our courage in our hands and go for it, because 8 years now until we've got to make some significant progress on climate change. So I think this is a step forward. I've supported your amendment on the parking plan, even though it's not really my thing, but just to be conciliatory, and then we will continue to make some progress, and we will keep going with it. Right. So I'm probably and sorry, just the last thing to say, in the interest of fiscal prudence, I'm actually not going to support the up to $9 million, even though I'm very passionate about safety at intersections. I'm going to go for the lower cost option. So it probably makes sense to take them all separately. Yeah. No. These were options. These were options, and I've just decided that so I don't need to justify. So 2D was the more expensive one, and I'm not going to support that. 2D. Yep.
2A, double A.
2A level 2.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and you can. That's your right. I'm just saying how I'm voting. Right. So, colleagues on Zoom, we're just going to slow things down now, just to make sure that you're understanding where we're at. So, we're going to vote on this final amendment, hopefully. So we've got two. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and I'm going to take them all separately, just given that people have got different opinions on them. Is that okay? Councillor O'Neill, you've got a question. Have you got the wording in front of you on your screen? Because I appreciate you need that to.
So I've got 2A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, that's the one. Yep.
I just want to ask whether it needs to have a safety improvements option integrated with the resurfacing words and including so how do we know that we've actually voted for the first bit as well as all the options? And maybe I can just have some advice.
We just
2A is actually the substantive.
Yeah, 2A becomes the substantive.
Vote on Roman numerals
1 to 5. Yes. Okay, is everyone clear on that process? Okay, so can we all vote on 2(1)?
Liz has their hand up.
Yes, it comes back.
So can you just say what it is,
Oh,
please?
yeah, of course, sorry. Agree to include the safety improvements and cycle facilities through the town centre and improvement options 1D. Sorry, I was asked to do that. Apologies.
So what's 1D?
It's sorry, Liz. It's on page 70. If you go to
okay,
yeah. That's the 2.5 to 4.4 million option.
Oh. Can I change?
Oh no, you've got right. Well, no, this is quite straightforward because we did talk to Laurie, so I will cast it in favour of 2-1. Somewhere out of town. So just to be clear, that was 7-7, and I've used my casting vote to vote in favour of 2-1. Now we're going to go to 2-2, which is agree to include the raised tables for the cycleways paired with zebra crossings for pedestrians on side streets and the safety improvements option aspects of 2D. If you could vote now, please. Sorry, Sarah? Oh, yep. So that's lost with 6 councillors in favour, councillors Condi, Day, Free, Matthews, O'Neill and Paul. Thank you. Right, we're now up to 3, 2(3). Request officers develop the traffic resolution to ensure that at least the existing amount and type of time-limited parking remains available as close to businesses and community facilities as practical under the new scheme in line with the parking policy. Right, so that passes with 2 councillors in opposition, Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Wolfe. Right, and then the final one, note that the current long-term plan has up to... note that officers will come back with some further information on options to improve the placemaking in the village centre in 2022 and then undertake the work in 2022 to 2023. So that's unanimous. Thank you. the first time. Right. And finally, note that the current long-term plan is up to $14 million for improvements to the parade, and this funding will remain ring-fenced until formal decisions are made on mass rapid transit. Yeah, all right. Just note, we're just trying to get this finished. So that passes with Mayor Foster, Councillor Rush and Councillor Wolfe in opposition. Thank you, colleagues. Right, we're now going back to the substantive. Dare I ask if anyone wishes to speak again? Yeah, okay, so if we just go back to the substantive and we'll just make sure that we're clear about, what's included now and what's not. Okay, just so that this is Wellington City Council at its finest. We are amendment kings and queens.
So... As the mover of the substantive,
do you wish to have a right of reply?
I will have a right of reply, but I just want to wait and let.
Just wait sure that that's all up in there. Yeah, no, absolutely. Sorry, we just making sure. Yeah, okay. So no one wants to speak. Okay, Councillor Condi, you'll do your right of reply, and then we'll just make sure the process is good in terms of voting. No, not.
We're just waiting. Sorry, team. We're just waiting for Heidi to finish compiling the new substantives.
Just before Councillor Condi does, I've often thought that when we take things separately, when they've already passed, that they won't. So I'm just going to vote for this, and I'm also mindful that Councillor Foon isn't here. So just if people think that's very odd, just to try and be more efficient.
Okay, but just to note though that no one will ever use this against anyone. We know what the vote was, and we don't want that to happen. Okay, so just that we're clear about where the vote was. All right.
Looking at the substantive, I just wanted to touch base in with Heidi, which is that if we look at 2A, from the bracket cost between $2 to $3 million and until Let's Get Welly Moving MRT upgrade, I think those need to be deleted because I think they've been superseded by the amendments. Is everybody clear and good with that? Yeah. People on Zoom, can you see the whole substantive, or does it need to be emailed to you? Yeah, it does. It needs to be emailed. Okay, we'll give a moment for all of that to happen as well. But while that's getting emailed, I will just do a very short right of reply. I'm not going to do it, Annie Foster. I'm not going to reply to everything that's said. I just want to say thank you.
Point of order. There's about 3 of you have said that, and not one of you has done it.
I know. We not meet your expectations. All right. I just wanted to say thank you all for the debate today. I think that it's a really challenging emotional issue and everyone's been really constructive and respectful, and I just want to acknowledge that. I just want to acknowledge that we've heard and considered really different views today. We've expressed our own preferences based on our best attempts to balance the competing priorities held in the community. And we have found some middle ground that the majority of us have been able to support. And in line with Councillor Fitzsimons, I was going to encourage you to vote in favour of this whole option. Not to say that it's your favourite or that you wholeheartedly support it, but just to acknowledge that you kind of accept the process that we've been through and a willingness to take this forward to the community. And particularly me, Foster, I'd kind of like to invite you to do that because I know you voted against some of these things, that you can lead this to the community for us. Indeed. That's it.
Thank you very much. Right, so colleagues on Zoom, have you got the amendment in front of you? Sorry, it does get a bit complicated. The substantive. Okay, so we're all going to, we're going to vote on it as one, but this does not mean that you say you are agreeing with it. But if you really are opposed, you know, of course you can vote against it. So if we can vote now, please. Thank you. We are not, we will not, yeah, we won't take a division, okay? We will not do that.
Why not?
Because it's unethical.
Why? Photograph.
Liz Kelly and Councillor.
We're voting everything.
Yeah,
now.
yeah. It's taken as one. We're not taking a division. You can vote against it or for it.
What's blue mean? We're all blue.
Right. Thank you very much. Right, colleagues. This is now carried with Councillor Rush. Okay. So okay. In the spirit of trying not to be divisive. Right, colleagues, at 2:15, we have now reached the end of the agenda for the Pūroro Āmua Committee of the 10th of November, 2021. So I'm just going to, yeah, 13 hours later. So I'm just going to suggest Councillor Rush and I need to change over seats. And if we just take maybe a 10-minute break and then you will say which order you're going to do the papers because we're
going to do sludge first.
That's great. Thank you, colleagues.
That need to go. back. I'd like to acknowledge that very gracious thank you from the Chair of Planning and Environment for the Infrastructure Committee accommodating her agenda. That was a bit of sarcasm, by the way. Yeah, okay, so well, welcome back. We just to get the agenda items in order so that we can accommodate folks, we'll do next Project Jasmine 2.3, then we'll do the RMA submission 2.6, and then we'll go back to Mayoral Taskforce report 2.2. Okay? Jasmine's the sewage sludge minimisation thing. Now, who's speaking on that? I have had no input into the name of the project. In fact, it's the first time we've named a project that I'm aware of anyway. But is Ms. Proctor available? I don't know. I wasn't part of it. Officer questions, yes. Are you there, Siobhan?
We're just trying to herd cats here. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Just on the project name, that is an internal name, so from here on in we will be calling this the Sludge Minimisation Project. I can just introduce, we have Greg Gummer here, who is the project director, Chris French, who is our technical director, and Heath George, who is the commercial director on this project, so they're all here to answer your questions. I'll just give a very brief introduction. So we bought this project in-house back in September, you'll recall. We do have a technically preferred option, which has been outlined in the case for change, which is lysis digestion with thermal drying at Moa Point, and we're progressing with this option. The project is driving really hard. We're completing a lot of the work streams in parallel, including engagement, business casing, planning, procurement, consenting, and we're having to do this in order to run really hard and ensure we can start our waste minimisation activities as soon as possible, and bearing in mind the consent on the landfill, which expires in 2026. We are seeking funding on this project from the Crown using the provisions of the Infrastructure Funding and Finance Act. So it's going to be off Council's balance sheet and would be recovered via a levy, so all of that information is in the paper as well. Given that our current calculations based on the estimated capital cost of this project have increased since the LTP, that levy has increased, and given we didn't discuss the impact on commercial ratepayers in the LTP, we think it prudent to go out and engage on the updated figures, and we want to do that before Christmas. We will incur significant costs between now and the point at which Crown Infrastructure Partners agree to fund this, which is the point which we call financial close in October 22. But to note that the Deputy CE of the Crown Infrastructure Partners is presenting this to the Building Nations conference today, and has mentioned that Sludge, and will be presenting that the Sludge Minimisation Project is one of their priority projects that they're looking to advance. So we're very confident that we will get that funding. We want to engage with the market as soon as possible to sound out what contractors are interested, what level of risk they're willing to share with us, and just noting it's a very complex project, up to a cost of 222 million, and we actually need some very clever design to fit this on a very constrained site. It's a very ambitious programme, which I said before, we want to start enabling works at the start of 2023. So our intention from here is to continue, go out to engage with the community before Christmas, finish off the business case and come back to this committee in early 2022 to seek approval of that business case. So before we get started, we do have a presentation. So Chris and the team have been going out and engaging with stakeholders. So we thought it would be good to present that presentation to councillors, so you are as informed as our communities on what we were going out and talking to them about. So I think Sean's going to bring that presentation up and drive it on behalf of Chris, and we'll get going, and then we'll take questions after that. That's okay, Chair?
It is up, but you can't see it. apparently.
Oh.
Okay. I can see it on the. I can see it on Councillor Rush's screen. So.
Do you want to go in? I'll come in with you. Yeah, we'll both come in.
They look comfortable. All good.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I was just going to provide a quick overview of the project, the why we're doing it. We've presented on before, but just a brief recap. How we've arrived at our preferred option, some of the complexities and challenges with building this type of plant, and finish off of where we are heading to from here. So next slide, please. So first of all, I just wanted to comment on a few of the challenges we have of managing sludge in its current form. So as you're probably aware, we pump the sludge through 2 pipelines across to Kerry's Gully in a liquid state. At Kerry's Gully, the only treatment we provide to it is to take out what water we can readily take out with pretty primitive technology, I would call it, to remove water to get it to a soil-like, jelly-like sort of consistency. It has no further treatment, and it goes into the landfill in that condition. So that typically creates some challenges, and I've put on this slide a few of those key challenges. So first of all, we have challenges around operational resilience. So the pipelines, as we know, we've had challenges with those, and that resulted in trucking the raw sludge across the city at quite a rate of trucks. There are operational resilience challenges potentially with the existing sludge dewatering plant at Kerry's Gully. It is ageing, and we need to. It will require some renewal at some point in the not too distant future if we were to do nothing. Because the sludge is unstabilised, what we mean by unstabilised is it still contains solids that will break down. It will attract what we call vectors, rodents, pests in the landfill. They're naturally attracted to that material. It will produce methane as it breaks down because the landfill actually acts as a cold digester. So it will just slowly break down in quite an inefficient way. Even though we capture gas off the landfill, that's relatively inefficient way to capture gas. We would be better to try and capture that in a managed process earlier. One of the other issues is that the sludge in its current form, because it is unstabilised and relatively voluminous, then we really have only one place that we can put it. And having a single disposal pathway for sludge is becoming increasingly nationally and internationally a resilience challenge for wastewater treatment. So that's driving a lot of projects globally around better sludge management. We have to mix it with the solid waste, and as we know, the solid waste volumes are dropping. That's really to keep it stable in the landfill, and that means that we can't really implement solid waste and carbon reduction initiatives at council until we address the sludge. So this is really an enabler for waste and carbon management for Wellington City Council. Next slide. So this is the preferred process. So we had a list of potential options which were just brainstormed by a range of technical experts, and then we shortlisted. We arrived at what I would call a sensible long list by doing a fatal flaw analysis on all those potential options. So we knocked out things that had huge land area requirements, were very novel, and would create a technical challenge to try and operate them in this part of the world, and did not align at all to iwi values around sludge and human waste management.
Chris, but just want to
speed up.
Yeah, I mean, this is all great background, but I think the council are quite familiar with it.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
No, that's fine.
It's a shame, actually.
So I can't believe you don't want to talk about sludge all day. So just really quickly then, essentially the thermal hydrolysis and digestion process breaks down the volatile components, the biodegradable solids. We produce biogas off that. We catch the biogas. We use that in boilers and electricity generation plant. That generates heat, and we use that heat to then dry the sludge to produce a dried pellet. So it looks, the only analogy I can think of is like Makona coffee granules. It's like a granulated product.
Don't mix them up, though.
Yeah. I have some on my desk, and I'm careful not to do that. But it is, but this is a self-sufficient process from an energy perspective. We will have excess biogas, which we're proposing to generate electricity from, on top of the heat we need for the process. So the idea is that the only time you'd use natural gas is on startup, when you're not producing biogas. Next slide. So this is a copy of the plant concept. This will inevitably evolve as the design evolves, but it has a number of constraints. As you can see, this is a site within an existing quarry face, down just below the Moa Point wastewater treatment plant. We are right next to the main influent pump station for Moa Point wastewater treatment plant, so 95% odd of Wellington sewage is coming in through pipelines underneath our site and into that pump station on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, we have a facility that is generating isotopes for cancer treatment throughout New Zealand, so cannot be disrupted, and we're building between the two. So this is calling on the skills of a contractor who understands complex industrial process integration, who understands vertical infrastructure, building, construction, not too dissimilar to inner city building construction where you're working in very tight site environments. None of those challenges are insurmountable. It's about getting the right design and construction skills involved in the project. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, they've got a few points on there. So as I said, there's a lot of constraints, which you'll be able to see on the screen there, that we're well aware of, obviously, working through in our design process at the present. Yeah, sure. So what they do there is they produce isotopes for cancer treatment. So it's essentially got a little centrifuge in it that is producing radioactive material that is put on planes and sent to different parts of the country for cancer treatment in hospitals.
But it's not coming.
No, not coming out from the sewage. We can't move it. We did look at moving it, but it would take 7 years to wind down the centrifuge in there. It's a logistical. Yeah, that's right. Yep. So, but we're quite fortunate. They operate in the middle of the night. So as long as we're not constructing in the middle of the night, which we won't be, then in most circumstances, then we should be fine. Moving through to the. So as I said, this will be complex. It's a tight site. Requires the construction to influence the design, and that is heavily influencing the way that we want to procure a construction contractor for this project, using some form of early contractor engagement so that they are able to support the design process, understand the risk, and price that appropriately, and understand where risk sharing with council ends up. This is not. This will require more than the usual tier 1 contractor fraternity that we would use to build bridges and highways and even buildings. This will require partnership with a specialist industrial contractor who would work for the likes of Fonterra or paper mills or any of those big process industrial ones. But we're already actively seeking to engage, so we're looking at putting a request for information out to the market shortly so that we can get them interested in the project. We're using technology that's sourced internationally, predominantly from Europe and North America. We are using a combination of US, Australian and UK design team, process specialists in this area who understand and know the technology and know the suppliers. They're already actively engaged in the design process. It requires careful consideration of how we go about procurement, as I said, how we package plant, how we manage process risk, whether or not we could even transfer that risk to a contractor. But that's all something we're working through at the moment. And then finally, we need to ensure that the right operational skills are here and available, and they may not exist in New Zealand today, or they may exist in different industries, and we need to attract them to the wastewater sector to support this project. So we've got plans around how to manage those risks. Next slide. So where are we going from here? So we've commenced with preliminary design. The reason for that is that we need preliminary design to be undertaken before we can lodge consents. We need to have sufficient detail to lodge consents. We're proposing to take the remainder of 2022 to do detailed design, and in that process engage a contractor to provide early contractor involvement, so that, as I said, we can understand those risks and help that influence the design process in a collaborative way, with a view that we would negotiate final contract with the main contractor and commence construction in 2023, with about a 3-year construction program to commission in early 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Colleagues, I have Councillor Paul, Councillor Pannett, the Mayor.
So why is it called Project Jasmine?
Come on.
We can't hear.
All right, we're going to move on. Councillor
Can you
Pannett,
repeat the answer?
Thank you for asking, Councillor Paul, because I was wondering too. Was it ironic or just optimistic? Anyway.
We can't hear. Can you please repeat the answer to that question? Into a microphone.
The project name was an internal one by Wellington City Council, and it's simply a name, and it may well be related to the type of project. It may not be, but I like it. So let's move on.
It's gone.
Yeah. And Siobhan's just
Please
said that
use
Project Jasmine won't
microphones.
be used anymore.
All right, can we, we've got a busy day,
I've got a very
guys.
focused question. Siobhan, I only got one question, you'll be pleased to know, and obviously you'll know that I'm a supporter of this project, but as usual, the cost has gone up, and even when I looked at kind of what it meant for each ratepayer, I was like, so what I think, can we tell our residents, yes, you're going to have to pay more for this, but you're going to see some other savings elsewhere when fortunately, our ETS charges, for example, will go down. I think we just need to tell, otherwise it looks like more and more money from hard-pressed residents.
Yes, so part of the completion of the business case is to actually round out the economic analysis on that, which is looking at the quantifying some of those economic benefits. So we will have that in a more fulsome report at the beginning of the year. And we will push hard to make sure we can use some of that information on the engagement, but we'll make sure that when we do engage, we have at least some of the qualitative assessment of those benefits so they can see that they're getting what value they're getting. Yeah.
Sorry, Your Worship.
Yeah, group of questions if I can. First one of them is, could you just tell us a little bit more about the risks of having one provider? I mean, you basically said that there's only one provider of this sort of technology, and how, and on that basis, risks for contracting with them, and also How many plants are doing this kind of thing if there's only one provider of them?
Sure, good question. So to answer that question, there's about 167 thermal hydrolysis plants either in operation or in construction at the moment. Of those, the preferred supplier has constructed close to 90 of those plants. There are other providers, however, we took some advice from an international consultant who works with those suppliers, and there was a strong consensus that they wouldn't be capable of delivering that plant into New Zealand, and that it would create significant risk for council to go to some of those other suppliers. Where we went from there was to understand how Watercare, who are delivering a similar project, are going about it, and they're using the same supplier. So part of our de-risking strategy is to engage with Watercare about how we can work together to bring benefits to both parties. One of the key risks with any international technology is ongoing service support. There's another one of these plants under construction in Australia and another one in operation over there about to be upgraded. So that'll mean there's 4 of them in Australasia, and it gives if we work with Watercare, my proposal is that we can put some more pressure on that supplier to make sure that the right servicing and support is available in Australasia for those plants.
So the biggest issue is not the construction, but the servicing.
No, that's right. Yeah, the plant itself is a modular kit, tested internationally, well used in the sorts of processes that we are doing. So I don't see the risk so much there. It's in the ongoing support and operation.
Okay. Second one is just in terms of the recommendations, it does still look as though you've got a degree of flexibility around your thinking about technology that's being used. You haven't absolutely settled on this one technology. Sorry, because it's kind of not.
Yeah. We think there's very, very low risk of the remaining business case analysis showing that any other technology would be preferable. But we just do need to round that out.
Yeah, no, that's fine because you've at least not completely closed doors if you wanted to go down that track. Okay, cool, thank you. And then third question is just, it's the one we've sort of been exploring a little bit, which is just, is there any way of actually trying to deal with municipal waste at the same time as sludge in the one plant? I don't know whether it's technically possible or not, but location.
Yeah, so I did do a bit of research after we had that discussion the other day, Mayor, and what I have learnt and bounced off colleagues is that in order to get sludge into a state where it could be used mixed with solid waste and used in a gasification plant or some form of an incinerator, you would need to first of all get it to about the state that we have to get it to anyway with this plant. So you would have to dry it, a minimal dry it. You would then be using fossil fuels to dry it, which would create other problems. So this plant would enable you to explore those options by putting in place a sustainable process for sludge management. But the range of technologies I've looked for dealing with it with a municipal waste means we have to pre-treat the sludge to a high degree already.
Okay, no, cool, thank you. And just in terms of what other councils are doing, you've obviously mentioned Watercare.
Yes.
What do other councils do in New Zealand in terms of sewage treatment plants with byproduct, and what do they end up doing with it?
Sure.
There's a lot of it land disposal and.
That's right. So there are 330 odd treatment plants in New Zealand. Of those, about 15 are what I would call advanced plants. The rest are pond systems.
How many?
About 15 are what I would call advanced plants. The remainder are pond systems, and they get desludged every 10, 15 years and spread on forestry typically or into landfill. Of the ones that produce a continuous sludge byproduct like Moa Point and Karori, the predominant way has been to have digesters. So they back in the 60s, digesters were normally installed with these plants. What we are finding increasingly in New Zealand is as those plants reach capacity, they're now looking to implement thermal hydrolysis or similar to be able to get more capacity out of what they've got rather than building it. So really what I'm saying is at Moa Point, we've got to build the digesters plus the thermal hydrolysis bit. The other plants are going to end up in the same place, albeit they're just adding on to what they've got now.
Okay. And just a finance question, the funding level, when you're looking at this, funding which is level of service versus funding which is growth, I mean, obviously there's a capacity requirement here, so have you had a look at that?
Heath, can you answer that question in terms of the funding?
What was this? Sorry, can you repeat that question, please, Mr. Mayor?
The question is, when we go down the track of a substantial new asset like this, I'm interested in what proportion of the asset is growth-related, i.e. the capacity of the asset, versus what is level of service. I just wondered if that analysis has been done.
So yes, it has been. This doesn't create any additional capacity in the wastewater network. It just takes the output from the current network and converts it into a different type of output that provides us with opportunity to do different things with it.
Yeah, no,
in terms of the funding is being considered both, off balance sheet right now through IFF.
No, I get that. So my question was, obviously you've got a plant which has got to cope with not just today's population, but also tomorrow's population. And that's why I'm asking the question about the capacity of the plant and what proportion of it therefore is, if it was a smaller plant for today's population than it would be for tomorrow's population.
In terms of plant capacity, I think Chris will be best placed to answer that, but I understand that there is no capacity issues at this point in time.
That wasn't my point. My point is that if you built a plant of size A, it would deal with the population we've got today. But today's population is not the population we're forecasting for, so you therefore can't be building a plant of size A. You've got to build something that's bigger than that. That's my question.
Yeah, so we've been undertaking detailed analysis around that. And where we're arriving to is we've taken two options forward, but of plant sizing, and we're going to settle it probably in the next month or so on the final sizing. One of those options is to build it to match the ultimate design capacity of Moa Point. So Moa Point was, stage 1 of Moa Point Wastewater Treatment Plant was built, and at some point in the future, stage 2 was intended to be built, which would increase its capacity. I can't remember the exact figure, by about 30%, I think, but it's and essentially the engineers are squirreling away in the background at what's the equivalent capacity of a sludge plant required to match that. Because essentially beyond stage 2, my understanding from all the reading I've done is that you can't fit any more capacity at Moa Point. So then you'd be looking to have to deal with wastewater in a different way somewhere else. And with it, a sludge plant would be built.
Okay, so I'm really interested in that number, and I'm actually, when you put it in that context, I'm really interested in what that ultimate number is, because that might put a lid on a few other things too, like how many people we can actually have in the city.
Yes, yeah. So we're doing the analysis on that as we speak.
Okay, and the last thing is just in terms of right at the front of your presentation, you had the sort of externalities, methane breakdown from sludge, rodents, etc. So if we do this, what does the landfill look like in terms of its methane emissions? I got the impression it's very much at the margins than substantive. And what does it do in terms of rodents? And there I'm thinking about, obviously the surrounding area and predator control and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's right. The actual methane production from the sludge relative to all the other solid waste is actually quite low.
Small, yeah.
What this is an enabler to then keep other solid waste out of the landfill that would otherwise produce methane.
Cool, I got that.
Yep.
And rodents is mostly
I'm not an expert in solid waste.
Presumably it's mostly other waste that's causing that rather than sludge.
Sludge, because of its human-born nature, does in itself, its odour attracts rodents. It's not a particularly pleasant thing.
Beautiful. Yeah. So in other words, getting rid of it's probably a quite good thing in that context.
It's certainly a proactive step. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, look, I've just got two quick questions. The first one might really be for the CEO, and it comes from kind of a thinking about how we kind of deal with big projects like this. But basically, Barbara, are you confident that we have the kind of specialist expertise within Wellington City Council to manage this project, given we've already had a cost escalation very, very early, and that was identified as one of the issues in our problems that have led up to the Mayoral Taskforce on water?
Through you, Chair, yes, I am confident, and I would also comment that rather than see this as a cost escalation, what you are seeing is a refinement of the, as detailed investigations are happening, of the estimates for this project.
And my second question really is why we would engage with residential ratepayers. I can understand why we'd engage with commercial ratepayers, but do we really need to go back to residential ratepayers on this as well? It just feels like people are going to be like, do we really anticipate we're going to get something valuable on this? I mean, Siobhan basically indicated before that they're not anticipating any change in technology. So what are we expecting? I mean, unless someone runs a massive campaign, is it worth it?
Beth, do you want to answer that? So from my perspective, the reasoning is because the figures that we had in the LTP are different from the current figures, so that levy is different.
But that's going to happen a lot, right, with stuff like this?
So a bit of context as well, Councillor, is that the information provided in the LTP was a smaller range for average residential ratepayer, but we weren't explicit that that range was for the average residential ratepayer. What we're now able to show is the potential range for all ratepayers, so that breadth of costs. It is a risk-based decision, and there is flexibility about how we approach it. Do you want to provide some advice around why we're recommending this?
It really comes down to the significance of the decision. It is a significant decision, and therefore our adherence to the LGA decision-making requirements has to be robust. And given what Sarah has just pointed out, that was why my recommendation was that we went back to residential as well as commercial. But as Sarah's pointed out, it is a risk assessment.
I'm just trying to understand, it feels like a low threshold to go back to residents about something we've just consulted on and just decided on. And I'm just worried that we start to sort of make a mockery of the consultation if we keep going back. So I guess I'm interested in officer advice to limiting it to commercial ratepayers. Oh, yeah.
We need to agree the levy.
Yes.
Sorry, we're just having, can we just have 1 minute?
Yeah, and I'm interested in how much it will cost to run that consultation.
I mean, the recommendation says that we agree to engage further. I didn't think that was full consultation. It doesn't say that.
You're in.
Yes. Yep. Through you, Chair, we agree. Our recommendation is not for full-blown consultation. It is for engagement with the community. In relation to residential, perhaps, as I just point out the risk again, as Sarah said, which is that we weren't specifically clear in our LTP that levy, which was $70 to $100, related to the average ratepayer. Yes, residential, and therefore the risk we believe would come from people with a higher value property who would therefore incur a far higher levy. And that's what we were concerned about. As I said before, there is no legal requirement for us to do this. It is really about our view and it's at our discretion in terms of how much we want to comply strictly with the Local Government Act requirements here. But it is a significant decision, which is why I made that recommendation. An alternative would be to perhaps allow for engagement through our website, so inform the community that it's now at this cost, and then allow feedback and seek that feedback and then consider that feedback as part of your next decision next year.
Okay, is that sufficient, Councillor Fleur? I've got a few concerns, and I'm a little bit nervous about articulating them in public, I suppose, but that's what I'm going to do. So it sounds like we've got one supplier. So how long has this supplier been in business? What's their credit rating? What's their performance history?
Just to articulate that slightly more, the one supplier is for one piece of plant amongst a huge process. So it's one specific piece of plant. It is a critical piece of plant, no getting around that, but it's one piece of the bigger puzzle. Okay. So it's just about that. This supplier has been in business since the 80s when they originally built the thermal hydrolysis plant for Washington, DC, still the largest plant in the world. I haven't done a personal credit check on them or anything like that. That will be part of our procurement process. One thing I didn't mention to the Mayor before was, in relation to his question, is that the procurement approach is that we are going to run it as if it were an open tender process to ensure that we're getting. Yeah.
Is it a publicly listed company?
I believe so. It's a Norwegian company.
Oh, okay. Well, they're not bad. What I didn't see covered in the presentation was I think you mentioned the status of negotiations with the Crown. I don't know if we need to go into anything more, Ms. Proctor, at this stage, but I think it'd be useful to explain the process of getting to financial close, what that looks like, why do we have to fund this all now, and in case others are not familiar with the process.
Yeah, so there's a couple of conditions on financial close, or three actually. One, that design is progressed sufficiently to give cost certainty. That there's a clear pathway to consentability, and that the land acquisition is on track, so that we've got certainty over that land acquisition. Yeah. So that's targeting October.
And I suppose my, going the same sort of concerns is that we are, if this doesn't work for whatever reason, we are in a very distressed sort of situation. Are we in parallel keeping some sort of alternative backup plan, in place, if nothing else, but to give us some leverage negotiations, both with our supplier and with the Crown? And if there is, I think you mentioned in one of answers to one of my questions about what do we do if the finance doesn't come because of the government not having money, for example.
Yeah. So we are in partnership with CIP, essentially. They do have, their Deputy CE is on our governance team for this project. Okay. By all indications, they are very, very committed. And I said before, he is presenting today to Building Nations and will be actually showcasing this as one of their priority projects. So we are confident that they are going to come to the party on that. The alternative, if they didn't, would be then to revisit how we finance it off our balance sheet. And increase our debt to revenue ratio, all of that stuff.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Have you got anything further on that, Sarah, that you want to add?
Chair, the only thing I would add to that commentary is that the initial soundings with the market, the financiers, have been very positive. This is something where infrastructure investors want to put their money. So the market's excited, the Crown's excited, and we're happy the way that we're progressing at the moment.
Thanks, Terry. Yeah, and I think the contractor community here will be queuing up to be part of this, so that's great. Chris, one of the slides showed Karori sludge going into this plant. Is that something we're planning on doing, trucking sludge from Karori?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Rush. They are planning to, we dewater sludge at Karori already, similar to what we do at Kerry's Gully. We will be putting an extra treatment step in at Karori to make sure the sludge is in condition. It's just really about removing screenings and cotton buds and that sort of stuff. And then I'm currently working through with the design team the safest way to transport that and the safest way is looking like sealed containers, specially designed sealed containers, so that it doesn't present any transport risk and mitigates those community impacts around transporting it. It makes up about 5% of the total sludge that'll be processed through this plant.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else got questions? Your Worship.
Just one more. Just the weightings that you got in the assessment. I just wanted to understand how cost plays out in that, because you've obviously got the numbers, as best I understand them. There's not a massive difference between the different technologies that or technology solutions that you are suggesting in terms of total scores, etc. But I'm really interested in how cost plays out with that. In other words, the cost versus the other elements.
It's certainly.
And I know you put a weighting on cost, but it's like, yeah.
So what we did do is in the original MCA multi-criteria assessment, we did a base assessment with cost, I believe, at 20% weighting.
Yeah.
And then we ran 5 or 6 sensitivity analysis where we played around with cost as a factor. So we took it right up to 50%, took it right down to 5%, and played around, and we were still getting the same options appearing at the top of the tree, which gave us more confidence that when you take cost alone or as a really primary driver, or you reduce it down and focus on other priorities, you get the same outcome.
So if I could just ask then, the raw cost of any of those other technology outcomes, what was the sort of range of numbers we're talking about? And I ask that because obviously the cost numbers are so substantial that it's something we need to understand.
Yes, certainly. So for the preferred option, the capital cost ranges come in at 158 to 222 million. And if you refer to page 87 of the agenda items, so 160 to 222 million. Yep. The other options, other than the do nothing option, came in at a range. So next one, 180 to 250, 170 to 250, 163 to 240. So they're coming in broadly in the
same line, yeah.
Where you do start to see a bit of differential when you get into whole of life cost, because things like sludge disposal costs start to play a factor in those. So that's about where they're landing out.
Okay, so there's no massive saving from different technologies is the key bit.
No, that's correct.
Okay.
Did you run a sensitivity analysis across these, and what was the biggest variable that would cause costs to increase?
The biggest variable is the sludge disposal. So labour, chemicals, energy don't really materially change. It's actually sludge disposal and sludge disposal levies that have one of the biggest risks for council, of course, is exposure to those external costs from levy increases at the landfill. And that's actually one of the drivers for this project. It comes into one of the project objectives quite strongly.
Yeah. And that would be the same sensitivity for each one of these variables.
That's correct. And when we did do the original whole of life cost modelling, we did play around with those factors to see if it made any material difference to the outcome. And it didn't.
Cool. That's it for me. Anyone else? Well, good. Okay. Well, I'm going to be very happy to move this paper. Actually, I suppose I do have concerns that cost escalations might push us to a point where actually this isn't something that we can seriously do. I mean, that's, we just can't keep on funding things, but under the current analysis, that's a ways away. And I suppose, this this sort of project that I'd love to get my hands on as a lawyer and help out on the tools, but I won't, so I'll be watching. I think we said when we agreed that this was the option we'd go for, that this is a piece of infrastructure that everyone uses, and this is something which is planning for the future, and we just simply have to do this. So I'm very happy to move the paper and ask for a seconder. Councillor Condie, thank you very much. Would you like to speak?
I guess just to say that I kind of absolutely hear and agree with Councillor Fitzsimon's comments about not really wanting to go out and consult again at this point in time, but the vibe that I'm getting is that what we're proposing in terms of engagement in point 2 there is fairly low key, and I think that that's probably about where the committee wants to be at, so I'm comfortable supporting that rather than downgrading it.
Yeah. Thanks. Any amendments? Okay, good. Move on. No debate. Any debate? Okay, right a reply.
Yeah. Look, just to say, I just want to say thank you to officers and to the team for the work that you're doing. This is a really substantial investment in anybody's terms. It's a lot more than possibly we thought it was going to be a few years back, when we put a placeholder number, which was clearly nowhere near, pretty much order of magnitude wrong. And obviously the management of this is going to be really critical going forward. I mean, you look at these numbers, they're actually more than we're spending on the town hall or Takina, so it is a huge number. I guess that the problem we've got is that we are in the situation we don't have the ability to be able to do topographically what some other cities do. And because of the technology that we've adopted for Mile Point, I mean, I go back to the beginning when we did Mile Point in the first place, and some of the marine scientists said what you should do is just treat it as best you can, quite high level of treatment, and put a longer outfall out. The saving would be astronomical, but that's where we are. And at the moment we're in this situation that if we don't do something, we are never going to get our landfill waste under control. And I think that's the bit that people need to understand, that we will have to keep on pouring the sludge, dewatered sludge, into the landfill, mixing it with a significant amount of waste. We cannot reduce the waste there, and if we are reducing the waste, we've got to pull it in from somewhere else to mix it. And then we've got the issue of getting a consent for the landfill, which a bigger landfill is not going to be easy and is not going to last forever either. So I think we're between the devil and the deep blue sea on this one, and so we've got to progress. But I think we need to make sure that our community really understands what this is all about. The other bit, of course, which is going to be really interesting, is should Three Waters proceed, whose challenge this is going to be. But whatever we do, we've got to make sure we lock it in, because this might not be the highest priority for some new water entity.
Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Councillor Bennett.
When I think about this problem, I'm just glad we're actually dealing with it. I tend to agree with you about the long outfall. It might have been a good idea, but then we would have struggled to have community acceptance. I can remember when Councillor Rush was rash enough to suggest we might deal with our temporary sludge problem in a different way.
Be careful. I suggested that everyone needed to have a think.
Yeah, that's right.
Point of order.
That's right. You suggested it was an option. And it was just blasted for it. So clearly the community expects us to deal with our waste in a modern way. And I think we have to acknowledge Councillor Foon's contribution to actually forcing us to face up to this issue when we've still got time to deal with it. So, we know then what happened when we had to truck sludge and how horrible that was. So this is a problem we really do have to deal with, and I thank you for a solution. Thank goodness there is a solution. I mean, I hope it won't cost too much more, but there is a solution, so that's good.
Anyone else want to speak? I will have a right to reply, actually. I I thought I was blasted at the time, but as it turned out, that was quite minor. I'm just going to say what I like about this paper is that it looks and smells of real expertise of people who know what they're doing, and you've identified the risks. You've done what we need. You've developed a strategy. I look forward to what we can do with water care. I do think that's a great relationship we should develop. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this unfolds. So well done and good luck to the team. Welcome aboard, Greg. And yeah, let's vote. Use the one for okay and red. Do you need? Oh, you're supposed to point that way, aren't you? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Well done, officers. Thank you very much. We're going to move to item 2.6, which is the RMA submission. When are we planning on a break? Okay. I know Councillor Paul I'm just trying to think, who have we got? We don't have any external folks. Did you want to have a break? Okay. No. Well, look, it's been a long day already, and that was a nice paper. I think we need to get on with the RMA because it sounds to me like that can be quite thorny. We'll be here for a while. So I am going to ask Mr. Hodgetts. Liam, you want to parachute into the...
I am, Councillor Rush. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we've been told by Dem Services we need to stay in the room because we have the whole team here to present the paper and answer any questions.
Okay.
But I'm happy to bring them in, but it's probably easier just to stay as is.
Okay. Well, if you'd like to introduce the paper, Mr. Hodgetts, it'd be welcome.
I will, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick request. I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Hodgetts,
Mr. Chairman.
Request?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a quick request. You mentioned before, and I think Councillor Pan had also requested that officers prepare a short presentation. Now, I know everyone's been sitting for quite a long period of time, and I'm wondering whether you still need that presentation or not before I introduce the team. Just want to know, because we have prepared something, but we're quite happy to go straight to questions as well.
I'm happy to take advisement on this, but given the workload, and I have had a glance through the submission, but I've not managed to put together some of the amendments I've seen. I would be minded to have a presentation if one's available. I'm seeing nods. I'm seeing, yeah. Yeah, I think we are. Just one thing, we will need to extend our meeting time in the usual way. So do we not do that now, Sean? 2-minute adjournment. No pressure. We're voting to extend the meeting time. Could you please use your green or red buttons?
Do we
Thank
have
you.
to? Do we have to?
Oh, now he votes no, but 4 years too late.
Yeah, I don't know either. Okay, I'll change the vote.
Come on, mana enhancing, please. Okay, that's right. Okay, thank you, colleagues, for that vote of support. To carry on, soldier on. Right, back to the RMA Amendment Bill Item 2.6. I understand that, Mr. Hodgetts, your team has a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, kia ora koutou, tēnā koutou councillors and people online. Look, the paper, of course, is a response to the medium density housing standards released for Tier 1 councils. It includes two components. This announcement, it's effectively new standards for our general residential zones, and it applies to about roughly 50% of our current residentially zoned area in the city. And it also looks to create a fast-track consenting process to accelerate the implementation of the NPSUD. And that's something that really excites officers, and we're absolutely supportive of. The submission's due on the 16th of November. It's based on our professional opinion at this stage, of course, and experience. And we've tried to frame it within the context of the strategic direction the council approved under the spatial plan and adopted under the spatial plan. So, look, I understand, and you may disagree, or some of you may disagree with some or most of what the submission's trying to get across. But I mean, that's entirely your discretion. It is, after all, your submission. So we've done our best within a very compressed timeframe to get this to you. We've put forward our best foot professionally in terms of how we've read the standards and how we understand the implementation of the fast track process. And that in that sense, you know, we did actually try to ask for an extension to give you the time to potentially socialise the content of the paper and the details within it, and indeed the tone. But of course, that extension was turned down. They're running pretty quickly in this regard. So we've done our best, and the team are here to have you take questions after a short presentation by Adam, as introduced by the chairman. So we'll just tee that up now.
Can I just ask Dem Services a question while we're Councillor Wolf is looking for this on diligence? Is it? It's the last page of the infrastructure. About page 131. I've got a hard copy.
Mine only goes up to 130.
You have to press another button to update it. Not sure which button. Some button.
Okay.
Oh, it's just trying to get the submission.
Thank you. I'll try that.
Is Siobhan still around?
Yeah, because it was a late paper, you need to update, and then it will download. It will download those additional pages at the end of the agenda.
Okay, Adam, I think we're. Are we ready to go, guys? I don't see it in front of me here. It's up there.
Yep, whenever you're ready, Mr. Chairman.
Colleagues, do you want it on screen on it? I can't. Shoot, Adam, let's do it.
Kia ora, councillors. It's actually Tim Johnston here. You've got a tag team today of Tim and Adam. Given the short turnaround for getting the submission, we've worked on this together. So we'll do a bit of tag team in terms of both presentation and questions and answers. But yeah, I know you've had a long couple of days, so this isn't too long. We'll talk about key points of what's in the bill and also our key points from our submission summary. So as you probably remember, the government dropped this on us the day before we came to you to sign off consultation on the draft district plan. So we got it on the 19th of October, and obviously we came before you on the 20th of October with the draft plan. So still very much working through the implications. We have to have submissions to the Select Committee by the 16th of November, and we will have an opportunity to speak at the Select Committee. And as you know from the photo there of Megan and Judith holding hands, it is a joint bill by the government and the National Party. We certainly will, once the submission runs its course and we get the outcomes, we'll come back to you with another report on what the bill, final implications of the bill and what it means for the district plan review. So the purpose of the bill is to rapidly accelerate the supply of housing where the demand for housing is high. This will help to address some of the issues with housing choice and affordability that Aotea, New Zealand currently faces in its largest city. That's direct from the bill. Important to note that the bill still applies in addition to the current NPSUD settings. So all of the things from the spatial plan and the draft district plan about enabling as much density in the city centre and the 6-storey development around our metropolitan centre and rail stations, that all still applies. So really the effect of this latest MDRS standard is beyond those current areas and out into our outer residential area. The MDRS standards apply to the high growth Tier 1 councils, so Auckland, Tauranga, Hamilton, Christchurch and ourselves. As you probably know from all the headlines, it permits 3 homes of up to 3 stories on a site with standards that have to be met. So as long as you meet those standards, you're permitted and no resource consent is required. We're required to notify the plan change to bring these standards into effect by or before August 2022. And importantly, as soon as we notify that plan change, these standards do have legal effect. So they effectively take over from the current district plan settings. And as we'll see on the next slide, they do represent a big change in the level of density that are allowed from our current outer residential zone and also what we proposed in the draft district plan for the general residential zone. So this table shows the proposed standards in the middle column and what's in our draft district plan. Probably the key changes here obviously is increasing the number of permitted units from 2 to 3, an increase in height from 8 stories to 11 stories. That's where we're effectively permitting 3 stories instead of 2. A big change to the recession planes, 2.5 metres as current and proposed to 6 metres in a 60-degree angle, and an increase in site coverage. Now, one thing you'll see from our submission, our understanding of the bill is that these standards apply to all development. So if you're doing an addition onto your house, or if you're doing 1 or 2 units, you would benefit from these standards. So one point in our submission is that we feel they should only be applied to increases in housing, and effectively it shouldn't allow people to build very large houses or large extensions to the house and not actually increase housing supply. Important also to note that our clear understanding of the bill is that we can't introduce additional standards that impose stricter restrictions. We can make them more flexible, so if you wanted to increase the height to 12 metres, that would be okay, but we couldn't include a lower height limit. And as I said, we're not particularly critical of the standards themselves. We understand what they're trying to do. Where we think there's a missing opportunity is about some of the quality outcomes that we've very much pushed for through the spatial plan and the draft district plan. So things like hydraulic neutrality and accessibility, waste and recycling provision, landscape and greening are all things we've heard from yourselves, councillors, and also from the public. And as I said, these standards do not look to push those things forward. And the other thing we'll talk about is how we feel that these standards might actually go against our overall growth approach that we've firmed up through the spatial plan and we're now looking to implement through the draft district plan. That's enough from me. I'll pass over to Adam.
Thanks, Tim. So the other big part of the bill is the introduction of the Intensification Streamlined Planning Process, or ISPP. This would join the suite of other plan-making processes already set out in the RMA, that being the standard Schedule 1 process, which we routinely follow for plan changes, the existing streamlined planning process, and the collaborative planning process. So this is a new process, and it must be used to implement the medium density residential standards, however they end up in December of this year, as well as the intensification policies of the NPSUD. So for us, this is policy 3, which is the walkable catchment 6-storey areas, as well as within the city centre and the metropolitan centre zone, and policy 4, so where we are able to modify those building heights and densities in response to qualifying matters. We must notify an intensification planning instrument through the intensification planning process by August 2022. This aligns with what we had already planned for the proposed district plan. However, it would introduce some nuance in which parts of the plan are part of this process and which are not. The intention of this new process is to speed up implementation of the NPSUD. The government envisages that it would take no more than 1 year to complete this process, and the biggest shift from the standard Schedule 1 process is that there's proposed to be no appeal rights other than the ability to seek judicial review. We're seeking some advice now on, as proposed within the bill, what parts of the proposed district plan would be part of the ISPP and which would not. For example, would our earthworks and subdivision provisions, which seek to enable medium density development within our walkable catchment areas, be part of this process or not? Would they instead need to follow the Schedule 1 process? I have on the screen a little flow chart of what the ISPP is proposed to do. So on the left hand, we would notify by August 2022. There would be a submissions and a further submissions process, so 2 opportunities to make submissions. These would be heard and considered by an independent hearings panel made up of resource management commissioners. That independent hearings panel would make recommendations back to council. Council either accepts all of those recommendations, or if it does not, those recommendations make their way to the Minister for the Environment to be the final decision maker. The Minister's decisions on those matters which council did not accept are final, and there are no avenues for appeal other than judicial review. There are also a number of other changes that have been bundled into this bill. They include tweaks to Policy 3D of the existing NPS. What this change means is that growth is now more clearly identified to occur around centres, both within centres and the surrounding residential areas. This aligns really well with the growth approach which you have set out in the spatial plan, and we have followed through into the draft district plan. It simplifies an overcomplicated current test, which requires councils to consider demand in a very nuanced way. The other change is enabling financial contributions to be required for permitted activities. That would account for the permitted status of these standards which have been set out by the MDRS. It's not a tool that we currently use for infrastructure responses, but it is an option. We're undertaking further work and will need to undertake further work once the bill is finalised as to what this would mean for our approach to the provision of infrastructure. So what our submission does at a high level is it offers suggestions and accepts that the standards will achieve what the government intends to do of setting out a typology of 3- and 4-storey housing within residential areas. We support the introduction of the intensification planning process and incorporating Policy 3 directions within that. What we do is offer suggestions for how the MDRS could be furthered and align with the outcomes through which you have approved in the spatial plan process for making cities greener, inclusive, vibrant and safe as well. We also state that we may have some concerns about whether this growth approach which is being introduced is inconsistent, or it could undermine the approaches already sought by the NPSUD and our spatial plan. We also raised some potential concerns about the ability for councils to coordinate growth and infrastructure, both through waters and transport infrastructure. We may also have some concerns around increased traffic and emissions that are associated with unplanned growth. Due to the time that we have had to respond to this bill, which is very limited, we haven't had the opportunity to test the economics of our points to a great level of detail yet. What I have on screen here is a mock-up which has been supplied by our urban design team, and it shows the typologies of housing that would be produced by the medium density residential standards. We have no problem with the outcomes that are set out by these standards. What we do suggest, as Tim and myself have mentioned, is some additional standards such as requiring a consideration of a minimum standard of vegetation or landscaping requirements, greening, hydraulic neutrality, where recycling bins are to be positioned, and other urban design principles that ensure developments and the community are safe and adhere to crime prevention through environmental design principles. Those are the additional types of standards and requirements that we're encouraging the government to consider including within this permitted framework. We're not suggesting changing the permitted framework. That's all, folks. I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Councillor. So open for questions now. I just want to highlight there was a series of questions sent, and we've done our best to reply to those. Some councillors may not have seen that yet, but I'll draw your attention to the response from officers on, I believe, Councillor Matthews and Councillor Condi's alternate.
Well, thanks very much. Thanks for that presentation. I'm really glad that we got to hear it. Councillor Panner, I know you've got a question.
Yeah, too. And I started reading the regulatory impact statement at 10 to 3 this morning, so I'm starting to lose the will to live, and I can see what you were under huge pressure to do this. So the first question I've got is just trying to understand around the permeable surfaces and then the open space. Are you saying that it's 40% permeable, and then maybe there might, so some of that would be green space, but then you might envisage things like decking as well?
Sorry, can you just repeat the last part of that question?
So sorry, I just want to know, so there's 50% site coverage, 40% is supposed to be a permeable surface. So is that mostly open green space, do you think, or do you think they're envisaging something else?
I mean, I can only say what I've read in the standards, but again, not necessarily would all be green space, because there's, as you probably can see from the standards, there's a smaller requirement for your open space. So I would predict that permeable surface could be a mix of green space, but it could all be something like permeable paving. It wouldn't necessarily all need to be green to meet that standard.
Okay, but at least it's permeable. And then the other question, and you raise it in your submission, and it is a little bit unclear in the bill itself. So the areas which are marked for 6-storey buildings, you of course can build less than 6 stories, but this definitely doesn't apply to those areas?
So as drafted, these standards would apply to those areas. So what we identify in our submission is that there is the potential risk that we will see land fragmentation and that there will be less efficient utilisation of those sites within those 6-storey areas as the permitted baseline or the new level of development, which can be undertaken without a resource consent, has increased. And we know that these typologies, 3-storey typologies, are very attractive to particularly small-scale builders, because you don't need to do things like include lifts or include structural steel or concrete, whereas you do need to do that within a larger typology like a 6 or 7+ storey building.
Okay.
So just to add to that, the picture that we showed you on the last slide, it would be a permitted activity within those 6-storey areas.
And sorry, just one more question. Do you consider that a 1 metre outlook space is acceptable for people to have a good quality of life? And I know that there's 3 metres for the living room.
Look, it's a minimum standard. That doesn't mean, obviously, it's not going to be all built to that. It's more than we have in our current plan. So, look, in some respects, it's an improvement. So, yes, I think we support that as a standard.
Councillor Matthews.
So my questions are really related to that slide where you sort of listed some concerns, areas of concerns. And because I don't get it, I don't think it's supported by argument in the submission about this, the risks of undermining the spatial plan that works against the NPSUD or increasing traffic and emissions. because, you know, the NPSUD is still in place, which densifies more along public transport spines, inner suburbs, inner city, and this is a kind of a lower level. So to me, it is complementary, not working against, is the way that officers have put in that submission. So I want to get some of that more detail, or anything that you've got to back up these assertions about that it undermines a spatial plan, the NPSUD, or will lead to increased traffic or emissions more than any other the other plans that we already have for housing.
Yeah, so through the spatial plan, we received really clear direction, and through earlier conversations with the community, that they wanted to live and intensify in areas with enablers of growth, so access to public transport, access to community services, centres and open spaces. And that was the rationale between the growth approach of the spatial plan, which focused our medium density areas in and around those places. What this does is it signals that an increased level of density is appropriate in areas without access to those enablers. So without access to public transport or those enablers of growth which support wellbeing. So in terms of the emissions point, that relates to there may not be the ability to access public transport in places where this development may prove popular. And therefore, people would need to travel by car, perhaps, and the associated emissions increase that goes with that, rather than increasing density around high-frequency public transport where people don't need to drive. In terms of the risk of undermining other outcomes of the NPSUD, so that relates to how the NPSUD seeks to achieve the efficient use of land in and around centres and the city centre and those walking catchments of rapid transit. And we've incorporated quite directive policy in the draft district plan that says if you're looking to develop in these places, you need to build big, or you need to build in a very dense way so that you maximise the use of that land and the benefits that can be achieved from those enablers. What this does is it risks making a more permissive approach where you underutilise the potential, the development potential that land with those enablers has. And we won't, there's a risk that overall we won't see the efficient use of our higher density areas as we've set them out.
So just some follow-up questions. We don't actually have any, outside of the inner city, we don't have any minimum height limits regardless. So those could be, you know, those sort of 3-storey typology could be what happens anyway under our existing plans. Is that right?
Under the draft district plan in our general residential areas, yes, that could be the case. But what the standards also do within our medium density residential areas would remove the ability for us to set that minimum limit, because it would then be permitting that development up to 11 metres. So for argument's sake, if through the consultation on the process on the district plan, on the draft district plan, there was feedback that within those 6-storey areas there should be a minimum height limit, we wouldn't be able to set that, given that development would be permitted up to that 11-metre threshold anyway.
But nobody's proposing to set minimum height limits in other areas, though, are they? It's not in the draft district plan.
It's not in the draft district plan, but we may receive submissions that say that, which we wouldn't be able to address.
But also, Councillor, in the medium density zone, the policies and objectives promote efficient use of land. So it is a consideration. So when you're developing in the medium density zone, the efficient use of land is something that we can consider through the resource consent process. So we can push for more housing and better use of land, whereas the permitted standards would obviously remove that.
But if someone is building townhouses in their back garden or whatever, that is actually more efficient use of land than is currently permitted for. So
then currently, but under the new zone where we're heading with the new district plan, we are seeking to maximise the use and development in those areas that Adam's has talked about.
Okay, and my other question is about how many, because Wellington City actually still relatively well served by public transport throughout the city. Is there really anywhere that we would, and also these limits, would be it's reliant on many house sites have already been filled in with infill housing, etc. Like, I'm not expecting this necessarily to be the sort of silver bullet in Wellington, because I don't think that many sites would be covered. But surely we have pretty good public transport and amenity access to amenities throughout Wellington City. That's the kind of dense urban form that we already have.
Well, I think the growth of the approach of the spatial plan indicates that many places don't compared to others. So that's why they've had that lower density typology assigned to them. So, for example, parts of Granada Village or Paparangi compared to, say, Newlands or Johnsonville comparatively have far less access to those enablers of growth and high frequency public transport. And that's the basis through which the general residential zone or the lower density housing typologies have been assigned to those places.
But if they have more people in them, then there will be more of a case for more public transport, will there not?
It's difficult to answer that. I mean, that's out of our control. Yeah.
And it's also difficult to plan in advance where those services should go or respond. Obviously, it's met like that does that. But if we don't have a clear picture of where the growth is going, it makes it more difficult to plan for those services that support it.
Okay, my last question is, the government, the same people who brought us the NPSUD have brought us this. Why would you think they would deny something that would design something that would undermine their own goals?
That's a question for them, isn't it?
Yeah. Again, it's difficult to answer that. That's a question for them. I mean, our interpretation, well, that's exactly what we're putting to them, in the submission.
So you're saying they are, but can you think of any rational reason why they would do that?
No, we're just giving our opinion as officers of council with planning expertise about their judgment call. Yeah.
All right. Cheers.
Thank you.
Councillor Day.
Kia ora. I've just got one question. It's about paragraph 39 under impact on carbon emissions, and I just wondered, it sort of talks about the problem of that this potentially creates. I just wonder if it would be worthwhile having some language in there around incentivising, growth that happens in the inner city and inner city suburbs. So to incentivise development, because we are going to have to think of ways to, I guess, encourage some of that development. But rather than saying it's a bad thing to have it out in the suburbs, there's probably some language we could use around incentivisation. Because I think it's pretty fair to see that this is going to happen, and obviously it's going to happen how it does. But it would be good to think about what we can do that's, I guess, kind of positive to see the sort of development that we want.
Yep, sure.
Sorry, any other? Councillor Ondi?
Hey, I guess I'm kind of trying to follow up on this question about it undermines greater density. Because I don't see how these rules that exist outside of our MPSUD areas really particularly undermine greater density. So I think what you're saying is that what you're concerned about is that this kind of underdevelopment of MPSUD areas. Is that correct?
So as proposed, the standards would apply to our medium density residential areas, which are identified for 6-storey and higher density development, as well as within the general residential areas, which are currently identified for 1-2-storey development.
So our issue isn't that these new rules will apply to the greater residential areas. Our issue is that they apply as well to our medium residential areas, which we want to be developed more densely. Is that
so
what you're
we
saying?
do have. Through the chair, so we've identified a potential issue that when it comes to infrastructure constraints and our ability to plan and align growth and the provision of infrastructure, namely Three Waters infrastructure, when we don't have focused areas of growth. So if it applies broadly across the general residential area, it makes it really hard to identify and plan for investment in infrastructure where there is no focused growth. But I think Condi, though, to your point, yeah, they're two separate points. That's a lesser point to the key point I think Adam and Tim are making, is that we are effectively not getting what we need to get out of our medium density areas if the standard goes in and applies to them. We need to. Yeah, our submission is we're not optimising the benefits or the opportunities in our medium density zones if, in the way we're interpreting it, this standard applies to the medium density zone.
Okay, so can we perhaps reframe that? Because I think when we make comments like this is going to undermine greater density, that's quite negative. And from hearing you talk, I don't think that's actually what you mean. What I think What I think you're saying is that you want to be able to ask for additional powers, such as being able to introduce minimum height limits in MDA areas, other ways that you might require greater density near PT and centres. So that's quite a different framing than saying we think this undermines something. It says we like this in the greater residential areas, and we would like some powers in our medium density areas to require greater density. Which I think is saying what you're saying, but the way it's framed in the submission currently, it looks like we're just basically saying this whole idea undermines our strategy for greater density.
I accept that, and in my introduction, I apologise to councillors, we could have done much better with the tone. I don't think it's the intent. Can I just have a quick pause and just confer with my colleagues on the infrastructure question as it applies to Gen Res? Just bear with us, please.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think councillors were just conferring on the infrastructure point, and we're trying to follow the line of logic here. When we know, and I want to use Pūroro as an example, that we have some major constraints in Pūroro. So on the infrastructure matter, while it's a lower level, and we need to support additional density in those general residential areas, I think the point the team are making, and we will try to rephrase this a bit more clearly, is that without a considered planned approach to growth in those general residential areas, we could potentially be creating a Pūroro situation. And now that is actually Wellington Water and our problem. We have to get better at planning, being more targeted how we plan and understand our infrastructure deficits. But as you know, from discussions with Wellington Water and our general investment in the Three Water program, as well as the national conversation about Three Waters reform, we are quite reasonably, anyway, in the dark on our network. And I think the planners are being quite conservative in their view that, well, until we know more about our network, it is potentially disadvantaged to have this amount of growth so spread through our general residential areas. So I think I've tried to sum it up as best the team are nodding. So I think that's where they're coming from.
I take the point, but I would also agree with your statement that perhaps that view is quite conservative. I guess to follow on from that question about infrastructure, how real is the threat that we would refuse to connect new buildings to Three Water services? Because that's in the paper. It says we might if we can't cope with infrastructure, we might just refuse to connect new houses.
Absolutely. Councillor, I think it is real for certain parts of the city, and Pūroro is the example there. And as I said, we have been discussing this with other councils, and it is happening in other councils. Christchurch have told us that they are refusing building consents because the infrastructure cannot cope with additional development. So, look, it's not imminent at the moment, but as Liam said, if this did go ahead, we could get to that potential where we could possibly decline building consents, and Pūroro would be the example.
Okay, I've got one more question, which is one of your comments is that you want to see kind of extra design standards to improve outcomes like wellbeing and inclusivity. And I guess I'd like to understand, how do you imagine that those extra design standards would affect the ease of consenting? How would that fit into the process? Because the whole point of this is to make it really easy to develop kind of more densely on these properties. So I'm trying to understand like how you imagine that would work and what the impact would be on the actual purpose, which is to ease consenting?
So what we would be proposing would be additional permitted activity standards. And some plans do have these as part of their framework for medium density type permitted development. So it could be, for example, that a minimum percent of, say, 20% of the site must be landscaped or have retain a percentage of vegetation on it as part of that permitted activity of developing those 3 units. Similarly, it could be that as part of that permitted activity, there has to be a place for your recycling bins as part of it. Much as we do now when we're assessing building consents, that's the trigger for determining whether something is meeting the permitted activity standards of the district plan. When that building consent is assessed for its compliance with the district plan, that would be the time at which those standards would be assessed.
Okay, any other questions, folks? I guess just from me, Adam, I mean, I think that the optimal outcome is that the market makes decisions around where the best place to build is, and that if you're going to build in Karori with no sort of decent transport infrastructure, then there won't be as much uptake. So I just do wonder whether we might be making a little bit more. I mean, I'm of the view that this is a bipartisan approach which we all really want to get behind, and that maybe the time to be a little bit more particular is at a later time. I'm not sure, but will there be another select committee hearing, or is this the only one that's going? Yeah, okay. All right, well, it's probably more about thinking out loud there, Adam. So does anyone else have any other comments? And otherwise, I think Councillor Pannett's going to move this paper with my permission.
Let's just have a little talk about that. So thank you, Councillor Rush. But the reason we are debating this paper today is we would have had to have had a special PA meeting on Monday. Okay, so that would have made 4. No. Yeah. So this is why it's today. So I'm a little bit surprised that we're trying to be helpful so that you didn't have to come back for just for one item on an agenda. It's not. I don't think anyone's doing us a favour here. We just needed to.
The infrastructure committee's accommodating you. Yes.
No, you're not actually. I'm
only joking. Come on, move on.
All right. So. Look, it has been a very long day, and I have sympathies for the officials and the officers having cracking into the documentation, the RIS, the bill, because we've had such a heavy week very early. So there is a lot going on. So I just want to start positively by saying there is some really good thinking in here to some extent. So I like the idea of having the ability to just be careful. I think this is just really, if you're trying to, okay, anyway, I'll talk about that later. About building little communities, having one family on one site. Residential care for older people is extremely expensive, like only a certain number of people can afford that. Some families are very large, some people just like to live intergenerationally. So I think that will help, and I think the documentation picks up on that. So I think that's fantastic. I think it's also good that from an earthquake perspective, which, as you know, I'm very concerned about and don't think is taken seriously enough, a 3-storey wooden building will be resilient and is potentially a little bit cheaper than going up much higher. But I do consider there are some quite serious issues and that I do think need to be looked at carefully. We have a parliamentary democracy for a reason. These things need adequate time for scrutiny and for quite significant changes to be looked at carefully. So it's clear that the officials did not have enough time to do this work. They haven't done the economic modelling, and they've said that right at the start they haven't had enough time to do it. And so they also put as one of the risk points that they have not consulted with local government to see whether this will actually work. So there is obviously some kickback in local government land. Auckland Council has opposed it, and I imagine that Christchurch will also raise some concerns. I do have some concerns around the outlook space. As I mentioned, I think it is too limited. Designing for density and for the environment was always supposed to be about a better quality of life, not a worse one. And we've got examples all around the world and in this country of housing for low-income people, which does not come up to scratch in any way. The building standards, look, some of that's good. A 50% site coverage is fine, and the permeable surfaces, that's good. That will hopefully allow for some good open green space. But nevertheless, it's still subject to the Building Act, which is extremely limited. Internationally, we are known for having a really lax code. It does not cater for disabled people. It does not help us reach our goals of being carbon neutral. Buildings, of course, as you know, emit a great deal of carbon, and so that needs to be sorted out as a matter of priority, which is why one of my amendments focuses on that. I think it's revealing that the officials on page 22 acknowledge, and I will quote you directly, that there is less certainty regarding the likelihood of an additional housing supply response. You know, basically, if people will actually build, because it could be held back by a lack of infrastructure and other supply constraints such as material and labour. They haven't got the data to prove that this will actually work, which is possibly of some concern, and rely on the work done by PwC as part of the MPS. I am concerned about limiting appeal rights. I've been consistent on that. I think in a democracy that people do have a right to appeal. We need to be a little bit careful about limiting those, but I'm not going to move an amendment around that. I'm also concerned about the amount of power that it gives the minister. Remember, it's not just one particular minister in time, it's all ministers until the law is changed. I think communities have a right over their future and come to a collective agreement about how to house everyone well whilst protecting quality of life and the environment. I have put something in there about the design guides. I think it's very, very important that these are designed well, and you know, you'll have noted from the submission that generally when multi-use housing is done, that at least under the current rules, officials do have a chance to talk to developers about how they will meet a whole lot of needs. I'm also concerned about the complexity of this. It's just another layer of legislation on what is already a very complex environment, and I think it's going to be quite difficult to navigate. Sorry, I'm just going to have to move around because I can't see from there. The amendments, as you will have seen, have got officers are comfortable with. So I have put in something about the reform of the Building Act. It's widely known that it needs change, and it is well time that we do that. The design considerations are there, noting that the RIS says that they haven't done the full analysis. I wanted to put a note in that we're exploring positive stormwater solutions. It's not just about hydraulic neutrality, and I expect that we will get somewhere there with that. And if we're serious about climate change, we must. I do object when the natural environment is seen as an externality. This is patently ridiculous. It is our life support system. It's the very thing that we must keep to keep ourselves alive. And I have just, as before, the previous submission that we made to Select Committee said the Mayor and the Chair and the Deputy Chair of Pūroro Āmua, because this is a planning committee issue and we are the delegated spokespeople for that. There is some balance of views in there, and of course we will stick to whatever is agreed by the committee. Kia ora.
You better have someone to second all that.
Well, it's got officer support, so or we're just not going to make a submission.
Sorry, of course, you're moving it pro forma. It's not an amendment. My apologies.
Well, it's got officer support for all of these.
Have you got a seconder?
Were you going to second? Someone's got to.
You haven't voted with me all day.
We're not going to do it.
I'll second.
Thank
I'll
you.
cave.
Thank you, Councillor.
I will speak. I'll reserve my thing. All right. Any amendments? Oh. Pulled up the. Is there amendments? Yes. Oh, okay.
So that it flows logically.
Okay.
That hopefully don't contradict each other.
Are these what you circulated earlier, Councillor?
Yeah.
Stretch your legs. Well, we've got the Mayoral Taskforce paper to accept. So stretch your legs, folks.
Sean, can you get someone to send me the amendments, please?
Sure. We'll adjourn for a couple of minutes again. Matrix. Hello, Mr. Johnson, wasn't it? Yeah. I'd never said it.
Sean.
Hello.
I still don't have the amendment.
He's just finding it. Mr. Johnson's just finalising it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. To Pūroro Whānau Centre.
Officer. Don't call people officer. Reminds me of the time I spent the night in the cells. Johnson has got the bits and bobs together. Liz, have you got the material that we're voting on?
Thank you.
Okay, forgot where we're at now. So we've done an amendment. So Councillor Condi, I think you'll, yeah.
Yes, I'm moving an amendment. Thank you. This amendment is essentially setting out some changes to the report. I think we've had a good conversation in the Q&A with officers that generally our view was that the report was quite conservative and a bit too critical of the proposals, which is not a view that we share. I'll just be clear that a number of these are not officer supported. Just for everybody to know, VII, VIII, IX are not officer supported, and XIII 13 is not officer supported. However, we kind of had that little bit of back and forth during the question time. I think that politically our view that this is a complementary proposal to what we're trying to do under the MPSUD, in that it provides for greater density in areas that haven't been upzoned by the MPSUD, and that's something that we support, and we certainly support the bipartisan nature of this, which is going to provide a kind of an enduring direction for the country as a whole. So these changes essentially delete what we felt were the most kind of negative or critical parts of the submission, and I'll talk specifically to X, which is to add a new clause requesting that we get permission to use the ISPP for our entire new district plan notification to avoid public confusion. So currently in the submission, it identifies as a concern or a risk that we will have to put part of our new district plan through the ISPP process, and the rest of it might have to go through a normal district plan process, which has completely different timelines and rules, and that could lead to significant public confusion. So this point is asking officers essentially to ask for us to have the option to put our entire plan through the ISPP to avoid public confusion, which is an officer supported. Then there's a few things that we've just added there in terms of some of the more positive content that we wanted to add, signalling that we are really supportive of this change. Finally, there is a change to the proposed people to speak to the submission at the Environment Select Committee, appointing the Mayor, Councillor Rush and Councillor Matthews. The reason for that is we thought it would be good to have a bipartisan show of support at the committee, which led to us thinking that we wanted to propose Councillor Rush and Councillor Matthews to go have a lovely bipartisan kumbaya moment at Parliament. And we've also included the Mayor, although noting that he wasn't able to attend this debate, which is a bit unfortunate. I don't think I need to say anything else. I believe Councillor Matthews is intending to second these amendments. Yes.
Okay.
Am I right to speak? That's all right.
Thanks, Councillor Matthews. Is it appropriate to ask officers to give their thoughts? Because I know that there was some reluctance.
Yeah, could you just...
Can we do that? Yeah. Liam, could we get some advice? I mean, without giving away where I sit, I suppose, but I mean, are we talking major showstoppers here, Liam, or just you know, areas that you'd rather not, or so forth?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, councillors, for your amendments. Just a quick correction before I hand to Tim and Adam to answer that. I think, Councillor Condi, you mentioned 5 of your list that we didn't support. That's the ISPP process.
No,
is that your view that we don't?
No, I said officers did support the ISPP.
Yeah, great. Okay, thanks. Just to clarify. Thank you. And so, Tim and Adam, we're only operating off YouTube, unfortunately, Councillor. So,
yeah, I mean, our position remains as we set out in terms of the areas we support and don't support for the amendments. But in terms of showstoppers, as Liam said, this is your submission. We've given you our officer advice. We stand by what we think in terms of the proposed submission, but ultimately this is your submission. So that's our opinion.
Thanks. Anyone got questions? Okay, anyone want to speak, debate? Councillor Pennant, again.
So actually, sorry, I do need to ask a question. Just around delegations, so that we have delegations for a reason to each committee. So, sorry, Mr. Johnson, to put you in a possibly an awkward position, but are people able to just be appointed, and does this set a precedent for everything else? Because might as well open it up. I'm quite interested in social issues too, or infrastructure issues.
Each of the council committees has a range of delegated powers to it, and it can choose, that committee can choose to delegate that power further if it wants to, unless specifically prohibited by council.
Okay.
Which it's not.
And with the mayor, well, I can go on the debate, but he is actually at an important council meeting at the moment. So he, as the spokesperson of council, I understand that he is automatically the spokesperson for council, so doesn't have... Yeah, I know, but I'm just asking, just to make get clarification.
I would have to check the terms of reference and delegations around the specific wording around the role. Yeah. I am.
That's good. Okay. So yeah. Sorry. Look, can I just speak later, because I actually need to get the officers' advice up to see which ones I'm going to support. But you know, it's all quite last minute now what we're all doing, because it's been a very busy week. Thank
you want to speak again later, Councillor Pennant?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Look, I'm just really speaking, I wasn't planning to, but to give Councillor Pennant time to read the officer advice, but also to applaud Councillor Condi and Matthews for bringing this. When I read the submission, it didn't feel like it was connected to what Wellington residents are experiencing and the support that we know they need to build more houses. So I just want to say the amendments that you've made reflect the fact that there is actually a housing crisis, and government have seen the need for intervention, and now we are supporting that move, and I think it's the responsible way forward, and I think it's what residents would expect. But I think you've also preserved aspects of it which reflect the expertise that our officers have as professional planners. So thanks for maintaining those aspects of it too, and also in respect of infrastructure, I think it's really important that you have included that in a positive way, and we see it as a challenge we must address rather than something that is a hurdle or a problem.
Okay, thank you. I might just have to look at the officer advice as I speak. Look, I know this may be unfashionable at the moment in the middle of a housing crisis, but I'm still of the strong view that we have to start with what nature can provide to us, and then we meet human need through its limits. And the problem I have with a lot of this documentation is that it does not acknowledge that, and at worst sees it as an externality, which has been a disaster. So while I think obviously we need to provide for everyone, we need to be very, very careful that we are not making the very problems that we're trying to fix worse. So just on the amendments, I will not support 7. Things like hydraulic neutrality and minimum units are very, very important to me, and I think we should be supporting all of that. I accept the officer's advice about that, so I'll be voting against that as well. It's 3 units. Let's just see. Of course, it's got 50% site coverage. It will be interesting, and I think I agree with Councillor Matthews. It may be difficult to actually find the sites that are absolutely right. Look, obviously, the one around the ISPP is quite tricky. We don't, because the system is already so complex, and now the government's putting more reform on, as I said. So I guess it kind of makes sense, but I do have, as I said, I have those concerns around appeal rights. Again, I won't support 11. the RMA is used to protect the environment, and thank goodness there are environmentalists across a whole range of areas that fight to protect it when it's extremely in danger. I'll support 12, and no, I won't support 13 because, again, that is, I agree with the officer's view that actually this potentially could undermine the very thing that people have fought very hard for. You wanted 6-storey buildings, and this actually makes it a little bit tricky. I'll support 14. Yeah, and I'll support 15. Go for a request to government. And yeah. No, I probably won't support 16. I think we've done well enough. On number 4, I am concerned about that. We, particularly given I understand the chair hasn't yet had time to read some of the documentation, so I just think, like, give some credit to people who've tried to understand what are quite complex issues. I think, you know, and I think it really, we spent a lot of time figuring out who was going to do what, and now you've just said, oh, well, these the chair and the deputy chair have been pushed out. And you might take great joy in that, Councillor O'Dea. But yeah, that I understand is a sore point, but we actually represent different points of view on this particular issue. And so I think if people are going to do this, then actually, as Councillor Fitzsimons says, that doesn't limit my right to talk about anything as well. Meetings with officers, going to the media, which I've generally been very respectful of, but frankly, this has been an unpleasant kind of amendment, and I'm just a bit disappointed. I have tried to be collegial through what has been a very difficult triennium, and I just would hope that other people would also. I also, as you will know, do have some concerns around some of the views of this council in terms of protecting our environment, and I just don't think there is entirely that commitment there, which is always the problem. The environmental movement always has to fight against more development, meeting more human need at the environment's expense at a time it is just so fragile and could cause us great harm. So, yeah, sorry, Chair, we'll have to take all those separately, and, you know, obviously it has been a really, really busy week, and it's all a little bit complicated, but if we can just do that, and so I can support some and not others. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'll say a few words, and happy to consider an adjournment. Councillor Pannett, I can see the strength of your concern, and in particular with what's happened at number 4. There's no suggestion of wanting to push anyone out. I guess it was my proposal that, given the bipartisan nature, which should not be understated as unusual, particularly in this day and age, it seemed fitting that, to me at least, that that the message from this council would also come from, I suppose, the two major parties, me obviously representing the National Party and Councillor Matthews, the Labour Party. And I guess I would just also remind you, Councillor Pannett, that both Councillor Matthews and I sung broadly from the same hymn sheet on this housing issue from a very early point, and actually championed the full removal of heritage protection in a manner at a time when you did not. So I'm very sensitive, though, to the effort and the work that you put in. And I guess, from my point of view, you know, having to trot it off to Parliament, and this time I might be more successful with Councillor Matthews supporting me. I don't know, but certainly, You know, the idea that because this would normally be in your committee and then it should be you that, you know, should take that honour, I respect that, but there is a very unusual circumstance here with which we'll never see in our lifetime again, where the two lead parties, I guess, are putting on the table a bipartisan approach. And I think we should celebrate that and whilst I respect the officer advice, I think that this actually is more political than perhaps the technical elements of the officer's advice. And actually what Wellingtonians and this council and its mana would do best from is by having two politicians go back to them and say, well done. But here's a few ideas. Because we did do a lot of work on the spatial plan, we did consult. So I guess if there's a way that I can accommodate, or if we can accommodate you, Councillor Pannett, then I'm desperately keen to do so. I don't like seeing you upset, as you know. So that's all I'll say. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, look, and I can understand why Councillor Pannett feels aggrieved by this. But I guess I would say I don't think it's fair to you for you to go to a select committee supporting a submission and approach that you're in the minority on in this council. So I think it's far fairer to send Councillor Rush and Councillor Matthews, who have done quite a lot of the heavy lifting in developing this council's position on the spatial plan and also on the submission. So for me, really, it's about fairness to you as much as it's about putting forward Councillor Rush and Councillor Matthews. But
okay, right of reply.
Can I speak?
Sorry, Councillor. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go for it, Councillor Matthews.
Seconder. It's me, Madam Trash Heap, on the screen. I just wanted, first of all, that was very beautifully said, Councillor Rush, and you know that I do think this legislation represents a real, I've been talking about the dial has shifted in favour of housing, and that to me is very exciting. I was watching a debate unfold on the Kandala Community Notice Board on Facebook last night, and Yimbies are in the majority in Kandala, as they seem to be all over the place. So I'm very encouraged by the way people recognise that we have a need for housing to fill. I guess, to be honest, to see why this is happening, some of this debate could have been used to show, why we are actually getting a more simplified, not a more complicated zoning system. In the big cities, it's, city heights 6 or 3 stories, it's more simplified actually than the various kind of things that we had before. I want to first of all touch on the matter of the representation in select committee. I'm very relaxed about it. I don't really mind about this, whatever happens. I do want to acknowledge nobody leaves baby in the corner that Tamitha Paul as deputy chair of the committee, that we don't want to leave her out of the conversation, and I would never presume to take her spot either. And I know she's been a real leader and mover and shaker in this debate, and including on this set of amendments. I just want to quickly get into this, that somehow more dense housing is bad for the environment, and which I keep hearing that that there's environmentalists and there's pro-housing people. And actually, most of the people that are in favour of density are environmentalists, and I include myself in that. And groups like Generation Zero, who have been very vocal in their support of this, and the Green Party and others, because if you densify housing, you allow people to live in a less, emitting less, and also that you allow more of your green space that we currently have to be protected and separated. So, the idea you see a more dense, and to be honest, this is what this is about. It's urban density still. It is not green fields. It is about where there are already dwellings, allowing people to densify their own property. And you know, Councillor Rush, I'm a big fan of property rights. And someone in fact messaged me to say, have I thought about standing for the ACT Party? Because they thought I was so good on housing. I was such a libertarian, but I did say no thank you to that. So yeah, it is not nature versus housing. It's not environment versus housing. It's housing for environment. And it is also very important to remember that we are not talking about human greed. We are talking about human need. And so if we say we need to limit our housing stock because of we need to somehow curtail the needs of humans, I guess what we're actually doing is protecting the privilege of the already well-housed. And that is what we need to stop. It's what local government has been doing. It is why central government has stepped in. And yeah, I just urge you to support these amendments. And I want to thank officers for their work. I do think that there was a little bit of, they weren't sort of aware of how the tone, maybe the tone has shifted. And I think we need to read the room. We need to read Wellington. We need to read the country. And people are telling us they urgently need homes. And we need to get out of the way, by and large, with some protections and, you know, trying to do density done well. And, you know, we supported the Urban Habitat Collective yesterday, who are doing a great job in a co-housing project in Newtown. But, you know, it can be done well and we need to support it and stop putting up barriers. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. I just briefly wanted to note my support for this package of really awesome amendments. The RMA fast track bill is something that we were all, well, personally, as an environmentalist, very excited about. Through this process, we are lifting some of the extra taxes on, by taxes I mean barriers, down from local government and up to central government. And just to note, Councillor Panner, in terms of your concerns, the EPA, the Environmental Protection Authority, will be the one appointing the panels to approve these kinds of developments, and they must also include an iwi representative, local government official, and a retired judge or current sitting judge from the Environmental Court. So I mean, in all the discourse that I've seen throughout New Zealand, I've seen environmentalists really stoked about this sort of stuff. And yeah, I hope that you know, housing is an issue that touches everybody in our city and our country, and that's why we're seeing an awesome non-partisan approach. And just a signal, yeah, as well, just around, I personally in the past, not through local government, but have had to submit on behalf of groups to government that I didn't always entirely agree on. And I do know that that is something quite uncomfortable, given we can't, you know, it's not about giving our own personal opinion, it's about the majority of the wishes designated to you by the group that you represent. So yeah, just to signal this and to thank Councillor Matthews and Councillor Condi and all the other councillors that have sort of had a large interest in planning, and in particular the RMA bill. But yeah, thank you.
Good.
Just really briefly.
Last comment. Yep.
So I'm glad to hear your comments, Councillor Matthews. It's really helpful. So I look forward to support on my amendment around the Building Act, because if we're going to have a green city, we must build green too. It's absolutely critical. And the earlier version of these I saw, I don't think it's there anymore, that code was seen as being satisfactory. And I think your speech is incredibly useful because it's been very divisive, this argument. You know, I have wanted to see from some housing advocates really a strong commitment to being green. So that means that we can't use coal to make steel, to make the apartments. We're going to have to find some other way of doing it. It's really, really, really polluting. Housing stock in our city is the second big, you know, and commercial buildings are the bigger polluter after transport. So I think that is good. I think also being a good environmentalist is about making sure everyone has a great place to live. So that does mean that people have sunshine and all the rest of it. But I do appreciate your comments. I think that's very helpful. Councillor Fitzsimons, I am, of course, big enough and ugly enough enough to stand up for myself. I don't need protection. And in fact, if you listened, I started off my speech with 2 comments, that I thought in some ways it was a very positive thing if it allowed families and communities to live together in one space, and that it was much, much more resilient for Wellington, given our history of earthquakes. So I am disappointed, colleagues. Honestly, I have held my tongue, not leaked information about people, and yet this is kind of how people have decided to respond. So I just find that a bit disappointing.
Thank you, Councillor Pannett. Right a reply, thanks.
Councillor Pannett, I guess I'll start by saying I'm sorry that you see this as a personal attack. That's certainly not how I see it, and I'm certainly not questioning at all your subject matter expertise in this area. The issue here for me is that all of these changes that we're making to the submission in this package of amendments and the conversation that we had with officers is really saying that we want the tone of the submission to move in a particular direction. And from my point of view, listening to the debate and the various contributions that you've made, I'm kind of just going off the vibe. Like, I want to send 2 people who just have the same vibe of what the submission is. It's about tone. It's not about subject matter expertise. It's not about we need somebody who can be across all the detail. And, listening to the speeches, I do feel like Councillor Rush and Councillor Matthews have the vibe that I want to send to the Select Committee. Councillor Rush said, I just want to go and say, well done, here's a few ideas, we've been doing a lot of work on this, here's what we've got to offer. Councillor Matthews, you said, you want to really talk about that this is shifting the dial on housing. That's the message that I really want to send to the Select Committee. Whereas your support for this is much more conservative, Councillor Pannett, and that's fine, that's your view, I have no problem with that. It's just that I think it would be useful in this context to send 2 people who are like I say, conveying that vibe. I don't have anything else to add. We'll go through the list and see where we land.
Okay. Move seconded. Let's take them all together. No, we're going to take them all together. All right. We're going to take them separately. Okay. Oh, I'll get my glasses on. Okay, we've had the reply. Now put the motion, which has been moved and seconded. We're going to take 2, starts at 7. Do I simply say no, we're going to take the whole thing? No. I tried, Liz. All right, so we'll take them separately. So 2, 7. Green for go, red for stop. Or Labour. Okay, that's carried. Next one, please. This is 2-8. Carried. Is there an easier way of doing this? Are there just 2 or 3 that you're going to not vote for? All right, next one, 9.
Are we taking a division on some of these?
Yes. It's Council Pannett that asked for a division on all of them, yes.
Can we hear the results as we vote? Can we hear the results as we vote?
Yeah, I haven't got the results, have I?
Oh, can't you see them?
Wait, sorry, waiting for me to vote. There we go. Carried. Next one, 10. No, yes, 10. 210. Good. Carried to 11. Good. Carried. Next one, 12. Those on screen are all green. Andy? Carried unanimously. Next one, 13. Jenny. Oh, and me. $14. That's been carried, by the way. 14. We'll do 14 and 15 together. Okay, 16. It's too late now, we've already voted. Yeah. And number 4. No one reads the written submission. Ooh. Okay, well, thanks everybody, and actually, good debate. And we'll move on to our last item, which is going. There's too many chairs in the room, isn't there? All right. Can we do the whole lot together?
Chairperson, could we just have the amended pro forma substantive up on the shared screen on the YouTube live stream, so I can just see what the mover has added to the paper?
Mr. Johnson.
So many local government words. My brain is fried.
So what's this? Yeah. Why are we looking at?
So am I correct in saying, yeah, I can see you scrolling down now. Am I correct in seeing, so that package that I see in red, those were the successful amendments of Condi and Matthews, but did Councillor Pannett add things to the substantive as well in your speech? I thought you spoke about that, Councillor Pannett.
So the shorter ones, Terry, are the ones that I've added 1 to 6.
I'll point it out.
I think
1 to 6, not 2 to 5?
2.1 to 2.6.
Cool, thank you. Sorry, just being crystal clear. This is a very silly question, but what does RIS stand for?
Regulatory impact statement.
Oh, of course. Cool.
Where does it say that?
Yeah. You got to, you know.
Okay. Any colleagues? Colleagues, are we ready to vote? Well, Councillor Condi, I think you moved. It's been seconded. Okay. What I would point out, Councillor Pan, if it helps at all, is that you and the Deputy Chair still have the final contribution on the written submission. Not really. Okay. All right. So you've moved. Are you going to talk to it, or are you?
Sorry,
no, that was
I'm not encouraging more.
Okay. So has the motion been put?
What's the motion?
Liz, it's the it's going to get emailed through, but effectively it's the list of amendments that we went through, about 5 minutes ago when I was alive.
Oh, yeah.
So we've just all the stuff that we all approved, other than a couple for Iona and Tam wasn't happy with one of them as well. It should be coming through shortly. So are we up to right of reply? We're up to right of reply. Okay. Good. Well, I now put the motion, which is moved and seconded. And those in favour, press 1. And those against, press 2. Okay. Liz? Oh, no, it's okay. That's carried. Well done, folks. Now we'll move through to the item 2.2, as it was, Mayoral Taskforce 3 Wars Progress Report, and I believe Mr. Jordan, and looks like actually Siobhan as well. Ms. Proctor.
Oh, yeah, Ms. Proctor. You call me Mrs. Proctor.
Well, I mean, Mrs. Proctor.
No, I didn't care. Call me Proctor. Okay.
Warden. Yep.
Right, I'll introduce this. Okay, so this is an update to the task force recommendations. There were 48 originally that were adopted in March, and then another 18 recommendations came back, resulting from March and September council meetings. So there's 66 items in total. There has been progress made on around 2/3 of them, although, as the paper notes, the progress has been modest. There will be some of these actions which will be effectively subsumed or overtaken by water reforms and the Whaitua Committee recommendations as well, which came to the Planning and Environment Committee last month. Was it last month? Yeah, I think it was last month. So additionally, just again, sorry, I know I sound like a broken record, but in terms of staff resources, there has been quite a lot of staff in Wellington Water diverted off to water reforms. They've got one of their key personnel working in DIA at the moment. And we're also concentrating on those water reforms as well. And with me, we were hoping to get Wellington Water reps, but they couldn't make it. They were here for this morning, but they can't dial in now, unfortunately. We've got John here to answer any questions about district plan and Zach for any of the other questions.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Councillor Pennant.
So, Councillor Fitzsimons, I'm sure will be moving an amendment. I guess so there is a view that not as much has been done or not enough urgency, and so I listened to the public participant carefully this morning. What do you think is the way forward then? But given we have so much work to do, I appreciate you've only got so many hours in the day, and also I guess I would like to see some kind of accountability, some formal mechanism, given that this is a whole big work program. And I mean, I guess it's a point across, in fact, across a lot of your area too, because in the waste where there's been real problems, we've got massive issues coming up with earthquake resilient buildings. I'll be talking to you about that. So how are we just going to make sure that we don't kill you with work, but that we do measure our progress and we get on with some things, because it's
so I'll just. We can talk about the other things offline, but just talking about this. So, looking at these, it is clear to me that we need to actually make sure we prioritise where we put our effort. And I want to go through, and I just want to really be clear about which ones would really sit with the Whaitua recommendations, which ones will be sitting with the water reforms, looking at then what the residual is, and making sure that we actually run it a little bit more like a program. So we've actually got some tangible actions and timelines and so forth. So we do need to have a bit of a reset in that regard, but also prioritising those activities as well.
Okay.
I suppose, in terms of questions, I just wondered if you would have heard the public participation this morning, and I mean, you've just mentioned about the Whaitua program and so forth, but have you got any comments that you might wish to raise in addition to, in response to the concerns raised, particularly by Mr. Doyle?
Yeah, well, I think, it is a balance here, because we don't want to duplicate work or effort, which is why it's important to be really clear and agree which recommendation should really fall to which area, because there's now 3 different areas, and be really clear about that. So I'm aware that Regional Council wasn't part of the task force, is that right? So there are some of these recommendations which kind of fall into their accountability area. So I think we just need to be very clear about that, because whilst there may be a desire to do things in areas, if it's not strictly our accountability, don't really want to be diverting resource into that.
I mean, is that something that myself and Councillor Condi, as the councillors on the task force, could take offline? I'm very keen to understand where those recommendations have got to, in the same way that Mr. Doyle was, because they were worked really hard, they were embraced, and the council accepted them. So I'd like to, for my own personal sake, get up to speed as to where they've got to, and then perhaps report back to this committee. Councillor Condi, I'm sure you support that.
Yeah. Happy to, and it would be quite good if we could bring Regional Council into the conversation as well.
Yeah, the Whaitua stuff, they adopted a swath of Mayoral Task Force stuff, which really were recommendations around WCC working with Greater Wellington, which really actually was Greater Wellington having to drive it. But I do think we do need to get that clarity, and I would like to have that for myself personally. So anyway, Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I was just wondering if we could change so that we get a further progress report in May, so that it's a 6-monthly than a 12-monthly.
Yeah.
I just feel like by the time we get to May, we should have greater clarity on the whaitua and where they're getting to. We should have greater clarity on the reforms and where they're getting to. So all those issues about who's holding what should be much clearer.
Yeah.
And it might be great to have that come back. I was also thinking about that's around about the time we'll be getting kind of consultation reports on the district plan, which is where a lot of kind of the stormwater ones sit. So I think May would be good, I think.
Yep. I'm happy to move that pro forma now. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Just since we're talking about changes to that, I did draft an amendment before, which I understood the chair was happy with. I am quite keen to find a way to pick up the comment of Eugene Doyle around the Mayoral Taskforce having some ongoing life. Now, it doesn't have to be that formalised, but I don't want to lose that, and I don't want to lose it, and I don't want him to come back in May 2022 and say, I told you, that, you asked about it, and then we didn't come. So can we just formalise in there what you intend to do anyway, which is talk to them? Engage with former members of the Mayoral Taskforce in preparation of the May 22 report or something like that. Just
very, very happy to do that.
Thank you.
I enjoy engaging with Eugene. I like his coffee, and
he does do good
part
coffee.
of the world as well. So, and the reason why we asked for this report to come back is for exactly this reason, because as we as we move into different parts of our work streams, we lose a bit of sight of what those recommendations were for and what happened to them. And there have been some staff personnel as well. I know that Honor was championing a lot of this work and has been moved into other areas. Helen, of course, is gone. So, very happy to. Now, Councillor Condon
that's
also
amazing.
like curries as well. Awesome.
You might want some staff support, but I'll leave that in your hands.
Is it strong enough?
I'm comfortable enough that staff will support us. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Panner.
Yeah, it's possibly not the way I would have worded it. I mean, if you can live with it, I guess I just sort of, I think it should be more formal than just, maybe, I mean, sometimes, of course, it's fine just to have a coffee, but...
The issue I would have, Councillor Panner, is when you start getting, multiple people who aren't part of the organisation mobilised, we need to then there's a couple of weeks to get people in the diary, all that sort of thing. And
also, I presume it's members of the task force. So how will you be meeting with them? You're not going to meet them as a group, you're going to meet them individually. It's just a bit sort of...
The first task, at least for me, Councillor Panner, is to go through each of the recommendations, figure out where in the district plan they sit, are they strong enough, figure out whether are they in the whaitua recommendations, and is there a residual, what is the priority, and then go and speak with Mr. Doyle and Mr. Ferrand and Mr. Leslie as well.
So, and if you could...
Yeah, point of order, I'm getting confused. Are we in debate? Where are we in the actual process of this motion?
This is Q&A, but...
Well, okay, so can I just put it as a question? I guess I'm just concerned that we just have a formal process. I just think it seems a bit random to meet with members of the task force. And also, I presume that through this work, you're happy to talk to Councillor Paul and myself as we're leading the district plan, just to make sure. I would be thrilled if Councillor Rush wanted to make provisions around water stronger, and we'll support them, but it would just be good to have a chat about that too. Kia ora. Anyway.
Okay.
It's just about waiting for you.
Right, we need to, is there any debate? I've moved it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Condé, you reserve your right to speak. Debate, folks? Or amendments? Okay. Would you like to speak? Yep.
Speak if no one else is going to. Just to say that I appreciate kind of this as a compromise way through about trying to say that we've got a bit more formality around keeping an eye on this without overburdening staff with kind of the overheads of a formal working group. So I think it's a good way through. And I think we're all on notice that if we come to May 2022 and Eugene Doyle comes back with hard word for us, then we will be up for something a lot more formal. So I think we can undertake that we're going to make sure that by the time we get to May, we get a clean report card on that front.
Thanks. I'll just very quickly just want to say that a lot of work went into the Mayoral Taskforce and a lot of real good collaboration, and we put out a really first-class document, and I'm very passionate about it. I have to say I'm disappointed that Mr. Doyle has had to come and point out where things haven't quite made it, and I'm quite passionate about making sure they do make it. So that's a commitment I'll make to you, and I think we can actually move faster in a more informal manner, and I've got that commitment from the Chief Infrastructure Officer. So that's kind of the way I appreciate the buy-in for that. So that has now been moved and seconded. Can we vote, please?
Yes.
Or Ms. Kelly?
It's just saying, Liz, I just sent you a message saying Sarah's come back. You can go if you want to, because I think you've been wanting to go.
Yeah.
For a while.
Yeah.
Oh, is that
nearly done?
Sarah with an H?
Get the karakia.
I thought it was Ms. Hay.
Finished now, though, isn't it? Just karakia.
Karakia.
Pretty much. Bye.
We got the wine.
Oh, I'm voting for that.
No, that's it.
Yeah, you can put me as a yes, thanks. So,
No, I've forgotten about the old that one. Okay, well, thank you, everybody, for your endurance and for your generosity to accommodate the Councillor Pannett's agendas. Anyway, enough of that banter. Thank you so much to officers for staying around and appreciate the input there. Thank you to all the papers that we've seen. Thank you to public participants that came today. I will declare the meeting now closed. Please stand to say the karakia. Unahia, unahia, unahia. Ki te uru, utanui, ki te wātia, ki a mama, te nāko, te tiana, te wātua.
I te ara takitu, koe rā e rongo, whakarea ake ki runga, ki a wātia, ki a wātia. Ki a wātia.
All right, folks.
It's definitely